Chapter 201 Girl becomes a young girl, daily life of father and daughter. The morning sun is shining on the beach. A beautiful girl with fair skin and long black hair, about 14 or 15 years old, is confronting Chu-Ki. The black-haired girl is naturally Robin. After so many years, Robin has grown from a little girl to a young girl. Standing on the beach, the two are 100 meters apart. Robin as he stared at Chu-Ki with a serious look. Chu-Ki yawned, looked lazy, and his eyes were blurred. After so many years, Chu-Ki was still the same, with black clothes and black hair, young and handsome, and time had not left a trace on him. The two said they were father and daughter, but they looked more like brother and sister. "Ha, my dear daughter, why did you pull me here so early in the morning? Can't you practice later?" "No, Dad, you are getting lazier and lazier now. You can sleep until the afternoon. I must help you get rid of your bad habits," Robin said righteously. "Alas, you are getting less and less cute as you grow older. The little angel Robin is no longer here, woo woo woo." As he spoke, Chu-Ki covered his face. "I cried bitterly on my face, sobbing softly. Dad, you're doing this again, I won't be fooled again." Robin pouted, put his hands on his waist, and said angrily, "Dad, I'm going to compete with you today, let you see the results of my special training, see if you dare to look down on me." "Ah!" Chu-Ki stopped crying, scratched his head and said, "Okay, fight quickly, let me go back to sleep after the fight." "Humph, take it, Dad." Robin crossed his arms and shouted softly, "Four-wheeled flower blooms." The ability of the flower fruit was activated, and 4 slender arms grew out from behind Robin. Leaving fire, 5 thunders, mysterious ice, wind kill. Robin controlled the 4 arms and began concentrating in the air. He drew a rune, and 4 completely different runes were formed at the same time. 4 different energy attacks, flame, thunder, cold air, and wind blade, flew out of the rune, blended together, and hit Chu-Ki. While drawing 4 runes at the same time, this move is very cool. Looking at the oncoming attack, Chu-Ki raised his hand slowly, and a triple thunder rune appeared out of thin air. Unfortunately, as long as the power is strong enough, any fancy attack is useless. As soon as the voice fell, a 2 or 3 meter thick thunder column was launched from the rune, completely offsetting Robin's attack. Chu-Ki had to admit that Robin was indeed a talented girl, who could do many things at the same time and draw 4 completely different runes at the same time. Unfortunately, the fighting aptitude of her mother Albia was perfectly inherited, and Chu-Ki didn't inherit any of it. After learning Tongtian for half a year, she is still only at the first level, and can't even draw a second level. Seeing that one move failed, Robin didn't care. He used another move, 6-wheel flower twist curl. 6 arms grew out of thin air on Chu-Ki's body, locking him tightly and making him unable to move. 5 thunder talisman. Robin's 4 arms and his own 2 arms drew the 5 thunder talisman at the same time, and the 6 thunders were like 6 cruise missiles, flying towards Chu-Ki from all directions. He, there is indeed progress, but I can't catch you, Dad." With a swish, Chu-Ki disappeared in an instant, or to be more precise, he exchanged with Robin. After changing positions, the person locked by the arm became Robin. "What?" Robin was shocked and wanted to release 6 rounds of flower twists, but it was too late. 6 thunderbolts fell straight towards her. At this critical moment, the jewel brooch on Robin's white dress lit up blue light, and an invisible shield appeared out of thin air, blocking all the thunderbolts. Bang! After the violent thunder explosion, Robin was unscathed, and the shield and the scattered arms all disappeared. Robin did not make any more moves, because according to the agreement, whoever triggers the defensive magic weapon first will lose. Hate! Robin bit his lip, looking unwilling, and asked Chu-Ki, "Dad, how many strange moves do you have?" He 1 million or 800,000. Chu-Ki yawned and said, "Okay, the fun is over, Dad is going to go back to sleep, you can play slowly by yourself." Hearing this, Robin immediately sobbed with tears in his eyes. "Woo Dad, are you annoying? I would rather go back to sleep than accompany Robin." Seeing Robin crying, Chu-Ki was very anxious, and quickly walked to Robin's side, gently hugged her in his arms, and wiping tears, he comforted softly. "How can I hate you? Robin's dad won't sleep anymore. Robin wants him to stay with you as long as he wants." "Woo really?" Robin's eyes flashed with cunning. "Of course, has Dad lied to you? Great!" Robin immediately braked into laughter, began to cheer and jump for joy. "Today, Dad will play with me all day." Realizing that he was deceived, Chu-Ki stretched out his finger, flicked Robin's forehead, and said unhappily, "You little girl, you lied to me again." He, I learned it from Dad." Robin covered his forehead and laughed. "Dad is so stupid, he gets fooled every time." Chu-Ki smiled but didn't say anything. How could Chu-Ki not know that Robin was lying to him? After all, he was the first to use the bitter trick. But he was afraid that Robin was really crying because he was sad. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would choose to be tricked without hesitation. His daughter's tears were the biggest harm to Chu-Ki. It was not until the sun set and dusk that Chu-Ki and Robin, who had played all day, returned home hand in hand with smiles on their faces. Good wife and good mother Albia had prepared dinner and was waiting for them. Seeing this father and daughter who didn't look like father and daughter at all, Albia was furious. Chapter 202 Treasure Box Got It, the ecstatic golden lion. Walking in front of the two, Albia said unhappily, "You two are so nice, you went out to play by yourself, leaving me alone at home, without even saying hello." Slightly. Robin stuck out his tongue at Albia. "Last time you did the same thing, leaving me at home, taking Dad to a world of two, and playing for 3 full days before coming back. He's my husband, of course he has to accompany me." Albia hugged Chu-Ki's right arm, provocatively glancing at Robin. Robin was not to be outdone, hugged Chu-Ki's left arm tightly, and taunted, "Don't think I don't know, you and Dad are not married, so you are not his wife, but I am his real daughter." Hearing this, Albia was furious on the spot. "Real daughter? Haha, I forgot to tell you that you are actually a wild child picked up, and you have nothing to do with us." "Dad, look at her, she actually said that I was a wild child picked up. Is there anyone who is a mother like this?" The two women started again, and Chu-Ki had a headache. He didn't dare to talk at all now. The only thing he could do was keep silent, because once they open their mouths, the family struggle will turn into a family war, and it will be out of control. "There are still a few days left, hold on and I will have peace." Chu-Ki laughed secretly. A few days later, Chu-Ki will go to Fishman Island because his goddaughter Princess Shirahoji is born. King Neptune of the Dragon Palace and Princess Otohim have invited him several times, hoping that he will go and take a look. Robin will follow Albia and start her first archaeological journey to find more historical texts. For a long time in the future, the three will not return to O'Hara, and it will be difficult for them to meet again. Chu-Ki and Albia don't have any feelings, they are used to breaking up and getting together. Robin is the first. I was very reluctant to be separated from Chu-Ki for such a long time, so I have been sticking to Chu-Ki all this time. The Island of Gods, Arpayatu, is the island where Ganfuer, the ruler of the Kingdom of Gods of Sky Island, lives. At this moment, the originally peaceful and glorious Island of Gods no longer exists and has turned into ruins. In the center of the ruins, the golden lion pinched the neck of Ganfuer, the god of Sky Island, and lifted him up high, with a sinister look on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, ho country bumpkins from Sky Island, you dare to call yourself gods with this level, it makes me laugh to death. If the Black Devil knows, I wonder what he will think. As strong as the Black Devil is, he is only called near God. How dare he call himself a rubbish that can be found in the New World?" God, this made the Golden Lion very unhappy. "I'll ask you one last time, where did you hide the box that Gol Roger gave you to keep? The golden lion let go and threw Ganfuer down. Cough cough cough. After a while, Ganfuer glared at the golden lion and gritted his teeth and said, "If you want it, find it yourself. I won't give it to you. This is the agreement between Mr. Roger and I. Even if I die, I will abide by it." The reason why Ganfuer can become the god of Sky Island is not because of his strong power, but because he is upright, friendly, and has a noble character, so he is elected as the leader of Sky Island by everyone. It is also for this reason that Roger can safely give Chuki the golden treasure box entrusted to him, and asked Ganfuer to help hide it. "I have been looking for it for more than 10 years, and now I don't want to wait even a quarter of an hour." Golden Lion was furious. 5 years ago, by chance, Golden Lion caught a former crew member of Roger's pirate group. He learned from the air that the Black Devil had given Roger a golden treasure box and asked Roger to take it to Sky Island to hide. The things in this treasure box are most likely 8 wonders, but no one knows where it is hidden. Sky Island is extremely difficult to reach for ordinary people. Fortunately, Golden Lion is a user of the float fruit, and he is freer in the air than on the sea. But the sky is much more vast than the Grand Line, and there are hundreds of large and small sky islands. In addition to Roger and his 2 deputies, no one knew where the treasure box was hidden. 5 years after destroying countless sky islands, Golden Lion finally found this place, called God's Kingdom. From the ruler god Ganfuer, he learned that Roger had given him a golden treasure box to help hide, but Ganfuer refused to tell him where it was hidden, and let Golden Lion find it himself. "Sky Island people, I will give you one last chance to answer." Golden Lion clapped his hands, and the pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates came over with a large number of Sky Island residents. Seeing this scene, Ganfuer understood what he meant in a second. "Despicable Qinghai people, don't you have any chivalry?" Ganfuer was full of resentment. "Chivalry?" Golden Lion laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, we are pirates, this is the way pirates do it. You bastards! Stop talking nonsense, hand over what I want, otherwise not only them, but all the people on Sky Island here will die." Golden Lion's expression became more and more sinister and murderous, and he said bitterly, 5 years? Do you know how I have been living these 5 years? In order to find the box, our ship has not been used for 5 years. I didn't even land, and I didn't even drink a sip of rum. Give me the box, I promise to leave immediately, and I won't stay for a moment. Ganfuer looked difficult and guilty, muttering to himself, "Sorry, Mr. Roger, I will fail your trust." A few hours later, the Golden Lion stood in an abandoned city full of gold, tightly holding a golden treasure box with a 2 hands pattern engraved on it. "Ha ha 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 ha, finally, I got it!" the Golden Lion cried with joy. Chapter 203. The Golden Lion's goal is to refuse to learn the double-handed hand. Sorry everyone, I have been a little stuck these days, so the code is super slow. After all, I have been writing for so long, my brain is really a little tired, please forgive me. I will be fine in 2 days. After more than 10 years of hard work, Golden Lion finally got what he wanted today and found the long-awaited 8 wonders. Woo, it's really not easy. Golden Lion burst into tears and held the golden treasure box tightly in his arms. His body trembled slightly because of extreme excitement. For the 8 wonders, Golden Lion had suffered countless ridicules. The flying pirates became flying treasure hunt. He, the legendary pirate, was in name only and became a laughing stock. The flying pirates originally had more than 50 pirate ships and nearly 10,000 pirates, making it the largest pirate fleet in the New World. Just because of Golden Lion's unprofessionalism, the crew, most of them have fled, and now there are less than 500 people left. But these don't matter. When the golden treasure box was in hand, Golden Lion felt that everything he had paid was worth it. Ha 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 ha, when I master the power of 8 wonders, everything will be back in my hands. Golden Lion began to look at the golden treasure box in his hand impatiently, and the words on it caught his eyes at the first time. Double Full Hand, one of the 8 wonders created by the Black Devil, can manipulate memory and modify the body at will. How to open the box? Give up your most precious memory. After reading the words above, Golden Lion was stunned and dumbfounded. Asshole, how could it be the double hand? What I want is power, absolute power. Golden Lion was furious and started to curse like crazy. After reading the introduction of Double Hand, Golden Lion also understood that it was indeed a magical power, controlling memory and modifying the body. When he was in the Rocks Pirates, Golden Lion saw it many times. The Black Devil was with this skill, he won the title of world's #1 doctor. And he can completely achieve the effect of immortality by replacing physical organs like 6 treasury immortal thief. It can be said that with Double Hand, he can be immortal and uninjured, and modifying memory can help him control a large number of powerful subordinates. If it were someone else, although he was already so excited that he forgot everything, Golden Lion couldn't be happy. Because the use of Shuangchuan Hand in battle is too limited, it doesn't help him improve his strength. Damn it, if I can't become stronger and fight ghosts, what's the point of immortality? Golden Lion pinched Huang Jinbeo's hand tightly, veins popped out, and his eyes were red disappointed, but Golden Lion soon figured it out, and regained his fighting spirit and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I really don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Golden Lion's face was firm. Wait until I use Shuangchuan Hand to win over a large number of subordinates and become the overlord of the sea again, and then I can look for other unique skills. 10 years or 20 years is fine. Okay, I have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Golden Lion couldn't wait to open the box. Precious memory. What is it? In order to become stronger and learn the 8 wonders, I can even forget my own mother. The moment the box was opened, some information and conditional restrictions about the 8 wonders all flooded into Golden Lion's mind. After absorbing this information, Golden Lion suddenly closed the box and decisively gave up learning Shuangchuan Hand. Looking at the treasure box in his hand, Golden Lion was silent and kind. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and cursed, "Asshole, damn Black Devil, he actually set such a rogue restriction." After scolding Chu Qi for about 7 or 8 minutes, Golden Lion slowly calmed down. It turned out that except for Feng Hokiman, other skills were just like the devil fruit. Each person could only learn one and could only learn it once. Although it can be taught to others, it is unknown how long it will take, and only one person can be taught. Since only one can be learned, Golden Lion will definitely not learn Shuangchuan Hand. Not everyone is interested in immortality, Golden Lion is one of the exceptions. His goal is to defeat the Black Devil and conquer the world. Learning Shuangchuan Hand may help him regain his become the overlord of the sea, and in a few decades he can have his own era like Whitebeard. But his achievements stop there. How could Golden Lion be willing to? Alas, it is impossible to learn the double-handed hand, but this is a very good bargaining chip, and many people should be interested in it. Golden Lion stroked his beard, thinking. Gee ha 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 ha, it seems that it is time to return to the Grand Line. 10 days later, Chu Qi, who had left O'Hara, sat on a small boat and sailed towards Fishman Island, holding a newspaper in his hand and a half-smile on his face. This issue of newspaper headlines can be said to be the biggest and most interesting news in the past 10 years, without a doubt. This knew as soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar. The Grand Line, which had been peaceful for many years, was undercurrent again, shocking the world. Shock the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who disappeared for several years, reappeared on the Grand Line with the latest information on the 8 wonders. It turns out that the 8 wonders are not real secrets, and their existence is similar to that of a devil fruit. Golden Lion has obtained the double hand, one of the 8 wonders. The double hand can modify the body and manipulate memory at will if used properly. It can make you immortal. What's wrong with Golden Lion? Chu Qi was a little surprised that Golden Lion not only did not learn the double hand, but also disclosed all its information. Of course, with Golden Lion's strength and fruit ability, as long as he wanted, there was no way no one can threaten him, and no one can catch him. Even Chu Qi has to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. Chapter 204. The storm is coming again, the Navy High Council. Except for Chu Qi, it is basically impossible for others to snatch the Shuangchuan hand from the Golden Lion. That's why the Golden Lion dared to openly disclose it, and the Shuangchuan hand was in his hands. Seeing the end of the newspaper, Chu Qi finally understood why the Golden Lion was so generous. It turned out that he disdained his Shuangchuan hand. The legendary pirate Golden Lion said that he was willing to exchange the Shuangchuan hand for any other tricks. Those who are interested can chat privately. Throwing away the newspaper in his hand, Chu Qi was a little amused and cried, "These people are really know how to play." Chu Qi can understand why Golden Lion doesn't want to learn Shuangchuan hand. If he can only choose one from all the 8 unique skills, he will definitely not choose Shuangchuan hand. When the latest truth that 8 unique skills can only be learned once, like a devil fruit, was announced, all the alliances looking for 8 unique skills fell apart, each doing their own thing and no longer sharing information. But the craze for finding 8 unique skills did not subside, but became even stronger and more intense, exceeding the craze of rubbish. There has been no clues for so many years, it is more reliable to find 8 unique skills, everyone thought at the same time. Because another 8 unique skills was discovered, it greatly stimulated, it got on their nerves. There are only 8 eights in the 8 great skills. Every time one of them appears in the world, their chances will be reduced by 1 point. Many pirate groups followed the example of Golden Lion's flying pirates and became full-time treasure hunters for the 8 great skills. Those who laughed at Golden Lion for not doing their job properly are now being slapped in the face. Golden Lion's popularity has also risen wildly. Countless pirates are scrambling to join his flying pirates. The reason is simple. Golden Lion holds the power of immortality. If he joins the flying pirates, he won't have to worry about getting injured or sick again. Since the news was announced, Golden Lion has become the biggest winner. Chu Qi couldn't help but praise his wit. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. The Navy's top brass held an emergency meeting in response to the news of the appearance of Shuangchuan hand. After fully witnessing the power of Tongtian and implementing the Savior Plan, the news of the 8 wonders has become their focus. Zhang Guo, who had long been promoted to the rank of Admiral of the Navy, looked serious, holding a document in his hand and talking slowly. So far, a total of 3 wonders have appeared one after another. The Tongtian in our hands, the Fengcao wonder in the hands of the Red Earl Gate, and now Golden Lion's Shuangchuan hand. 2 of the 3 threes are in the hands of pirates, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. Steelbone Sora nodded and said thoughtfully, "Yes, there are 555s left. Although we don't expect all of them to be found by us, we must at least control 3 of the threes to maintain a balance." Warring States continued, "The Celestial Dragons are putting pressure on the world government and our navy to obtain Shuangchuan hand from Golden Lion, no matter what method they use. The Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land of Mary Gioase's pursuit of immortality is undoubtedly the craziest. They all want to be eternal world nobles and eternal descendants of God." After listening to Warring States' words, everyone smiled bitterly. These fat pigs are talking without any worries. Why don't they go to the Navy themselves? They are not their tools. More than a decade ago, after learning that the 8 great skills can make people immortal, the Celestial Dragons did the same thing as now. They actually asked the Navy to capture the Black Devil, hoping to obtain the power of immortality directly from him. Near God! Can you capture the Black Devil whenever you want? If you make him angry, your life will probably end. Although the strength of the Golden Lion is not as good as the Black Devil, as one of the 3 legendary pirates, the difficulty of his capture is no less than that of the Black Devil. Because the ability of the float fruit is really helpless, as long as he wants, no one in the Navy can stay, he can't stop him. Gong Gukong said lightly, "Everyone can ignore the request of the Celestial Dragons. Although the Navy has the obligation to protect them, it does not mean that they have to listen to everything. Gong Gukong is now the commander-in-chief of the world government's entire army, and his status is second only to the 5 elders. He can naturally choose to refuse the unreasonable demands of the celestial dragons. Zhang Guo nodded and continued, although it is impossible to obtain the double hand from the Golden Lion, I still suggest contacting him to see if he has any secrets that we don't know. That's fine, Zhang Guo, you go and arrange it. Okay. Ahem. Zhang Guo cleared his throat and suddenly became serious. What I'm going to say next is the focus of this meeting. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight and looked serious. According to the latest information sent back by my undercover, the great pirate, Doflamingo, nicknamed Tian Yasha, seems to have grasped important clues about the 8 great skills. But the specific information is only known by Doflamingo and several top officials of the Don Quixote family under his command. Zhang Guo paused and continued, but my undercover will soon be promoted to the top official of the Don Quixote family and will be exposed to the secrets in this regard. After a moment of silence, Gang Gukong said solemnly with a serious expression, Zhang Guo, you must pay close attention to this matter, we can't let go of any clues about the 8 wonders. I will. In addition, ensure the safety of the undercover, understand? Zhang Guo nodded seriously, I understand. Regarding the undercover that Zhang Guo planted in the Don Quixote family, it was the savior Rosinante, and Kong Gu must know about it. Although they don't need to worry too much about Rosinante's current strength, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 205. The Problem of Fishman Island, the Migration Plan. Originally, Kong Gukong was against letting Rosinante go undercover. After all, he was the ace cultivated by the world government and the navy with great effort. He was the only successor to the 8 great skills. Everyone put so much effort into it. What if he was gone? But after some persuasion and explanation from Zhang Guo, Kong Gukong finally figured it out. It is difficult to achieve much success just by practicing hard. Actual combat is the best way to test the results. Looking at the Grand Line, all the famous strong men have fought their way out of the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Rosinante, everything depends on you. Don't let us down. Zhang Guo and Kong Gukong sighed secretly. I don't know since when, 8 great skills have had an unforgettable impact on the whole world. But the reversal of influence has unknowingly broken the balance of the power system and even violated the laws of nature. Before, Zhang Guo hated the Black Devil and his 8 wonders very much, but now he can only say it's really good. It took Chu Qi about 10 days to cross half of the sea and successfully arrived at the beautiful and rich Fishman Island. Although Fishman Island is his territory, Chu Qi has only been here 3 times in the past 20 years. He has never asked for anything from them or demanded anything, and has guarded Fishman Island for free for more than 20 years. This also makes Chu Qi's status in the hearts of the residents of Fishman Island more respected and his image more majestic. As the most distinguished guest and patron saint of Fishman Island, King Nip Neptune and Queen Otohim, naturally, personally brought people to welcome Chu Qi's visit. For a time, the entire Fishman Island was deserted, and everyone rushed to welcome Chu Qi. King Neptune did not have this treatment. Looking at the densely packed fishmen and mermaids around him, Chu Qi was a little amused. Neptune, Princess Otohim, next time you must not come to greet me again. Ha ha ha, let's be more careful next time. Neptune smiled awkwardly. Brother Black Devil, long time no see. Jinbei, wearing a patterned yukata, excitedly walked up to Chu Qi. Because he was too excited, he looked a little at a loss. Hee hee. Smiling and patting his broad shoulders, Chu Qi praised, "Little, you look pretty good, your body is very strong, and your aura is stronger than before." Hee hee hee. Jinbei giggled a few times, scratched his head, and felt a little embarrassed. As one of Chu Qi's top fans, Jinbei had been waiting at the port to welcome Chu Qi. "Brother Black Devil, let's go to the dragon now." My guards have cleared the road. Chu-Ki nodded, okay. Jinbei is now the head of the Ryugu Kingdom Army, and he and the puppet Hyakushiki are protecting Fishman Island. On the way to the Ryugu, crossing a street, Chu-Ki was a little emotional when he saw the changes around him. I haven't been here for so many years, and Fishman Island has changed a lot, but the land planning doesn't seem to be done well. The biggest change in Fishman Island is that there are more houses and buildings, and the whole street seems a bit crowded and not very beautiful. Hearing this, Neptune and Princess Otohime looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mr. Black Devil, you don't know that Fishman Island has been thriving, harmonious and stable all these years because of your protection. Neptune hesitated and said, so the population of Fishman Island has increased dramatically, and Fishman Island is now a bit overwhelmed. Of course this is definitely not Mr. Black Devil's problem, it's because we didn't fulfill our due responsibilities. Fearing that Chu-Ki would misunderstand, Princess Otohime quickly added. Chu-Ki understood what Neptune meant. The population grew too fast, but Fishman Island was so small that the land area became tight. Too fast a population growth is not a good thing, Chu-Ki said in a deep voice. Because of Chu-Ki, powerful pirates or navy dare not invade Fishman Island. The ignorant little pirates, puppets Type-0 and Jinbei can easily deal with them. For a time, Fishman Island became the safest and most harmonious place in the entire Grand Line, and the trade of fishermen slaves was almost extinct. Countless fishermen who settled outside also chose to return to Fishman Island. How could a small Fishman Island accommodate so many people? After a moment of silence, Princess Otohime slowly spoke, so we plan to implement a resettlement plan in a few years to allow the residents of Fishman Island to move to the land. Chu-Ki just nodded and said nothing. He vaguely remembered that Princess Otohime was assassinated during the resettlement of Fishman Island. Promoting resettlement can not only ease the population pressure of Fishman Island, but also make us closer to understanding humans and achieve a situation where humans and fishmen coexist. Speaking of this, Princess Otohime was a little excited and asked with a smile, Mr. Black Devil, are you willing to support us? Of course I support it, but... Chu-Ki looked serious and reminded Princess Otohime, it seems inappropriate for me to say this, but I still want to remind you that not all humans are friendly, you have to be careful. I understand. Princess Otohime answered quickly, but Chu-Ki didn't know whether she really understood. Neptune secretly gave Chu-Ki a helpless look. He was different from the kind and simple Princess Otohime. Although he had many human friends, Whitebeard, Roger, and Chu-Ki, he had also fully witnessed the evil of humans. After passing through the residential area, he finally came to the Dragon Palace. Chu-Ki met his goddaughter, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, as he wished. A huge mermaid baby girl with pink hair and fair skin, very cute. Chu-Ki couldn't help pinching Shirahoshi's little face, and he was instantly drunk. It was soft and felt great, hee. Maybe it was too itchy, Shirahoshi laughed. Chapter 206 Guide Jinbei, Tiger Returns. Chu-Ki had almost no resistance to this cute creature. Yoshi, Yoshi. Chu-Ki gently stroked Bai Xing's pink face and called her name tenderly. He, Mr. Black Devil, he seems to like children very much. Who would have thought that this man who made the world tremble and was feared by all things would have such a loving side? After playing with little Bai Xing for a while, Princess Otohime and Neptune suddenly dismissed all the servants and their expressions became solemn. Mr. Black Devil, you are our most honorable and trusted friend, and also Bai Xing's godfather. There is one thing we must do. I have to tell you, it's about Shirahoshi. Neptune was about to speak, but Chu-Ki smiled and interrupted what he wanted to say. Brother Neptune, you don't have to say anything. No matter how Shirahoshi was born, she is my family, my goddaughter. Neptune was about to say something, but Princess Otohime pulled his tail and reminded him, have you forgotten Mr. Black Devil's identity? He knows much more than us. Hearing what Princess Otohime said, Neptune suddenly realized that the man in front of him was recognized as the man closest to God in the world. Is there anything he doesn't know about Shirahoshi? It is one of the 3 ancient weapons, Sea King. For others, it is a big secret, but for the Black Devil, it may be just a casual talk after dinner. Maybe before Shirahoshi was born, the Black Devil already knew her true identity, so he deliberately recognized her as his goddaughter to protect her. Thinking of this, Neptune and Princess Otohime looked at Chuki with eyes full of indescribable gratitude. Since their first meeting more than 20 years ago, the entire Fishman Island and the Fishman clan have been deeply indebted to Chuki, and it has never stopped, but he has never asked for anything in return from the Fishman Island. This the whole tribe may never be able to repay the kindness. If one day, Chuki asked them to fight against the world government, or even the whole world, Neptune and Princess Otohime would definitely choose to join without hesitation. After staying in Fishman Island for several days, Chuki fully realized what it means to be an emperor. The treatment is like that of an emperor. Every day, the chef of the Dragon Palace cooks delicious food for him, dazzling and never repeated. Excellent figure, beautiful appearance. The beautiful mermaids serve Chuki around the clock, and occasionally take advantage of him. On this day, in the training ground of the Dragon Palace, Jinbei is being taught physical skills. 5,000 tiles straight punch. Jinbei uses all his strength to hit Chuki with one palm. Chuki hits back with a palm and meets it. When the 2 palms face each other, Jinbei can clearly feel that Chuki's palm power is much smaller than his. But the next second, Jinbei's palm power disappears by half, and he is knocked to the ground in an instant. Since Chuki didn't use any strength in this palm, Jinbei was unharmed. He patted his yukata and stood up again. Brother Black Devil, why can you easily defeat me when your palm power is obviously smaller than mine? Jinbei asked, a little frustrated. Chuki put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, Jinbei, in terms of physical fitness, who is stronger, humans or fishmen? Jinbei answered without thinking, of course it's fishmen. The physical fitness of us fishmen is 10 times stronger than that of humans. Then I am also a human. Do you think your physical fitness can be 10 times stronger than mine? How is this possible with the physique of the Black Devil brother? Even if I try my best, I can't hurt the big brother at all. So, there is no absolute answer to this kind of thing. What you call 10 times stronger is just a comparison between ordinary humans and ordinary fishmen. Chuki looked at Jinbei and asked meaningfully, what do you think of the great pirates of the Grand Line? How many are ordinary people? Jinbei, your fishman's physical skills, fishman karate is really good. But this kind of physical skills that rely purely on muscle strength also limits your progress, because you will always encounter opponents who are stronger and stronger than you. Ah, Brother Black Devil, what should I do then? Chuki smiled and said, if you lack strength, you must use skills to make up for it, just like the skill I used to defeat you just now, which is called Tai Chi Jin. In the One Piece comics, the strength shown by Jinbei can definitely be regarded as the strongest fishman in the book, of course not counting Tiger, who was forcibly killed. However, as strong as Jinbei is, he still has not reached the level of Emperor. The level of Vice Admiral is only considered medium among the 7 warlords of the sea. But now, Jinbei is his loyal fan, Chuki will definitely not favor one over the other. So he plans to teach him well before leaving, at least to train him to be as strong as the Vice Admiral. Just as Chuki was instructing Jinbei in his training, a fishman guard ran over in a hurry and said excitedly, Dark Devil, Brother Jinbei, it's Brother Tai. Brother Tai has returned to Fishman Island, just outside the Dragon Palace along, is it true? Jinbei was ecstatic. Of course it's true, His Majesty Neptune has invited him in. After confirming that it was correct, Jinbei laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, Black Devil, did you hear that? Brother Tai is back to Fishman Island. Yet. Chuki forced a smile. Tiger has been traveling around the world for adventures, and there has been no news for many years. Today, he suddenly returned to Fishman Island. Jinbei was of course very excited. Chu Qi couldn't be happy. Tiger's return at this time means that what was supposed to happen has happened. It is obvious that Tiger has been enslaved and tortured by the celestial dragons for 3 years, and he was able to escape recently. Alas Tiger, you idiot, what are you thinking? Chu Qi sighed in his heart. Chapter 207, Tiger leaves, Corazon is promoted. Before being caught, Tiger only needed to crush the teleportation point button on his body, and Chu Qi could just use the magic weapon to teleport over to help him. As a result, this guy was caught for 3 years, but he still didn't crush the button. I don't know what he is insisting on. Just when Chu Qi was secretly sighing, Jinbei couldn't wait to say, Brother Black Devil, let's go see Brother Tai. After saying that, he hurried away. Chu Qi shook his head helplessly and followed him quickly. When Taij came to the Dragon Palace, he was soon surrounded by a group of former fisherman brothers, and they greeted him in a flurry. Brother Tai, long time no see, you are finally back. Brother Tai, where have you been for so many years? Why didn't you contact us? Brother Tai, you seem to be much thinner and haggard. The sea voyage must be very hard. Faced with the inquiries and concerns of his brothers, Tiger had no words to say. In order not to make them worry, he kept a forced smile and pretended that nothing happened. 3 years, he was imprisoned and tortured for 3 years. Thinking of this, Tiger unconsciously touched the button pin on his chest. Although he didn't know what effect it had, Tiger knew that as long as he crushed it, he would definitely be able to escape from the sea of suffering and escape, because this was something given to him by the Black Devil brother. That was the most important thing in Tiger's life, the man he admired and respected the most. This button was of great significance to both Black Devil and himself, so he would rather endure the torture than crush it. Let's all go. Tiger must be very tired after traveling for so long, don't disturb him anymore. An extremely familiar voice came into Tiger's ears, and he finally squeezed out a real smile on his face that hid countless pains and boredoms. Brother Black Devil, Jinbei, long time no see. Ha 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 ha, long time no see, Brother Tai, I'm glad you're back, our Fishman Street is finally complete. The excited Jinbei quickly stepped forward, eager to chat with Tiger, and didn't find anything wrong with him. Chu Qi looked calm, walked slowly to Tiger, and patted his shoulder. Rest well when you come back, don't think too much. Neptune and Princess Otohim are waiting for you, you should have a lot to say to them. Hearing this, Tiger was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, as expected, nothing can be hidden from the omniscient near God. I understand, Big Brother Black Devil. Tiger nodded, suddenly feeling relieved. Chu Qi looked at Jinbei again, come with me, practice, don't disturb Tiger's rest. Big Brother Black Devil, I haven't said. Jinbei wanted to say something, but was glared at by Chu Qi, so he quickly took back his words and followed him honestly. He left. The next day, Tiger successfully met with Neptune and Princess Otohim. The 3 of them had a long talk. Except for Chu Qi, no one knew what they talked about. After the meeting, Tiger prepared to leave Fishman Island overnight to complete his plan. Tiger did not say goodbye to anyone, including Chu Qi, because what he was about to do was a life-threatening thing, and he did not want his brothers to worry about him. In fact, Tiger knew that if he asked Chu Qi, he would definitely help him. With his help, nothing is impossible in this world. But Tiger will never say this in his life, because if he does, the relationship between the two will deteriorate, and he will not be worthy of being the brother of the Black Devil. Can he call Black Devil? Being the big brother of the devil is Tiger's lifelong honor, so even if he dies, he will not give up this honor. When he arrived at the seaport, Tiger, who was carrying a bag, found that Chu Qi had been waiting here for a long time. Tiger was not too surprised, but very happy. Big Brother Black Devil, Chu Qi supported himself with both hands, sat on the railing, and looked at him calmly. I don't want to say more, the road is under your feet, no matter what to do and how to go are your own decisions. Tiger's expression was complicated. Thank you for your understanding, Big Brother Black Devil. What I want to tell you is that since you call me Big Brother, I will always be your Big Brother. Remember, Big Brother is always by your side. Brother. Tiger could no longer hold back, tears welled up. Tiger did not fully understand the meaning of this sentence at the moment, but after a few days, he understood. Not only Tiger, but also Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family were preparing to go to sea. I now declare Don Quixote Rocinante officially becomes the leader of the Don Quixote family's Red Heart Army, with the job code Corazon. Facing the 4 highest officials, Doflamingo announced the news. Don Quixote the family has 4 teams, Corazon is the code name of the leader of the Heart Army. Doflamingo is the leader, and there are 4 top cadres under him, Pica, Diamante, Treble, and Corazon. And Corazon's status is second only to Doflamingo. The fact that Rocinante can become Corazon is not surprising to the other 3, nor do they object. Although Rocinante is Doflamingo's younger brother, he did not climb up by connections, but by real strength. He is absolutely qualified for this position. So far, including Doflamingo, no one has seen Rocinante's full strength. No matter what opponent he encounters, he can easily solve it. He, let's have a party to celebrate Corazon's promotion. That's right, call all the guys and make a scene. Rocinante no, Corazon, smile, don't always look so stern. Rocinante, wearing clown makeup, sat on the sofa, always keeping a face that no one should approach, neither happy nor sad, and extremely cold. It seemed that everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Chapter 208. Tiger makes a scene in the Holy Land, the 3 Boa sisters. Rocinante, sitting on the sofa, quietly lit a cigarette, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. I have been a navy for so many years, but I am still a corporal. It hasn't been long since I went undercover in the Don Quixote family, and I have become the 2nd highest. The highest cadre of the leader. The promotion here is much faster than that of the Navy headquarters. Let's talk about the banquet after we come back. Doflamingo leaned on the sofa and said with his legs crossed. Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly understood what Doflamingo meant. Minga, are we going there again? Toribel was a little reluctant. The other 2 did not speak, but their expressions looked very unnatural. Rocinante was shocked, still smoking a cigarette, sitting quietly beside him, like a transparent person. We have become much stronger over the years, and now Corazon has joined us, it's time to act. Doflamingo looked serious, and his tone revealed a hint of unquestionable meaning. Toribel, the 3 of them looked at each other and chose to keep silent in tacit agreement. The reason why Doflamingo was so anxious was because the Golden Lion's acquisition of the double hand greatly stimulated him. Corazon, you are now the highest cadre, and I can let you know some secrets. Doflamingo crossed his fingers, looked at Rocinante, and said solemnly, in fact, many years ago, we discovered the location of God Machine 100 Refinements, one of the 8 wonders. Sure enough, Rocinante wanted to ask for details, but fortunately he held back. Excited, but still pretended to be indifferent. Glancing at Rocinante, Doflamingo saw that he still had no reaction, so continued to explain. The Black Devil has placed a group of robot troops in the place where the God Machine 100 Refinements is hidden. Each of them has extraordinary strength, enough to rival a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. Hearing this, Rocinante frowned slightly and threw away the cigarette butt in his hand. Toribel, who was standing by, added with lingering fear, this is not the most difficult. Once we successfully rushed to the top of the mountain, there were even stronger robots there. If Pica used the power of the fruit to cause an avalanche, we would have almost died there. Here at this moment, Rocinante's heart was already filled with fear. The strength of the pirates, who were comparable to the bounty of over 500 million, and they were also an army, it was scary to think about it. If these robots were made of Shenji Bailian, then the danger level of Shenji Bailian was definitely not weaker than the 3 ancient weapons. If Doflamingo got it, the consequences would be disastrous. Doflamingo explained the specific battle plan to everyone and announced the adjournment of the meeting, asking everyone to go back and prepare and set off tomorrow. If this time is not successful, I will never return to the new world. Shenji Bailian must belong to me. Doflamingo. Yes. Master Minga Rosinante was like a puppet throughout the whole process, and he slowly stood up after everyone left. He waved his finger and drew a rune. After the rune condensed, it turned into a bird and disappeared in the air. The 1,000 miles communication talisman can not only transmit information, but also track and guide the way. This should be foolproof, and my undercover career should be over. Rosinante's mouth curled up, looking relieved. Rosinante thought that after receiving the message, Zhangguo would definitely send a fleet as soon as possible, but he didn't know that the navy was already busy. After 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless nights, Tiger finally climbed the Red Earth continent and came to the Holy Land of Marijoa. When night fell, a pillar of fire that soared into the sky ignited at the headquarters of the world government. Deafening screams and cries for help broke the night. Silence. When everyone was busy putting out the fire, Tiger came to the dungeon where the slaves were imprisoned with ease. After getting rid of the guards in a few moves, he opened all the cells. Looking at the tortured slaves, Tiger's excitement was hard to contain, and he raised his arms and shouted, "Friends, the moment of freedom has come. Follow me to rush out of Marijoa, rush out of this hell." "Oh!" The slaves responded in unison, tears streaming down their faces. In a corner of the dungeon, 3 little girls huddled together. When the slaves followed Tiger out of the dungeon, they followed carefully. "Sister Hancock, I'm so scared." The little girl with long black hair and a red off-shoulder dress whispered to her 2 sisters, comforted, "Don't be afraid, believe in sister, we will be free soon." Yeah, these 3 little loli are naturally the 3 Boa sisters. The little loli wearing a red off-shoulder dress is called Boa Hancock. The future pirate queen, whose peerless beauty is regarded by the world as the world's most beautiful woman, is also one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 209. Navy Reinforcements. The real devil in the original work, Tiger made a big fuss in the Holy Land Marijoa and burned the world headquarters. The process of liberating slaves can be said to be smooth sailing. At that time, most of the Navy masters of Marineford were on missions, and the army affiliated with the world government was responsible for protecting the celestial dragons, so Tiger and others had the opportunity to escape. Now, due to the butterfly effect, many strong men of the Navy headquarters, including Zephyr, Garp, and others, are still in Marineford. It will be a quick matter to support the Holy Land of Marijoa. As the night deepens, the whole of Marijoa is ablaze, as if it were daytime. Tiger led the slaves to set fire and escape at the same time. The guards were exhausted from putting out the fire and were easily beaten by them. Tang Caowa Zheng Chuan. Facing the oncoming Holy Land army, Tiger swung his Zheng Chuan with all his strength, generating a 360-degree shock wave, which shook all the approaching enemies away. There are also many veteran warriors and pirates among the slaves, with good combat effectiveness. The soldiers of the Holy Land live a comfortable life, and most of them are good for nothings, so they are easily crushed. "Brother, hurry up, the elevator to leave Marijoa is just ahead." "Oh wow!" Seeing freedom just ahead, the slaves became more and more excited. Several long-legged slaves took advantage of their speed and ran over first. Frozen time capsule. A roar sounded, and a shock wave composed of cold air passed through the ground, instantly freezing the first few long-legged slaves into ice sculptures. "What?" The slaves were shocked and stopped in a hurry. Vice Admiral Aokiji, wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses, walked out of the shadows and stood in front of the slaves. "You are surrounded, don't make any more futile resistance." The voice of Admiral Zifa sounded from behind the crowd, and Tiger suddenly looking back, I saw Zifa and Garp, wearing black suits, standing side by side majestically. Damn, they came too fast. Tiger gnashed his teeth, looking unwilling. Although he knew that the Marine headquarters, Marineford, was just below the Red Earth continent, Tiger did not expect that they would be so fast, and instead of putting out the fire and saving people, they would come to capture them immediately. Tiger, who has traveled around the world for many years and has a wide range of knowledge, of course knows these two people, the Admiral of the Marine headquarters and the legendary hero of the Navy. They are both a rare top warrior who can fight the Black Devil and is immortal. Fisher Tiger, I repeat again, surrender, don't force us to do it. Don't even think about it, you are the running dogs of the world government. Tiger's eyes were red. Soon, the Navy and Mary Gosa's troops had rushed over, surrounded Tiger and others, and there were lone slaves around them. Brother Tai, what should we do? After seeing the large Navy force appear, they panicked and showed desperate expressions. Looking around the slaves around, Tiger asked in a deep voice, do you still want to go back to that endless hell? Without hesitation, the slaves replied in unison, no. Then fight them. Tiger, he clenched his fist, veins popped out, and flames burned in his eyes. Murian, the ultimate move of Fishman karate. A water ball gathered in Tiger's hand, and then he threw it out with all his strength, forming a wide range and powerful impact. Bone-crushing rock fist. Garp swung his fist fiercely, hitting a powerful punch visible to the naked eye, completely offsetting Tiger's impact. Six-style shave. Zeph stepped on the ground and moved in front of Tiger in an instant. Lie down, gun finger. Wrapping the armament haki around his fingertips, Zephyr poked Tiger with one finger at lightning speed. Plum blossom skin. Tiger took a special posture and covered himself with armament haki for defense. Pop. Although he successfully blocked the attack, but the energy of the gun still penetrated Tiger's body, injuring his internal organs. Puff. The next second, Tiger vomited blood and knelt on one knee. Brother Tai. Zephyr stood in front of Tiger, looking down at him. If it was on the sea, you might be able to fight us, but this is real land, you fishmen will not have any chance of winning. He. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tiger sneered and calmly took off the button pin on his body and held it in his palm. Zephyr frowned, what are you laughing at? Aren't you ready to give up? Giving up wants me to go back to that dark hell, then I would rather die. Tai, you Navy are the devil's accomplices, and you still call yourself righteous. Garp and Zephyr were silent. They saw the evil of the celestial dragons. If it weren't for Marshal Steele's order, they wouldn't even want to come. Alas, although I sympathize with your experience, it's my duty. So I'm sorry. As he said that, Zephyr was about to reach out to grab Tiger. Ha, you hypocrites, if that's the case, let me show you the real power of the devil. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger crushed the button in his hand. I'm sorry, brother Black Devil, I still can't stick to my promise like you. Twisted at the moment the buckle broke, a strange wave rippled in the air and then disappeared. Fisher Tiger, what did you do just now? Zeph suddenly had a bad premonition. Not only Zephyr, but also Garp and Aokiji's sixth sense was warning them. Chu-Ki, who was sitting on the coral bed with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Tiger, you made the right decision after all. Chu-Ki stood up, stretched his waist, and muttered to himself, it's time to go play with them. Take out the teleportation artifact Wandiha from the space ring, the black vortex-shaped teleportation gate is opened, Chu-Ki steps forward and walks in without hesitation. Chapter 210? Battle of the Holy Land, Chu-Ki's Fear. Marijoa's flames are burning more and more fiercely, but Garp and the others are not in the mood to put out the fire now. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the space around Tiger began to distort extremely, forming a black vortex. Then, a man wearing a black coat and looking like a teenager walked out of the space vortex without any warning. "Hey old friends, long time no see. Black Devil brother." Tiger feels that there is some incredible. He suddenly thought of Chu Qi's last words before he left, so this is what he meant. "Lord Black Devil, it's Lord Black Devil, he must be here to save us?" Of course, Lord Black Devil is the leader of the slave liberation movement. "Ha ha ha ha, we are saved, we are saved." The slaves were excited and could not control themselves, dancing with joy. "I thought it would be difficult to escape from Mary Joa today, but a miracle happened. God descends." Boya Sanda Sonia, who was in the crowd, whispered to her sister Hancock beside her, "Sister, who is that man?" Hancock shook her head and stared at Chu Qi's back for a long time. After hearing the sound of the sound, Hancock slowly spoke, "I don't know. He must be a very powerful person if he can suddenly appear." The three Boa sisters have lived on the daughter island, Amazon Lily, since they were young. Located in the doldrums next to the Grand Line, the daughter island is almost isolated from the world. There are only women on the daughter island. The three Boa sisters were captured when they first went out to sea. After becoming slaves, they knew that there were creatures like men in the world. Seeing the slaves cheering excitedly because of the appearance of this man called Black Devil, Hancock was also very curious. "Uncle, who is he?" Hancock asked the fishman uncle beside him. "You don't even know the Black Devil, but it's no wonder. After all, girls like you, Mom, very few people will watch Legend of the Black Devil, and they won't be able to get into contact with pirates." Legend of the Black Devil is a book co-written by Chu Qi's fans and fans. It records all his deeds and is constantly updated. It is a must-read classic for pirates. Little girl, there are too many stories about the Black Devil. You should learn more about them when you have the opportunity in the future. Hancock didn't answer, but he still kept it in mind. Chu Qi's sudden appearance caught Garp by surprise. Apart from deep fear and solemnity, there was no other expression on his face. "Black Devil, why did you suddenly appear?" Zifa asked sharply. Chu Qi laughed and threw a healing rune towards Tiger. "Of course I'm here to help my little brother out. You two old guys teamed up to bully a junior, do you still want to show your face?" Rokushi Arashi kick. Garp hated listening to Chu Qi's nonsense, so he directly kicked a vacuum slash at him. "Oh Garp, why are you still the same?" Chu Qi casually waved his hand and easily scattered Garp's kick. "Old rule, let the irrelevant personnel leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful overlord's domineering aura instantly spread throughout the audience with Chu Qi as the center. Garp and Zifa quickly released their overlord-colored haki to resist. After all, the Black Devil's overlord-colored haki can shock people to death. Even if they don't die, they can still be seriously injured. The arrogance of the three people collided together, and the scene was shattered. If you look down from an altitude of 10,000 meters, you will find that the domineering aura of the trio is like three hemispheres, one large, two small, and three small, colliding fiercely. In the end, Chu Qi's overlord look was slightly better and successfully defeated the two men's auras. The surrounding navy and guards vomited blood and fainted, causing numerous casualties. "Damn, it's too strong." Zifa gritted his teeth. Since the overlord's domineering energy was targeted, the slaves behind Tiger didn't know what was happening. They only felt the ground shake violently, and the surrounding enemies fell down inexplicably. After getting rid of the miscellaneous soldiers, Chu Qi looked at Tiger and said calmly, "Take them away and leave it to me." "I understand, brother Black Devil." Tiger also knew that staying to help would only become a burden to Chu Qi. All he could do now was to rescue the slaves as much as possible. Seeing that the slaves were about to escape, Qingji frowned and quickly released the air conditioning to block the road. Frozen time capsule. "Oh, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are so brave. You actually dare to ignore me." Chu Qi stamped his feet, and a powerful wave of air exploded instantly, blowing away Qing Pheasant's cold air blast. Li Zi Purgatory. At the same time as the Kimen Bureau unfolded, a ring of fire wall more than 10 meters high rose from the ground, surrounding the three of Garp. "Three of you, I won't play with you today, let's decide quickly." While speaking, Chu Qi had already filled up all the buffs, and 10 ghosts were possessing him at the same time. If it were normal times, Chu Qi would definitely have fun with them and brush up on his proficiency in Deluo Cave. Now the proficiency level of Deluo Cave Temple has exceeded 95%. If you play with them for a while you may be able to max it out. But this is the Holy Land Maria, where the headquarters of the world government is located. In addition to the super powerful 5 old stars, there is also the mysterious world ruler Im. For these 6 people, Chu Qi is still a little wary, and he has to worry about Tiger and the others. If they really fight, the possibility of defeat is not small. "Zifa, Quzhen, be careful, he is serious this time." Garp's expression became extremely solemn, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had seen Chu Qi in this state before. The feeling of powerlessness when facing him is still unforgettable to Garp. Chapter 211. Defeated the general with one palm, Garp exploded. Fusion. The armed and domineering black thunder exploded on Chu Qi's body, his eyes were dark, and the whole person was like a god and demon descending. The powerful aura made people shudder. The first one. Chu Qi bent his 5 fingers into claws, and his whole body turned into a black lightning, tearing the air, cutting through the space, and struck Zifa with a palm. 6-type iron block. At this speed, even if he had foreseen his attack with his knowledge color haki, Zifa could not react at all, and could only wrap his whole body with arm color haki to defend himself. Bang! During the lightning and thunder, Chu Qi hit Zifa's chest with a palm. As the black thunder passed through his chest, it exploded instantly in his body. This palm seemed ordinary, except for a muffled sound. No more caused a wave, but only Zifa himself knows how powerful it actually is. After hitting him with one palm, Chu Qi slowly withdrew his attack. Zifa stood motionless, staring at him with wide eyes and saying nothing. "Hey Zifa, how are you?" Garp was so anxious that he and Qing Pheasant wanted to take action, but Chu Qi's speed was beyond their reach, so they could only watch. "Good night, brother Zifa." Chu Qi looked indifferent, raised his hand slowly and lightly tapped Zifa's forehead. Immediately afterwards, Zifa's strong and broad body fell down like a rotten old tree. Seeing Zifa lying on the ground with his life and death unknown, King Zi and Garp were horrified. Defeated Admiral Zifa with one palm, this is the Black Devil. Is it the strength to be serious? You too, now is not the time to be dazed. When speaking, Chu Qi was already very close to Garp. When he knocked down Zifa just now, Chu Qi had exploded too much thunder power, and now his speed has obviously slowed down, which also gave Garp a chance to react. Bone-crushing iron fist. Wrapping the purple-black armament haki around his right fist, Garp's body was full of blue veins and bloodshot, pouring out all his strength, and punching Chu Qi with anger that had been suppressed for many years. Black Devil, fall down! The fist wind has distorted the space, rubbing in the air, and violent black lightning, the power of which can be imagined. Come on! Chu Qi has. Garp's punch was a slow and full of flaws for Chu Qi, who had opened the Deluo Cave observation. He had dozens of ways to dodge, but he resolutely chose to take it head-on. Bang! With a deafening bang, the fists of the two collided, and the land within a range of hundreds of meters collapsed instantly. The powerful shock wave spread quickly, affecting most of Marijoa. The earth shook, and the houses closest to the two had all collapsed. After the dust dissipated, a super big pit appeared on the ground. Garp and Chu Qi stood in the middle, still punching, motionless. The blood vessels and bones of Garp's entire arm had been shattered, and blood oozed from the skin all over his body. A blood man. The breath is weak, and every breath seems to be a difficult challenge. But the eyes are still firm, and the indomitable momentum has not diminished at all. Hoo. But Chu Qi doesn't look good either, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He covers his broken arm, breathes heavily, and heals his wounds with both hands. He, now I finally understand why you were able to defeat Roxgib with a seriously injured body. Chu Qi stared at Garp with burning eyes and laughed. Garp, your spirit has broken through the limit of your body and surpassed the peak. I am willing to call your fist the strongest. Strength will weaken due to physical aging, but Garp's spirit and the will has surpassed the strength of the body. No wonder he can still maintain peak combat power after the age of 60 or 70. Garp moved his lips and wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. His consciousness was already on the verge of disintegration and collapse, and he would fall down at any time. He was only holding on with his last breath. Mr. Garp. Aokiji, whose body had been transformed into an element, jumped down from the air, released 5 ice pillars from his palm, and shot them at Chu Qi. Ice ball. I almost forgot about you, lazy Ai Qilian. Chu Qi raised his hand, and 2 huge fire snakes passed by him, opened their bloody mouths, and pounced on Aokiji. The ice pillars shot at Chu Qi were instantly evaporated, and the giant flame snakes were on the left and right, strangling Aokiji. Ice Age. Aokiji looked solemn, releasing the coldness of his body to the extreme, barely extinguishing the flames of the giant snake. However, before Aokiji could catch his breath, Chu Qi, who was as powerful as lightning, had already cut through the night sky and passed through his elemental body. Ah! Aokiji screamed, and black thunder exploded in his body, shattering into countless ice cubes and scattering all over the ground. If Aokiji hadn't used his observation haki to predict the damage and disintegrate in advance, he would probably have died. But even so, the damage suffered was not small, and the shattered body could no longer condense. In the deepest part of Marijoa, on the throne of the void, I'm sat upright with a cold expression. I don't know what he was thinking. Outside was in chaos, with fire all over the sky, but this place was not affected at all. The 5 elders knelt under the throne together, waiting for his order. After the unprecedented, earth-shaking domineering aura of the king broke out, the 5 elders knew who was coming without guessing, so they rushed to the void throne as soon as possible to wait for him's order. The 5 elders are the highest leaders of the world government. With their identity and status, even at this moment, they certainly cannot act casually without him's order. Chapter 212. First meeting with the Empress Boa Hancock. After feeling the weakening of the aura of Garp and the other 2, I'm hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking. The 3 Navy men have been defeated. Go ahead and take down the Black Devil, bring back the secret of the 8 great skills. Sir, if we take action, what will happen to Marijoa? The 5 elders hesitated to speak, with a complicated look. If it were somewhere else, the 5 elders would definitely have no scruples, but this is the Holy Land Marijoa, the residence of the Celestial Dragons, and the foundation of the world government. If you want to take down the Black Devil, the brutality of the battle is simply unimaginable. The ending of the Holy Land Marijoa may be the same as the Valley of the Gods back then. The Holy Land can be rebuilt, but it is difficult to catch the Black Devil again. His 8 wonders have seriously threatened the rule of the world government. Imu, who was sitting on the throne, had his entire face buried in the shadows, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But from his tone of deep anger and hatred, one could tell that he was in a bad mood. I will not allow a second god to exist in this world, do you understand? The 5 elders looked at each other and shouted in unison, yes, Lord Im. After quickly getting rid of the 3 people, Chu Qi did not kill them. After all, with his strength, it was meaningless to kill or not. As long as he wanted, these people could death, but if they were all killed, this world would be too boring. Let's find something else to do now. Chu Qi stretched and muttered to himself. The city was full of fire, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The scene was too chaotic. The three Boa sisters were unfortunately left alone. Like three headless flies, they were anxious and spinning around. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Hancock, who was looking for a way out, was hit in the shoulder by a black bullet. Hancock was young and had been tortured after becoming a slave. His body was already weak. He was hit by a gun and soon collapsed to the ground. Sister Hancock! The two sisters were about to lean over to help Hancock, but two large nets flew in front of them. Come, tie them up tightly. Damn it! You are my slaves, don't even think about escaping. The celestial dragon with a bubble hood, bloated body and pock-marked face came over with a spear, and the guards around him had surrounded the three Boa sisters. Take them back to me, and then go catch other slaves. Yes, sir. The guards rushed forward, ready to knock the three sisters unconscious and take them away. The three women looked ashen and desperate, but in the end they still couldn't run away. With their strength, it would have been easy to fight back. But facing this celestial dragon who brought them deep fear and shadow, the three of them were already trembling with fear, and their minds were blank. Just when the guard was about to take action, a small stone flew over, circled around the guard, and then fell to the ground. The guard didn't know what happened yet, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and saw an empty bloody hole on his chest. Then, all the guards lost consciousness almost at the same time and fell down in unison. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Tianlong people just now have become alone and began to panic. Come quickly! The terrified Tianlong people were about to call for help, and an ordinary hand suddenly appeared, smashed his bubble hood, pinched his neck, and lifted him up high. The most annoying thing in my life, what I hate is you dead fat pigs. I'm here today, so let's kill some pigs. Chu Qi said with a half smile. The Tianlong man's face flushed with fear. You are black. As a Tianlong man, the Black Devil may be the ultimate nightmare that accompanies them throughout their lives. It is impossible not to know him. Ka. Without wasting words with him, Chu Qi exerted force and easily broke his neck. The Tianlong man widened his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and died without hesitation. Can die again. After getting rid of this fat pig, Chu Qi turned and walked to the three Boa sisters. Three little girls, are you okay? Chu Qi certainly knew the three Boa sisters. After all, Boa Hancock was the future Shishibukai and was also known as the world's most beautiful woman. But this had nothing to do with Chu Qi. He just happened to see her and helped her. With the help of her two sisters, Hancock stood up tremblingly. After seeing the corpse of the celestial dragon on the ground, the three sisters were stunned for a moment, and then they cried loudly. Weev. The three sisters hugged each other, like three lambs licking each other's wounds. The person they hated and feared the most died, and the three sisters didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say, nor how to respond. I could only cry to vent my anger, pain, and grievances. What a poor little person. Chu Qi smiled softly, leaned on the stone pillar next to him, crossed his arms, and watched them quietly without disturbing them. After a quarter of an hour, the three Boa sisters slowly stopped crying and their mood gradually calmed down. Thank you, benefactor. The three girls were grateful and bowed to Chu Qi to thank him. It's a small matter. Chu Qi said nonchalantly. Looking at Hancock's bleeding shoulder and increasingly pale face, Chu Qi walked straight to her side, stretched out his hand, and gently touched her little face. The moment he touched her, Chu Qi could clearly feel that Hancock's body was trembling slightly, and she was obviously very nervous and scared. Little girl, don't be afraid, relax. Chu Qi's gentle voice came into Hancock's ears, and she immediately felt at ease, her body stopped trembling, and slowly calmed down to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please download Fae. Chapter 213. Send away the three sisters, and the five elders appear. The ability of the double hand was activated, and Chu Qi's palms glowed with a trace of red. Hancock's gunshot wound on the shoulder began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her fair skin returned to its original state without leaving a trace. Amazing! Just when Hancock thought it was over, he suddenly felt there was a burst of burning heat. Sister, you're back. What? Hancock turned her head and tried her best to look at her back. Her eyes gradually became dull, and then slowly turned into joy. She saw that the slave-mark dragon hoof that was originally made by the Tianlong people had completely disappeared, just like the gunshot wound, without leaving any trace. It's okay. After helping Hancock remove the slave mark, Chu Qi also helped her two sisters to remove it. Happiness came too suddenly, and the three sisters cried again with joy. Ah woo woo woo. Chu Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little girls, let's go, I'll take you away. Gradually came back to his senses. Hancock didn't move, just stared at Chu Qi for a while, and asked uncertainly, Big brother, are you the black devil they are talking about? Hancock only saw Chu Qi's back just now, and didn't see his face clearly, so he was not sure. Chu Qi nodded and said with a smile, Don't call me brother, I just look young, but my actual age is enough to be your grandfather, just call me uncle. He, let's go, I'll take you down the elevator, and then go to the Sabayati archipelago to find a man named Rayleigh, who will take you home safely. Hancock rubbed her hands, with a tangled face, and asked hesitantly, Big uncle, can you accompany? Chu Qi raised his hand to he interrupted her, changed his calmness just now, and said seriously, Just keep going west and you will find the elevator. I have something urgent to do now, so you can only rely on yourselves for the rest of the journey. After that, he took out the magic weapon 3 treasures from the space ring and handed it to Hancock. Wear this thing around your neck, it can protect you. After leaving Marijoa, do as I said and go to the Sabayati archipelago to find Rayleigh. After hesitating for a moment, Hancock still reached out to take the 3 treasures and held it in the palm of her hand. Uncle, can we meet again? Chu Qi stretched out his hand to rub her head and smiled slightly, I think so. Yeah. Hancock's cheeks were slightly red, and her mouth was slightly smiling. This was the first time she smiled after being a slave for so long. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared not only saved them twice, but also helped her to eliminate the slave mark. Most importantly, he killed the celestial dragons without fear and cleared the nightmare in her heart. This made Hancock suddenly have an indescribable and inexplicable emotion in her heart. After watching the backs of the 3 Boa sisters disappear, Chu Qi continued to cross his arms and leaned against the stone pillar with his eyes closed. Swish! A huge blood-red sword energy flew out from the night, tearing the earth and air apart, and flew towards Chu Qi with overwhelming force. Chu Qi did not even raise his head, pulled out the rakuri on his waist, raised it high, and chopped out an equally huge black slash. Bang! The red sword energy and the black slash collided with each other, leaving 2 long gullies and a huge deep pit on the ground, and then both disappeared. Black Devil, how are you? Holding the supreme sword first generation Kaititsu in his hand, the bald 5 elders in a white yukata slowly walked out of the shadows. Compared to the first time Chu Qi saw him many years ago, he looked much older. There was also a crooked scar on his right cheek, and his body exuded the momentum did not diminish at all, but became even stronger. Back then, he already had the strength to surpass the great swordsman, and it was hard to imagine what his strength would be like now. But Chu Qi was not panicked at all, but even more excited. If he is lucky, he might be able to reach the full proficiency of Deluo Dongguan today. Hey, long time no see, Master Wulaoxing, what happened to your face? Were you bitten by a piranha when you swam back to Marijoa last time? Chu Qi couldn't help laughing and said. Seeing Chu Qi bring up the old things again, the bald Wulaoxing's originally calm face instantly became extremely ferocious and angry. In the Battle of God Valley that year, the two fought to a draw, but when they retreated, they were attacked by Chu Qi's secret count, the Thunder Bombarded. The warship he was on was destroyed, and his face was also injured by the thunder, leaving an indelible scar. He suffered a lot before returning to marry Gosa. More than 20 years have passed, and the bald five elders' hatred for Chu Qi has not diminished at all. They are looking forward to the opportunity to take revenge, but they finally waited for it today. The bald five elders slowly pulled out the first generation of Kaititsu, with a sinister face, said coldly, "Black Devil, today is your death day." He he. Chu Qi smiled meaningfully. "You are not qualified to kill me, the other 444s come out together, don't hide." After a while, the 444s were wearing black suits, tall middle-aged men, also walked out of the shadows. 5 people stood on each side, surrounded Chu Qi, and blocked all his retreat routes. "Wow, you really think highly of me." The 5 top leaders of the world government actually went out together. "This treatment is really... He today, the 5 of us will come to experience the power of you near God. Black Devil, you should feel extremely honored to have Mary Joa as your burial place." Chu Qi shrugged and said lightly, "Forget it, I like the sea, and this place is more suitable for you as a burial place. Don't talk nonsense with him, do it." Okay. Chapter 214. 5 opponents of the same level as Roger. The bald 5 elders holding the first generation of Kaititsu rushed towards Chu Qi first, and the other 4 followed closely. "Come on!" Chu Qi laughed and held the Reikari tightly in his hand, excitedly welcoming him. Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%, current proficiency 95%. Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%, current proficiency 96%. Deluo Dongguan proficiency plus 0%, current proficiency 96%. Bang! Boom! Tiger had just led a group of slaves through when the elevator returned to the sea surface. Deafening roars and explosions were heard from the Red Earth continent. The entire continent seemed to be shaking, the sea was surging, and debris kept falling from above. The intensity of the battle was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Brother Black Devil, wait for me." Since the slaves had been rescued, Tiger had no scruples and planned to go back to help Chu Qi. Although he knew that his strength was humble and he was not of much use, it would be good to use his life to block a move for Chu Qi. At this moment, a huge rock the size of a hill fell from the top of the continent, like a meteor hitting everyone. "Oh no!" Marion Karate's secret technique. Tiger jumped into the air, he gathered a water ball in his palm and hit the boulder with all his strength, but it only created some cracks. "Is it over?" Just when Tiger was in despair, a figure suddenly jumped over his head and chopped the boulder with a few swords. The boulder as big as a hill was actually smashed to pieces, and Tiger quickly made up for it. Water heart sea flow shoulder throw. Jumping into the sea, Tiger threw the sea water out like a human, causing a big wave, sweeping up the rubble, and saving the lives of all the slaves. It's a close call, fortunately I made it in time." Rayleigh put away the knife in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Rayleigh." Tiger was a little surprised. He met Rayleigh when he traveled around the world, and of course he knew his identity, the former vice-captain of Roger's pirate group. The leader, Pluto Rayleigh, has unfathomable strength. Roger Pirates has a good relationship with Chu Qi, and he will definitely help, Tiger thought. Rayleigh is not the only one who came, but Xiaoqi, who lives on the island, also came in a small boat. Xiaoqi looked at Tiger and asked hurriedly, "Hey, the person up there is not Boss Qi, right? The Red Earth continent is so noisy, it's like the coming of the world. How could the Sabayati archipelago and the marine headquarters Marineford below not be affected?" Xiaoqi and Rayleigh rushed there immediately. Tiger nodded and said seriously, "Originally, Brother Black Devil had already dealt with all the naval forces, but he didn't expect that when he was preparing to evacuate, several powerful enemies with unknown identities appeared again." Said after that, Tiger looked at Rayleigh and said, "Mr. Rayleigh, please go and help the Black Devil. I am very grateful." These people are not ordinary people who can fight with the Black Devil. Their strength is unprecedented. Even though Tiger firmly believes that his brother will not lose, he is afraid of the possibility. Xiaoqi beside him also looked at Rayleigh and urged, "Rayleigh, go up and help the boss key." Rayleigh covered his forehead and smiled bitterly, "You think too highly of me. Do you know who is fighting against the Black Devil? The 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. Each of them is a peak powerhouse at the same level as Whitebeard and Roger. If I go, it will only make the Black Devil. The devil is distracted." Rayleigh looked serious. "What?" The two were dumbfounded. The battle between Black Devil, Whitebeard, and Roger can be described as earth-shattering. Now Black Devil has to face 555s and opponents of the same level as Whitebeard and Roger. The situation above is probably devastating, no wonder there is such a big commotion. "No, I must go up to help Big Brother even if it means risking my life. I can give Big Brother a little more chance." Tiger clenched his fists, looking serious, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself at any time. "I'll go too," Xiaoqi said righteously, "if it weren't for Boss Qi who has been taking care of me, I would have been buried in the sea. I must repay his kindness." Rayleigh had a headache and said helplessly, "Are you two so anxious that you are out of your mind? The current strength of the Black Devil is no longer on the same level as human strong men." Speaking of this, Rayleigh paused and continued, "He was able to defeat Whitebeard and Roger back then, so he may not be unable to defeat those 555 old guys now. The most important point is that if you two go, with the Black Devil's character, he will definitely prioritize saving you at all costs, and then it will be really troublesome." The two suddenly realized that they were too worried and confused. If it wasn't for Rayleigh's reminder, something bad would have happened. "Mr. Rayleigh, what should we do now? The Red Earth continent is too noisy. The naval fleet of Marineford should be arriving soon. All we can do now is send these poor people away quickly." Tiger nodded, "Mr. Rayleigh is right. Send them away first. We can't help at all if we stay here." "Okay." 5 days passed in a flash. These 5 days were like a year for everyone. For 5 days, the explosions and roars above the Red Earth continent never stopped, and huge rocks kept falling. On the continent a crack appeared with no end in sight, as if it was going to tear the Red Earth continent in half. The Navy kept sending troops up, but almost all of them never returned. Fortunately, Garp, Zephyr and Aokiji were successfully rescued. All 3 were already dying. If they hadn't been treated in time, they would have almost all died. Finally, on the 6th day, the vibration on the Red Earth continent stopped, and all the sounds disappeared. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FAE. Chapter 215. Both sides suffered, proficiency 99.9%. When Cyborg led the army to marry Gyoase, what came into view was a desolate scene. Pangu City had not even a brick or tile left, and it was all turned into ashes and loess. Infiltrate from the ground. The blood and body parts showed that there were countless bodies buried under the loess. 4 44-year-old men with bare upper bodies squatted in the middle of the wasteland without saying a word and expressionlessly. They were bleeding from their heads and covered with scars. In front of them was a broken body that had been cut in half. Cyborg looked carefully for a long time before finally recognizing their identities. They were the 5 highest leaders of the world government, the 5 elders. It's just that the 5 elders no longer have the high spirits and arrogance they used to have. They are like a few old and destitute old men in their twilight years. Master 5 elders. Cyborg quickly led the medical team forward to heal their wounds. The result of this battle was a loss for both sides. In the end, Chu Qi was seriously injured and flew away. One of the 5 elders died, 2 were slightly injured and 2 were seriously injured. Notify all the Navy of the headquarters to put down all tasks and come to Mary Joa to stand by. Zhang Guo frowned and said hesitantly, "But Marshal Steelbone, Rosinante. Zhang Guo, now the Holy Land has disappeared, the headquarters of the world government has been destroyed, and the 5 top leaders of the world government have died and 4 injured. Do we have time to take care of other things? Zhang Guo certainly understands this, but the appearance of Shenji Bailian, one of the 8 wonders, is not a trivial matter. From the message sent back by Rosinante, it is known that the ability of Shenji Bailian is, in a sense, more threatening than it surpassed the 3 ancient weapons. If it falls into the hands of pirates, the impact on the world will definitely be subversive. Zhang Guo, you send a message to Xiao Miguo Rosinante Navy code name. If there is a chance to snatch Shenji Bailian, do it as soon as possible. If not, continue to be undercover, don't expose it. Gang Gu looked at Zhang Guo and said solemnly, the Navy may not be able to provide him with help for a long time, and cannot send troops to arrest the Don Quixote family. Let him be careful alone. Understood. Zhang Guo felt mixed emotions. Rosinante's strength was not enough to deal with the entire Don Quixote family. He was afraid that Rosinante would get excited and do something stupid. General Steele, the world government has suffered a heavy blow. I want to start the plan to complete the 7 warlords of the sea ahead of time. After a moment of silence, Steele still nodded, you decide for yourself. On the flying magic weapon Suzaku, the pale, scarred Chu-Ki sat with his legs crossed, exhaling more and panting less, trying to keep his consciousness from dissipating. I am close to God after all, but not the real God. Chu-Ki laughed bitterly at himself. Facing 555 and Roger level strongmen, after several days and nights of ultra-high intensity fighting, his strength and energy had long been exhausted. He was seriously injured and could no longer use his hands to heal his wounds. He was almost dying. In terms of comprehensive strength, the 5 elders were obviously weaker than Chu-Ki. But they had a deep understanding of Chu-Ki's various methods. With the excellent cooperation of the 5 people, Chu-Ki's 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and he had to force a 5050 split. What made Chu-Ki happy was that the real Yim hiding in the dark never made a move. Chu-Ki guessed that Yim was not 100% sure of taking him down, so he dared not make a move. Because once he made a move and failed to successfully take down Chu-Ki, his existence would be exposed. Or Yim had other concerns and did not dare to take risks. I must unlock as soon as possible, change be stronger, this situation today must not happen again, Chu-Ki swore secretly. Open the system panel. 6 Storehouse Immortal Thief perfect, proficiency 100% Chuang Hand perfect, proficiency 100% Tongtian Sword perfect, proficiency 100% Jingling General perfect, proficiency 100% Feng Kaokuman perfect, proficiency 100% Shenji Bailian perfect, proficiency 100% Deluo Cave Observation great success, proficiency 99%. Panwei Pochi Lip Frying, proficiency 0. After several days and nights of fighting, the 5 elders played all their trump cards and helped Chu-Ki to brush up his proficiency to 99%. According to the nature of the system, when the proficiency is 99%, when the power stops increasing, it will be stuck if it cannot find a way to break through. This point was completely within Chu-Ki's expectations. It's worth it to exchange my injuries for 99% proficiency in Deluo Dongguan. As Deluo Dongguan's proficiency is almost perfect, Chu-Ki's ability to control common sense space and time has increased and become more proficient. But the ability to control space and time is very powerful and consumes a lot of energy. Chu-Ki did not dare to use it easily when fighting against the 5 elders. Alas, I am just a human body after all, and everything has its limits. Chu-Ki was filled with emotion. He had been too lazy in the past few years. He thought he was invincible and looked down on everything. Reality hit him hard. Slap. When I unlock the disc, I will definitely beat those old guys up. In the Yiren comics, disc end. Surpassing all the strange skills, it can be regarded as a real method of cultivating immortals. Just when Chu-Ki was thinking about it, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. With Chu-Ki's scarred and shaky body, he definitely couldn't resist it and was blown off the magic weapon directly. When falling from the air, due to the compression of the atmosphere, Chu-Ki's breathing gradually became difficult, and finally lost consciousness completely. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 216? The Unattainable Divine Machine 100 Refinements. I've been very busy at home these days, and I've been stuck in writing, so I am slow to update, please understand me, the humble author. Thank you. On the snowy mountain of the future country of the mechanical island, Doflamingo and his team finally fought their way out and arrived at the 2nd floor of Chu-Ki's laboratory. The reason why they were able to do it so easily was because Chu-Ki didn't pay much attention when setting up the puppet checkpoints and left one. To avoid causing serious damage, the puppets will only attack intruders who are climbing the snowy mountain or on the 1st floor of the laboratory. There are many low-level magic weapons that Chu-Ki has practiced or doesn't want on the 2nd floor, and there are old puppets that have been eliminated on the 3rd and 4th floors. These garbage in Chu-Ki's eyes are simply a priceless treasure house for Doflamingo and his team. Minga, look at this little ball, it can actually take such a big thing in and take it out of thin air, it's amazing. Wow master, I found a bead that can shoot lasers, it's simply an assassination weapon. Master, come to the 2nd floor, there are robots here, it seems they can still be used. Seeing that Treble and others were having a lot of fun, Doflamingo urged, don't worry about these things, hurry up and find the God Machine 100 Refinements. Yes. In Torrible, while Rebel and his companions were still searching for garbage below, Rosinante had quietly arrived at the 5th floor of the laboratory. A strangely shaped box was placed squarely in the center, and you didn't need to guess what it was. Rosinante stepped forward quickly, and couldn't wait to reach out and pick it up, and a row of inscriptions came into view. Shenji Bailian, one of the 8 strange skills created by the Black Devil, refining waste into treasure, the ultimate in mechanical technology, the ultimate in refining. Sure enough, Rosinante began to try to open the box, using all his strength, but the box didn't move at all. Corazon, it seems you found what I want. Doflamingo's laughter rang out, and Rosinante turned his head, and the senior coder was standing with Doflamingo, looking at him with a sharp gaze, and there was an ambiguous light in his eyes. The two looked at each other, and Rosinante had obviously guessed what they were thinking. Corazon, give me the things. Rosinante clenched the box in his hand, thought about it, and walked towards Doflamingo step by step at a slow speed. The 3 people of Treble beside Doflamingo clenched their fists unconsciously, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. They looked like something was wrong and they were ready to take action at any time. Doflamingo always had a smile on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. It took more than 10 seconds for Rosinante to walk in front of Doflamingo and stare at each other. Give me the things. Okay, Corazon. Doflamingo stretched out his hand to Rosinante. Rosinante also slowly stretched out his hand and handed the box to Doflamingo expressionlessly. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the most worried thing did not happen. Corazon, well done. Looking down at the box in his hand, Doflamingo's body began to tremble uncontrollably because of excitement, and his eyes gradually became crazy. Finally, it's finally mine. This is enough power to rule the world. Congratulations, young master. The 3 of Treble knelt down together, and Rosinante hesitated for a moment and knelt down as well. Doflamingo laughed wildly. However, a few hours later, Doflamingo could no longer laugh, because the box could not be opened by external force. Several people tried their best and tried all methods, but they could not leave a trace on the box. Damn box, damn Black Devil! Doflamingo gritted his teeth, with a look of resentment. Everyone also noticed that the rotating pattern on the box should be the key to opening the box, but these patterns are intricate and unrelated. There was no response after hundreds of attempts. Is there something wrong with the brain of this Black Devil? Since he doesn't want people to get God Machine 100 refinements, why did he take it? Come out Pika cursed. In my opinion, this also shows the power of God Machine 100 refinement. Even the Black Devil doesn't want it to show up easily. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and find a way to open the box for the young master. Everyone was talking about it, but Rosinante was always like a transparent person, expressionless, quietly leaning aside and smoking. His plan was that if Doflamingo opened the box, he would snatch God Machine 100 refinement. Fortunately, Doflamingo didn't open it, and it seemed that he couldn't open it for a long time. Rosinante was relieved and could continue to be undercover according to Sengoku's instructions and wait for an opportunity. Alas, Brother Ming, you don't have to be too disappointed. The box sooner or later, the box will be opened, and Shenji Bailian will be yours. In addition to the box, we also got so many treasures. These are all things refined by the Black Devil. That's right, young master, we can keep these treasures for ourselves, or we can auction them off, and we can definitely get a good price. After listening to the two people's words, Doflamingo, who was angry, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Who said we don't have Shenji Bailian? From now on, I am the user of Divine Machine 100 refinements. Minga, what do you want to do? Toribel was a little confused. Golden Lion can gain a lot of reputation and a large number of followers with the Shuangchuan hand in his hand. Why can't I, Doflamingo? Toribel looked at the space-eating capsule in his hand and suddenly realized. Rosinante threw away the cigarette butt and instantly understood Doflamingo's intention. Chapter 217. The Seven Warlords of the Sea System was established. Doflamingo is not Golden Lion after all. Golden Lion dares to announce that Shuangchuan hand is in his hand, but Doflamingo certainly doesn't dare. If he dares to say that he with Divine Machine 100 refinement, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others will attack him in a minute. Since that's the case, just announce that you have learned Divine Machine 100 refinement, attract followers and establish a cooperative relationship with those big guys. Use the magic tools and puppets looted here as your token of loyalty. Toribel, go back and contact the bird in the news agency, tell him that Tianyasha Doflamingo has learned Divine Machine 100 refinement and created a divine tool. Minga, then what? Then announce that we will hold an auction in 5 months to auction the divine tool I created. Doflamingo thought for a while and continued, by the way, take gold fruit, also put it up for auction. I want to attract more customers and hold the most grand auction in history. He Minga, this is really a good idea. In this way, our Don Quixote family will be famous in the Grand Line, and maybe Minga can become a pirate on Par with Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Young master is wise. The future pirate king must be the young master. These are secondary. The most important thing now is to find a way to open the box quickly so that I can truly master the power of Divine Machine 100 refinements. Everyone agreed that fake is always fake. If it is exposed one day, the consequences will be disastrous. A few days later, Tiger and Chuki's story has spread to every corner of the world. Tiger Fire, Holy Land Marijoa, became the second person to launch the slave liberation movement after the Black Devil, and won the title of second-generation slave liberation movement leader. However, these compared with what the Black Devil did, can only be regarded as minor fights. The Black Devil once again perfectly explained to the world what it means to if you don't make a sound, you'll be fine, but if you make a sound, you'll scare a lot of people to death. The Holy Land Marijoa was flattened, Pangu City was reduced to ashes, 1 was killed, 4 world government leaders were injured, and more than 10 world nobles were buried. The land forces stationed in the Holy Land Marijoa and the survivors who came to support were all annihilated. The death toll has exceeded 50,000, and the number is still increasing. After this news came out, people were just a little surprised, and then nothing happened. What, someone leveled the Holy Land of Marijoa? The Black Devil is fine. This is news, I thought it was old news. Alas, the Black Devil took so long to attack the Holy Land of Marijoa, it seems he is old. After this battle, Chuki's strange titles increased, such as Holy Land Destroyer, 10,000 people slaughter, World Nightmare, etc. In addition, there is another big news: the world government and the Navy launched the Seven Kings Wuhai system. The world government will recruit a pirate to join the seven warlords of the sea based on his status, strength, and influence. When becoming a seven warlords of the sea, the original wanted order will be stopped, and the world government will no longer pursue all the crimes committed before. Even if a member of the seven warlords of the sea engages in privateering, the world government will tacitly approve it, but if discovered, they must pay tribute. In addition, in order to maintain the cooperative relationship of the seven warlords of the sea, the world government will also agree to their individual requests. Of course, the requirements to become a seven warlords of the sea are also very high. They must be seven pirates recognized by the world government and have catastrophic the destructive power and the huge combat power that rivals the country. For a time, seven warlords of the sea became the goal that most pirates yearned for. As for Whitebeard and Kaido, they all said hee. Kokozia village in the East China Sea is a small village that is not in conflict with the world. The people are simple and honest. The Icelanders make a living by planting and selling fruits. In the orange orchard in the suburbs, 5-year-old Nami and her sister Nakako are helping to catch insects for the orange trees. Another one really annoying. Sister Nakako was working attentively, and Nami's exclamation broke the silence. Sister, sister, come here, there is a person lying here. At Nami's home, Nami's adoptive mother Belmir was concentrating on reading the newspaper in her hand, sighing and feeling sad. As a former Navy, Belmir has retired for many years, but she still pays attention to the things on the sea. The destruction of the Holy Land Marijoa and the death of countless Navy officers at the hands of the Black Devil made her extremely indignant. Damn Black Devil, if there is a chance, I will make you pay with blood. Chapter 218. The bounty exceeded 10 billion, the first person in ancient and modern times. Of course, Belmir was just talking nonsense. As a former Navy, she couldn't be unaware of the horror of the Black Devil. She was also very self-aware. She was a small character like herself, and she couldn't even see the qualifications of the Black Devil. There is no such thing. Ah, forget it, I have been a Marine for a long time, so I'd better live my life peacefully. Belmir put away the newspaper and said to himself, it is best not to meet dangerous people like the Black Devil in your life. Mom. Nami and her sister Nakako rushed in while calling Belmir. Nami, Nakako, what are you so anxious about? Belmir smiled and squatted down to wipe the sweat off her two daughters. Nami grabbed Belmir's hand and said in a panic, Mom, come with us, there is a big brother lying in the orange orchard, he seems to have fainted, and needs help. 5 minutes later, when Belmir saw the fainted boy clearly, she rubbed her eyes hard and repeated it many times. Mom, this big brother seems to be injured, let's help him. The innocent and kind little Nami didn't have any extra thoughts, just thinking about saving people quickly. You must be kidding. After confirming again and again that this face was exactly the same as the face in the portrait in her memory, Belmir quickly picked up Nami and Nakako and stepped back. Her face was full of fear and panic, and her forehead was covered with sweat, as if the end of the world was coming. Mom, what's wrong with you? Belmir's strange reaction made the two little loli very confused. Go, notify everyone on the island, run away immediately, leave Kokozia village. Belmir could never have imagined that he was just talking nonsense, but the Black Devil actually appeared, and was so close. Mom, why did you run away? The two little girls asked in unison. Because Belmir was about to say something, but stopped talking in time, fearing to scare Nami and Nakako. Mom, let's help big brother quickly, he seems to be dying. Nami became more and more anxious. Belmir stuck his head out and glanced at Chuki in the deep pit. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body, motionless. If it weren't for his weak breathing, Belmir would have suspected that this man was dead. Nami, Nakako, this man must not be saved. Why don't you always teach us to lend a helping hand to people in need, even if he is a stranger? Nakago frowned. Nami looked thoughtful and asked Belmare, Mom, is this big brother a bad guy? Belmare was stunned because she suddenly didn't know how to answer. If it was in the past, Belmare would definitely say without hesitation that the Black Devil was an unforgivable super bad guy. But Belmare's current position is civilians. In the eyes of most civilians, the Black Devil is not only not a bad guy, but also a hero. In fact, it is true. The Black Devil has killed countless people, but has never hurt an innocent civilian. He not only launched the slave liberation movement, allowing countless lower-class people to gain freedom and reunite with their families. He also often took action against evil pirate groups, saving countless small island villages from persecution. After struggling for a long time, Belmare sighed and said, Alas, he should be a good person. Let's go help him. This big brother looks so good, I know he is not a bad guy. Nami laughed heartily. Belmare stroked his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you knew that the people he had killed could fill up a sea or a mountain, you would not be able to laugh. The big news during this period is like mushrooms after rain, constantly popping up, exciting one wave after another. First of all, it is about the Black Devil Chuki. His bounty amount has been updated again, reaching an unprecedented 11.84 billion Baileys. It is said that he is the pirate with the highest bounty since the establishment of the world government for hundreds of years, and the only pirate with a bounty of over 10 billion. The second big news is, Tien-Yasha Doflamingo found and learned one of the 8 great skills, Divine Machine 100 Refinement, and has refined an artifact with amazing effects. The authenticity of this news has been verified by Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Overnight, Doflamingo became a hot figure. The great pirates such as Golden Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin are ready to visit him in person. The world government also invited Doflamingo to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and wanted to invite him to visit the marine headquarters in Marineford to have in-depth exchanges with him and jointly discuss strategic methods for the sustainable development of the Grand Line. Doflamingo would definitely agree to the invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for visiting the marine headquarters, he just laughed. In addition, Doflamingo and his Donji the Code family will hold an auction in a few months. The auction items are dozens of artifacts that he created personally and the very precious superhuman gold fruit. Many forces on the Grand Line are flocking to it, wanting to see the power of God Machine 100 refinements. Even big guys like Golden Lion and Kaido are eager to participate in this auction. This Doflamingo is really lucky he was found by him and learned 8 wonders. He became famous all of a sudden and stole the show. Alas, one of the 8 wonders is missing. We don't have many chances. I want to join the Don Quixote family. If so, maybe Lord Doflamingo will give me a magic weapon. Device. Chapter 219. Hancock's emotions when meeting Nami for the first time. After an unknown period of time, Chuki opened his eyes in a daze and found himself lying on a low bed. There was a faint sweet smell in the air, the smell of oranges. Beside Chuki lay a little Lolita, about 5 or 6 years old. She had a head of beautiful orange hair and wore a pure white dress, which was as delicate as jade. Her little face was rosy and she was sleeping soundly, looking very cute. Chuki's action of sitting up quickly woke Nami up. Nami rubbed her eyes with sleepy eyes, and when she saw Chuki wake up, she was immediately surprised. Big brother, you finally woke up. Chuki smiled at little Nami and said nothing. Nami turned her head and shouted excitedly, Mother Bell, Sister Nakago, Big brother is awake. Bang bang bang. Soon, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door. Belmer ran in with a long gun, staring at Chuki as if facing a great enemy, with his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. Mom, what are you doing? Belmer did not answer, but said anxiously, Nami, come to me. Nami looked at Chuki Knight, looked at Belmere again, although he didn't understand why, he still ran to Belmere obediently. "Madam, please relax. It's not a mother's thing to use force in front of a child." Chu Qi always had a smile on his face. As he spoke, he tore off the bandages on his body, revealing the bloody wounds, and prepared to get down. "Ah!" Nami exclaimed repeatedly, "Big brother, lie down quickly, your wounds are very serious." "He, what a cute little girl, thank you for your concern." As he spoke, the wounds on Chu Qi's body began to glow red, and healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, Chu Qi, who was still scarred just now, had recovered like at first. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Belmere was not too surprised, but Nami was very curious and asked with a smile, "Big brother, are you a magician or a doctor?" He, I am both." After putting on the coat on the pillow, Chu Qi walked to Belmere and Nami, stretched out his hand, and gently rubbed Nami's head. "Thank you again, cute little girl, thank me." He, big brother, you don't have to. It's right to help people in need," Nami said generously. Perhaps because he felt that Chu Qi had no ill intentions, or perhaps because he was afraid of angering Chu Qi, Belmere sighed lightly and slowly put down the gun. "Madam, you should know me and what kind of person I am. But please rest assured, even if I am an unforgivable villain, I will not hurt my savior." "I hope so." In the Paradise Sabayati archipelago, most of the slaves rescued from the Holy Land of Marijoa have been sent away by Rayleigh and his 3 companions. Originally, they were worried about the navy, but not only did the navy not come, but even the navy stationed in the Sabayati archipelago was withdrawn. After all, the Holy Land of Marijoa was razed to the ground, and the headquarters of the world government was reduced to ashes. It is a problem whether the navy can pay wages next month. Rebuilding the Holy Land is the top priority. Who cares about them? After seeing Tiger off, Rayleigh turned around and looked behind him. The 3 Boa sisters. 3 ladies, now you are the only ones left. Since it is the commission of the Black Devil, I will definitely send you back to the 9 Snake Islands safely. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. After thanking him, Hancock asked shyly, "That Mr. Rayleigh, will the Black Devil uncle come again? Will he be in trouble?" "Don't worry, as long as you know him more or less, you will know that in this world, no creature can take his life." Xiaoqi added, "That's right, little girl, Boss Qi is an invincible existence. Just relying on a few old guys, it is impossible to hurt him." "Is Qi the name of the Black Devil uncle?" Hancock asked curiously. "Yes, however, Chu Qi is a name that few people call now." Speaking of this, Xiaoqi touched the space magic weapon capsule on her waist, and a thick black book appeared in her hand. The black book had a ferocious devil's head drawn on it, and a few big words "Legend of the Black Devil" were engraved on it. "I'll give this to you. Everything you want to know is in it." "Thank you." Hancock had heard of this book before, and after taking it from Xiaoqi, he couldn't wait to flip through it. Haiwenli, an unknown black-haired boy, went out to sea in a small wooden boat. No one knew at that time that the appearance of this black-haired boy would change the whole world and write a legend of pirates. The preface was very attractive. Hancock was about to continue reading when Rayleigh interrupted her. "Miss Hancock, his story is too long. Read it slowly on the way back." "Well." Hancock smiled and nodded, holding the book in her arms as if she had found a treasure. The 9 Snakes Island is not too far from the Sabayati archipelago. It only takes 2 days and 1 night to reach it. Crossing the doldrums is not a difficult task for Rayleigh. On the way, Hancock read the book without sleep and food, holding it in her arms all the time. When she finished reading the last page of The Legend of the Black Devil, she was deeply shocked by the man's magnificent life. This man clearly has the power to rule the world, but he is free and unrestrained. He is not afraid of power, sympathizes with the weak, and does not take the world's noble celestial dragons seriously. Especially when she saw him turn the world's noble celestial dragons into fat pigs, it was so satisfying that Hancock couldn't help laughing. After learning about this man's story, Hancock's different emotions deepened. Fuel reminds you, 3 things to do when reading. Chapter 220. Doflamingo in the Heyday. Brother Nania, try the oranges I picked, they are super sweet. Nami worked hard. She stretched out her arm and handed a slice of orange to Chuki, who was helping to cook. Chuki smiled, with a doting look on his face, and ate the orange in Nami's hand. Very sweet, thank you, little Nami. He he he. Nami smiled with satisfaction. After just 2 days together, Chuki has become one with Belmir's family. It was mainly because of his superb cooking skills that he successfully conquered the stomachs of the women in the room. Chuki didn't expect that he would be saved by the future little thief cat Nami by chance. It can only be said that fate is indescribable. Mr. Chu, let me help. Belmir also walked to Chuki's side. Okay, just cut these carrots. Well. While cutting vegetables, Belmir couldn't help but praise, Mr. Chu, you are really amazing. Nami and Nakako obviously hate eating vegetables, but they like your dishes very much. Hehehe, my daughter is the same, she doesn't like to eat vegetables, so I specially developed a few dishes that children like. Mr. Chu, you are such a good father. Belmir was a little emotional. As they spent more time together, Belmir had let down his guard against Chuki and had a more updated understanding of him. I didn't expect that the Black Devil who had lost all his halos was actually no different from an ordinary person. And Belmir and Chuki are both father's mother, and also raising their own daughter, so there are many common topics in this regard. Since Doflamingo learned the Divine Machine 100 refinement, there are countless pirates who want to join the Don Quixote family, and the door is crowded every day. They are not particularly clear about what kind of strange skill Divine Machine 100 refinement is, but everyone knows the fierce reputation of the Devil Sword. And the Devil Sword is very likely made by the Black Devil using the Divine Machine 100 refinement, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine weapon. An ordinary with the magic sword, a person with no knowledge of the subject may be able to kill a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, which is even more powerful than the Devil Fruit. From this, we can imagine how powerful the Shenji Bai Lian is that can create a divine weapon. Who doesn't want to have a sword like the magic sword? You can't afford it, so choose to join the Don Quixote family. Now, Doflamingo will give you one. Joining the Flying Pirates of the Golden Lion will give you the opportunity to live forever, and joining the Don Quixote family of Doflamingo will give you the opportunity to obtain the divine weapon. Such a good benefit will make all the pirate groups on the Grand Line look better at once. What Whitebeard pirates, what 100 Beasts pirates, I have nothing now except flying the Sora pirates or the Don Quixote family, they are not going anywhere just because of the 8 great skills. A gradually declining pirate group, a second-rate pirate group instantly took off and became famous. Other pirate groups are so jealous that they are almost like lemon essences. In the lobby of the Don Quixote headquarters, 4 cotters including Rosinante and Doflamingo himself are interviewing new members, and there is already a long line outside. The requirements for joining the Don Quixote family are very strict. You must either be a Devil Fruit ability user or a well-known pirate with a bounty of more than 50 million. Looking at the big pirate with a bounty of 105 million, one Bailey kneeling down to him, Doflamingo gently shook the red wine glass in his hand, and the clouds on the surface the breeze was light, but in fact, he was very happy. Once upon a time, the Don Quixote family could only recruit those useless pirates that no one wanted, or adopt war orphans and raise them from childhood. If any famous pirate came to you, Doflamingo, he would be dreaming. Don Quixote Doflamingo, finally made it. It's not easy. Doflamingo wanted to cry but had no tears. Victor, right? From now on, you are a fighter of the Red Heart Army, and Corazon is your direct superior. Doflamingo pointed at Rocinante beside him and said to the pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, accept my orders, you must obey all his decisions. Ah! Name the pirate who added Victor was obviously a little unhappy, and said dissatisfiedly, Lord Doflamingo, I just want to be your direct subordinate, as for the others I really can't obey your order. The $5 million pirate Victor laughed secretly, what a joke, I joined the Don Quixote family just for you Doflamingo and your artifact, what's the matter with throwing me to a weirdo? You don't seem to be very happy with my arrangement. Doflamingo smiled meaningfully. Victor frowned and lowered his head quickly, Lord Doflamingo, I dare not. At this point, Victor raised his head again and looked at Rocinante beside Doflamingo. He said provocatively, although I am not as good as Lord Doflamingo, I am not someone a young boy can command. I understand, you think Corazon is not as strong as you, so you don't want to be his subordinate, right? Victor said bluntly, that's right, Lord Doflamingo, I am not used to working under a weak person. If you don't want me to be your direct subordinate, then I would rather quit the Don Quixote family. After all, he is a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, and he has his own confidence and pride. Hearing this, except for Rocinante, who had no expression on his face, everyone looked at him with ambiguous, half-smiley eyes, he. Corazon, if that's the case, then show him your skills. Toribal said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Rocinante disappeared from the sofa and instantly appeared in front of Victor, a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. So fast. Chapter 221. How to break through to Luo Dongguan. After all, he is a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million and a master of armament haki. Although his speed is not as fast as Rocinante, he still covered his whole body with armament haki for defense in the first place. Boom! Rocinante kicked him in the neck with his ankle with a side kick. The sound of the kick was dull and it seemed that there was no strength. Ha boy, are you tickling me? However, in 1 second, he couldn't laugh anymore. An icy cold instantly invaded his body, his internal organs, every blood vessel, every bone. This is. The $5 million pirate named Victor had lost consciousness and fell to the ground before he even had time to wail. He was dead. Looking at the pirate Victor with his eyes wide open on the ground, Toribal looked regretful. Corazon, you're too heavy-handed. We've lost another capable general. He let this guy die. Does he think Don Quixote is a place where he can come and go as he pleases? That's right. This guy is arrogant and conceited and has no loyalty at all. It's not a pity to die. Although Rocinante always looks cold, everyone has a hot temper and a ruthless character. Suppressing newcomers and bullying children in the family are common things. Treble and others didn't think much about it. Doflamingo didn't blame Rocinante, but after a while, he suddenly looked at him with a meaningful look. Corazon, I've always been curious about what your fruit ability is. Doflamingo said with a smile. Although it uses cold air to attack, the natural type freezing fruit ability users are in the Navy, not like superhuman type, let alone animal type. I have always been curious about Corazon's ability. Rocinante lit a cigarette by himself and ignored them. At this moment, a little boy wearing a spotted wool hat stumbled into the hall and bumped into Rocinante's feet. Rocinante held a cigarette in his mouth, stretched out his hand to pick up the boy, and stared at him, staring at the boy's scalp numb. Little devil, are you Don Quixote too? We don't want a little waste like you now. Boy, it's the ability, or do you have any special talents? The boy struggled, widened his eyes and roared, my name is Trafalgar Law. As long as I can survive, no matter. You can ask me to do anything. Rocinante did not hesitate, threw Law out of the window, and then returned to his position as if nothing had happened. I thought Law would be scared away, but unexpectedly, a moment later, he ran back in with wounds all over his body, and his attitude was still firm. I want to join you. I want to survive. After recuperating in Kokozia village for half a month, Chu Qi's body has recovered to its peak state. This battle can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did it bring Deluo Cave Observation's proficiency increased to 99%. While Chu Qi was still distracted, he realized the method of breaking through to perfection in Deluo Dongguan. The opportunity for Deluo Dongguan to break through to perfection is to see through the essence of all things life and death. The method to see through life and death is very simple, that is to get infinitely close to death. In simple terms, it is seeking death. Seeking a breakthrough between life and death, and seeing through the true meaning of life and death. Alas, this really stumps me. Seeking death. For other people, it is very simple, but for Chu Qi, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Because seeking good fortune and avoiding danger is human instinct. Once you are about to suffer serious damage, you will instinctively resist, is a stress response. Not to mention Chu Qi's many defensive methods, his current double hands has reached the pinnacle. As long as he cannot be killed with one blow, he can be revived immediately with full blood. In addition, 6 Treasury Immortal Thief has provided him with life enhancement for many years, and his vitality is now terrifyingly high and bottomless. The 5 elders fought with him for 5 days and 5 nights, but they only exhausted his strength and energy, and did not pose a great threat to his life. And there are still 444 left in the 5 elders, and it is estimated that still, recovering from injuries, no use value. The king of the world behind them, may pose a huge threat to Chu Qi, but this person is too cowardly. Chu Qi couldn't use Feng Kaokuman to guess his location. After all, he is the king of the world, and it is not easy to guess him. Being invincible is really lonely. Is it so difficult to find someone who can kill me? Chu Qi sighed. Just when Chu Qi was worried about seeking death, an old newspaper blew over from the sea and blew on his face. Well. Chu Qi took down the newspaper and a piece of news came into his eyes. The user of the 8 great skills Shenji Bailian, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tian Yasha da Flamingo, will be in 5. A public auction will be held in a month to auction the artifacts he created and the superhuman devil fruit gold fruit. It is said that Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, the greatest overlord of the New World, are willing to participate. This may be the most grand auction in the history of the Grand Line. I have to say, Da Flamingo, this brat, is quite smart. He actually pretends that he has learned the divine machine 100 refinements and knows how to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Chu Qi has a sense of every new user of the 8 wonders. Da Flamingo can fool others, but he certainly can't fool Chu Qi. Now the users of the 8 wonders are except Rocinante, who has mastered Tongtian. There is no one else. Just as he was about to throw away the newspaper in his hand, Chu Qi suddenly had an idea. Chapter 222 Pirate Expo, Stunts as Prizes. Chu Qi raised his mouth, rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself, Da Flamingo's cleverness gave me an inspiration. In terms of fighting alone, no one can kill himself, but if all these strong men are gathered together, they may be able to kill himself. Ha 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 ha, since Da Flamingo is going to hold a grand event, I will also have one. Chu Qi slowly spread his hands and took out a black box from the space ring. I believe these guys should be interested in it. The black box is engraved with ghosts and spirits, and it contains spirit conscription, one of the 8 great skills. Originally, Chu Qi planned to find a place to hide it, but there was no suitable place. Now it is just right. Chu Qi is going to use it as a reward to attract all the strong men in the Grand Line. Just like the pirate movie Fever, a pirate expo will be held, using spirit conscription as bait to attract pirates from all walks of life to participate. Of course, Chu Qi's pirate expo is much higher than Barrett's expo. I have a hunch that this pirate expo will definitely be very interesting. Just when Chu Qi was planning how to hold the Pirate Expo, Nami suddenly came from behind Chu Qi. Throwing herself on his back, she put her little arms around his neck. Brother Qi, what are you doing here? After such a long time in Kokozia village, Nami and Chuki's relationship has become better and better. They are very close, like both brother and sister and father and daughter. Little Nami, who is only 5 years old, has always dreamed of having an older brother. And Chuki, who suddenly appeared, met all the requirements of a perfect brother in her mind, so she was naturally willing to get close to him. Of course, Nami didn't know Chuki's real age, and Chuki didn't tell her that he was actually an old man in his 60s, her grandfather. Chuki looked doting, rubbed Nami's little head, and said hesitantly, "Little Nami, tell me, I have something to tell you. I will leave in a few days." Hearing this, the smile on Nami's face disappeared instantly, and tears began to well up in her eyes. A few days later, with the 3 people watching him, Chuki finally left Kokozia village. When they parted, Nami was already crying. After all, she was just a 5-year-old child and had never experienced the sadness of parting. In order to comfort her, Chuki tried his best. He made an agreement with her that he would come back to visit her as soon as he had time, and only then did he comfort Nami. On the blue sea, a young man with grey hair, wearing coarse cloth clothes, about 20 years old, rowed a small boat slowly into the distance. The young man's eyes were firm, and he was moving forward without hesitation. Impulsive. Because he was going to do something big, something that could change his fate. Although the possibility of failure was high, and once he failed, he would definitely die without a burial place. But it didn't matter, he had nothing left and nothing to lose. Only by betting on this rotten life and fighting to the death could he get a chance to change his fate. And the name of this young man was Guild Tizero. "Hey little friend, do you want to help me do something? As a reward, I can satisfy you with a small wish." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Tizero's ears, scaring him so much that he almost jumped into the water. "Who is it?" Tizero turned his head suddenly, and saw a black-clothed and black-haired boy squatting at the stern, looking at him with a smile. The moment he saw Chuki, Tizero was struck by lightning, and dared not move, and even his words became trembling. You are Lord Black Devil." The Black Devil is a well-known existence, and Tizero saw him with his own eyes more than a month ago, and it is even more impossible for him to forget. That was in the Holy Land of Marijoa, when Tizero was still a slave of the Celestial Dragons, and fled with the Fishman Tiger. The scene of the Black Devil appearing out of thin air, he still remember it vividly. "You are Gilder Tizero, right?" Chuki asked calmly. "Yes, Lord Black Devil, what do you want to talk to me about?" Tizero replied very respectfully. Tizero did not dwell on how the Black Devil appeared or how he found him. After all, this person is the closest creature to God, and there should be few things in the world that he cannot do. "Tizero, do me a favor. After the matter is done, I can fulfill a small wish of yours." "Of course, don't even think about the 8 wonders." Chuki's conditions made Tizero very tempted, but he still said righteously, "Lord Black Devil, as long as it is within my ability, I am willing to do anything for you." "Help, but this is not a favor, Lord Black Devil does not need to repay it." For Black Devil, Tizero's heart is full of gratitude. He and Fisher Tiger have both given him a new life, allowing him to be reborn. This favor is no less than saving his life. Now this opportunity is rare, Tizero must repay him. "Tizero, do you know what my favor represents?" Chuki asked meaningfully. Of course I know. Lord Black Devil is a godlike existence, your favor is tantamount to a priceless treasure, billions or even tens of billions of Baileys are difficult to exchange. He. Chuki smiled and couldn't help but look up to Tizero. This little family, the guy is indeed a talented person. Although I am very tempted, Lord Black Devil has given me a new life. I can help you and repay your kindness. Not bad, young man, you have a high level of ideological awareness. But I am also a principled person. You helped me, and I will definitely repay you. Lord Black Devil, Tizalo was about to speak, but Chuki interrupted him. Listen to me first. I will pay you only if you do this well. If you don't do it well, you will get nothing. Chapter 223 Golden Emperor Guild Tizaro. Guild Tizaro, the future user of the gold fruit, known as the Golden Emperor, is the best in the world, a business genius. But now Tizaro has not yet shown his true talent, he is just an ordinary person. Not long ago, with the help of Chuki and Tiger, he escaped from the holy land of Marigioase. With Chuki's identity, it is impossible for him to do everything by himself to hold the Pirate Expo. It is necessary to elect a front stage host and hand over the work of carrying out the Pirate Expo to him. After thinking about it, Guild Tizaro is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate in Chuki's mind. Because in this matter, Tizaro's ability is unquestionable, and he is the best in the world. In the original novel, within just 12 years, Tizaro went from a penniless slave to the world's richest man. Bailey, who controls 20% of the world, built the world's largest entertainment city and even had the power of the world government. After a long silence, Tizaro asked with a complicated look, Lord Black Devil, what do you want me, a small person, to do? To be honest, Tizaro was very surprised and incredible that the Black Devil came to him. He is a character who can't be any smaller. How can he help the Black Devil? It's simply a fantasy. No one will believe it if he tells it to others. Ignoring Tizaro's reaction, Chuki directly prepared to use the 8 wonders as a reward. He told the whole story of the Pirates Expo. And he explained that he was asked to come here to be the front desk host of the Pirates Expo. After listening to Chuki's words, Tizaro was dumbfounded, and many messy thoughts flashed through his mind. Using the 8 wonders spirit confinement as a reward, looking for someone to kill himself, what kind of operation is this? Shaking his head violently, Tizaro tried to keep himself awake and calm. Lord Black Devil, I am just a small person, I don't have much ability. You give me such an important task, it is very likely that I will mess it up. Tizaro declined, Lord Black Devil, I am definitely not able to do it, you should ask someone else. Hee. Chuki smiled lightly, walked up, and patted Tizaro on the shoulder. Tizaro, don't underestimate yourself. You have unique talents and abilities, and all you lack is an opportunity. Chuki's words made Tizaro very upset. He had never been looked up to by others since he was a child. In the eyes of others, he has always been a waste, not a little rascal. However, today, the famous Black, the existence at the top of the world, came to him in person and said these words. How could Tizaro not be moved? The most important point is that Chu Chuan talked to him at an equal level, which made Tizaro feel respected for the first time. Lord Black Devil, why do you believe me so much? Chuki said calmly, Tizaro, you may not have realized it yourself. When facing me, you can maintain a calm and self-assured attitude, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Mr. Black Devil, and what I need is this attitude. If I host my Pirate Expo and face all the pirates of the Grand Line, I will lose face if I get stage fright. Chuki stared at Tizaro, now I only ask you one question, do it or not. If you don't do it, I will find someone else. Tizaro didn't rush to answer, and he began to struggle in his heart, but after a few seconds, he completely figured it out. Since he dared to use his life, come and make a bet. What's there to be afraid of hosting a Pirates Expo? This is a great opportunity to become famous all over the world and soar to the sky. Thinking of this, Tizaro's eyes became unusually firm, clenched his fists, and had a kind of unstoppable momentum. Tizaro knelt down and kowtowed to Chuki, and said solemnly, Lord Black Devil, thank you for giving me this opportunity, I am willing to help you host the Pirates Expo. He, very good, I really didn't make a mistake. Tizaro, don't let me down. Yes. Tizaro kowtowed again. Since Tizero has agreed, Chu-Ki took him on the road. Lord Black Devil, where are we going now? Tizero said as he was about to leave. Rowing, while asking. Of course, I'm going to attend Doflamingo's auction. It's just right to use the popularity of his auction to announce the news of our Pirate Expo. Chu-Ki said lightly. Since Doflamingo's auction attracted so many people, Chu-Ki didn't need to notify them in a big way, and announced it directly after his auction. Seeing Chu-Ki preparing to go to the auction, Tizero was secretly happy. His original goal was to sneak into Doflamingo's auction. He was waiting for an opportunity to steal the gold fruit. Originally, he was on the verge of death, but now he was working for Chu-Ki. Even if he failed to steal, Doflamingo would not dare to do anything to him. Ha 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 ha, it feels so good to cling to someone so powerful. Now I have the protection of Lord Black Magic. Who dares to touch me, Tizero, in the Grand Line? Tizero was ecstatic. Chu-Ki didn't know what Tizero was thinking. Even if he knew, he would just smile. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. The day of Doflamingo's auction was getting closer and closer. Countless pirate groups began to rush to the Don Quixote family headquarters. After all, it was the 8 great skills. Who wouldn't be interested? For pirates of the level of Kaido and Golden Lion, Doflamingo's practice was very interesting. The artifact made by them is not very attractive to them. After all, Doflamingo is not the Black Devil, and what he refines now is definitely not as good as the Black Devil. The reason why he went to the auction was that he saw the inherent potential of God Machine 100 refinements and wanted to invest in Doflamingo. Chapter 224. Another fanboy, the great pirates gathered. Since he was going to be the spokesperson of the Black Devil and the host of the Pirate Expo, Chu-Ki must help Tizero package himself. First of all, in terms of strength, Chu-Ki taught him personally for more than a month, and Tizero was also very motivated, and his strength improved rapidly. Then it was clothing. He helped him change into a decent suit and combed his hair handsomely. Hairstyle, and gave him several jewelry instruments, rings, earrings and other ornaments. Looking at the completely changed Tizero, Chu-Ki crossed his arms and praised with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, you have a bit of the aura of a superior." Facing the new self in the mirror, Tizero was a little dazed, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Lord Black Devil, thank you very much." Tizero burst into tears, full of emotion. From the time he was born to now, no one has been so good to him. The Black Devil gave him freedom, taught him to fight, gave him the opportunity to change his fate, helped him to be reborn. Most importantly, he gave him real respect as a person, which is something that no amount of money can buy. West. Originally, Tizero had lost hope in human nature, believing that money was everything. People without money would achieve nothing and would only be dominated. However, the appearance of Chu-Ki changed his view. Even if the world was dirty and dark, there would always be a ray of light in the darkness, which would make people chase after it desperately. "Don't be sad, kid. Let's go, show me your talent." Tizero wiped away his tears and said hesitantly, "Lord Black Devil, I have an unwelcome request, I hope you can agree." Chu-Ki smiled and said, "Tell me." With a plop, Tizero knelt in front of Chu-Ki again, looking serious and earnest. "Lord Black Devil, I want to follow you forever. This is my only wish now." "Lord Black Devil, although I am just a small person now, I have no strength, no financial resources, nothing. But I will work hard, I will become stronger, and become a follower worthy of you." Chu-Ki smiled bitterly and shook his head, and helped Tizero up. "Tizero, if I want followers, the number of people can be so many that they can circle the Grand Line several times." Chu-Ki patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't have to be a follower, you can still be my little brother. From today, if you want, you can." "Brother? Really? Tizero was incoherent, somewhat afraid to be brothers with the Black Devil with his humble status. "What an honor it is. Chu Qi waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Whatever, I have many little brothers and sisters, one more of you is not much." Black Devil Big Brother. When Tizero called out this name, tears flowed down again. There is no doubt that from today on, Chu Qi's fans have increased by one more. The Don Quixote family headquarters was originally just a cold remote island in Qing. Now it is very lively, crowded with famous pirates from various seas. With the appearance of big pirates one by one, the people of the Don Quixote family exclaimed, "Look, it's Kaido, the beast, the super pirate with a bounty of 3.3 billion Baileys, and his subordinates, the three disasters. Charlotte Linlin of the pirate group is here in person, and the four desert generals who have become famous recently. Oh my, there is also the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joracole Mihawk, who is said to be the only disciple of the Black Devil. The world government is ready to recruit him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk carries one of the supreme swords, the world's strongest black sword, Knight, walking on the crowded street. The strong aura made passers-by unconsciously avoid him. He wore a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, black boots, and a brooch made of gem buttons on his collar. Mihawk definitely didn't come here to be interested in any artifacts. The button brooch on his collar was the high-level magic weapon refined by Chu Qi, which was much better than those junk of Doflamingo. I wonder if the teacher will come, Mihawk muttered to himself. He came here for 2 purposes. The first one was of course to try his luck and see if he could meet the teacher Black Devil. After all, Shenji Bai Lian was created by the teacher. Ability, now Doflamingo is showing off with God Machine 100 refinements, maybe he will come to teach this guy a lesson. The second purpose is to compete with the strong, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. It is rare to see so many great pirates gathered together, how could Mihawk miss it? The most important thing is that he has an opponent he has always wanted to challenge, the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki and his teacher, Pirate King Roger, were strong at the same time, and they were world-famous swordsmen decades ago. Mihawk always felt that if he didn't defeat him in swordsmanship, his title of the world's #1 swordsman would not be justified. At this moment, a strong aura came over, including Mihawk. Some people stopped and looked in the same direction. He is here too, it's incredible. The majestic Whitebeard, wearing a battle robe and holding the supreme sword Kusugamokari, was walking slowly from a distance. Beside him, there were several captains of the squads, including Phoenix Marco and Brickjaws. Mihawk's pupils contracted and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This party seems to be starting to become interesting. Whitebeard Dad, will Mom really come to such a boring place? Marco turned his head and asked. Gulala, don't worry, Nania's biggest principle is keep your word. Chapter 225? Battle of Sword Masters, Hawkeye challenges Golden Lion. Whitebeard vs God Machine Bai Lian was definitely not interested. The reason he came here was that Chu Qi called him through Den Den Mushi. He said that there was a news to be announced, and he would come too, inviting him to drink together then. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, I didn't expect to meet you here. Shortly after Whitebeard appeared, Golden Lion's signature laughter also rang out from the sky. Then, a huge pirate ship that covered the sky and the sun slowly descended from the sky, blocking all the sunlight, as if night had fallen. Standing on the bow, Golden Lion crossed his arms, biting a cigar in his mouth, looking down at everyone, with a very impressive appearance. He is here. Golden Lion Shiki, the most popular pirate during this period, is naturally the one with the Shiki. The Golden Lion, who has mastered the Shuangchuan hand, is the only one who has learned the Divine Machine 100 refinements, Doflamingo. After all, the Shuangchuan hand is the key to eternal life, and this temptation is much greater than the temptation of divine weapon for most people. The current flying pirates of the Golden Lion has more than 80 warships, which is the veritable largest pirate fleet in the New World. He relies on the Shuangchuan hand to attract popularity and improve his reputation, and relies on the Golden City from the Sky Island. Swipe up, the gold seized was used to develop power on a large scale. Whitebeard raised his head and stared at the golden lion expressionlessly. Shiki, if you don't get this broken ship away, I will blow you and this broken ship away together. Ha 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 ha, had on to be angry, we are old friends after all, can't we be polite when talking? Golden Lion smiled and jumped off the ship, landing right in front of Whitebeard. Waving his hand, the huge warship quickly took off and flew away. Shiki, you seem to have become a lot more arrogant after getting Nania's double hand. Don't say that, this is your era, Whitebeard, I am nothing at all. Just as the two were talking, my hawk walked in. He walked straight over. He stared at the two with hawk-like eyes, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, nice to meet you, I am Joricole my hawk, the disciple of the Black Devil teacher. Whitebeard is the teacher's good friend who has been through thick and thin together, and my hawk should come over to say hello. Whitebeard glanced at him and said in a roundabout way, Hawkeye my hawk, you are Nania's disciple, right? He told me about you. You are qualified to be the world's #1 swordsman. Oh, is it true? I always thought this guy was swindling in the name of the devil, and the title of the world's #1 swordsman was also exaggerated. Golden Lion was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Black Devil really accepted a disciple. Golden Lion's words just after he finished speaking, my hawk suddenly drew out the supreme sword knight behind him without warning and pointed it at him. Golden Lion Shiki, I heard that you are the strongest swordsman in the previous era. I want to ask you for advice. Gulala, interesting, I didn't expect there would be a good show just after arriving here. It seems that this place is not as boring as I imagined. Whitebeard crossed his arms across his chest, looking ready to watch the show. Malco and others behind him were also very interested and wanted to see what kind of strength this young world's greatest swordsman, the first disciple of the Black Devil's mother, would have. Ha 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 ha, young people nowadays are really fearless, but since you are the disciple of the Black Devil, I am willing to give you a chance to challenge. Whitebeard said with a playful look, Shiki, don't be too arrogant. In my opinion, if it's just swordplay, you may not be his opponent. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also came over with their men. After all, there was such a big commotion here, and Golden Lion and Whitebeard showed up, so of course they had to join in the fun. Linlin also thinks that Shiki is not his opponent. He competed with the Black Devil in swordplay that year. It ended in a miserable defeat, and Lingling still remembers it vividly. Kaido also encouraged, don't be afraid, brother Golden Lion, just compete with him in swordplay, he's just a young boy. Even if he is a disciple of the Black Devil, how strong can he be? Golden Lion was speechless, this group of people were just watching the fun. Gulala, what do you think, Shiki? Do you dare not use your abilities and only compete in swordplay? What's there to be afraid of? He is just a kid in his 20s. When I became a great swordsman, he was not even born yet. Golden Lion stared at my hawk and sneered, but don't think that I will show mercy to you just because you are the disciple of the Black Devil. If you are killed by accident, don't blame me. You don't need to show mercy. You can use any means. As the disciple of the Black Devil teacher, I am naturally fearless, otherwise I am not worthy of being his disciple. My hawk clenched the black knife knight in his hand, his face remained unchanged, his eyes were firm, and he had a kind of momentum of facing death. My hawk is not an arrogant person. He heard from his teacher Chu how strong Golden Lion is. He mentioned it. Golden Lion not only has superb swordsmanship, his fruit power is even more amazing. Even he would have found it difficult to deal with it back then. The only shortcoming is that his individual power is too weak, otherwise he would definitely be a strong man at the same level as Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger. My hawk knows that if Golden Lion uses his fruit power, his chances of winning are very low. But as a disciple of the near-god Black Devil, even if he dies in battle, he will never accept concessions and embarrass his teacher. Gulala, good boy, you are worthy of being Ki's disciple, you have courage, I recognize you. Whitebeard praised. Golden Lion, what do you say? What can I say? We are all swordsmen, so we naturally have to compete with each other in swordsmanship. If I use the fruit power, I lose. Chapter 226 Collective Suppression of Doflamingo. When my hawk challenged Golden Lion, Chuki stood not far away and watched with Teazero. This time he did not plan to show up, and had changed his appearance with his hands. And until the Pirate Expo began, Chuki would not show up in public, and Teazero was his spokesperson. Because if they knew that the real purpose of holding the Pirate Expo was to let them challenge the Black Devil, it would probably dissuade more than half of them. The strongest swordsman of the last era, Golden Lion, and the strongest swordsman of this era, my hawk, will fight. This duel must be very interesting. Chuki said with a smile, I hope my hawk will make some progress and don't embarrass me. After that, Chuki looked at Teazero beside him and said, there will be an opportunity to make money later. Do you want to try it? More and more pirates began to gather around Golden Lion and my hawk. The duel between the strongest swordsmen of the old and new eras, this kind of it was a great show, just thinking about it made people excited. Hawkeye, Shiki is right. Since it is a battle between the strongest swordsmen, it is reasonable to use swordsmanship to decide the winner. Whitebeard looked at Golden Lion and said lightly, Shiki, I don't care if you kill him with swordsmanship, but if you use your ability, I will sink you into the sea. Whitebeard has already recognized my hawk as Chuki's disciple, so of course he favors him. Hurry up and start fighting. Kaido urged impatiently. I have no problem. Ha, let's start. Golden Lion drew 2 swords from his waist. Everyone please wait a moment. Just when the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Doflamingo, as the host, finally appeared with his Don Quixote family. Doflamingo's face looked a little ugly. If Golden Lion and Hawkeye my hawk really fought, can the territory be kept? After Doflamingo appeared, everyone focused on him. If it was normal, no one would look at him straight in the eye. But Doflamingo is now known as the Divine Machine 100 refinement user, so it is naturally difficult to ignore him. Tisk, Divine Machine 100 refinement was actually learned by this guy. What a waste of resources. You say, if we kill him now, will refinement reappear? Doflamingo, don't waste time, show us your divine performance. Among these big guys, Doflamingo is just a younger brother, without a bit of appearance. Listening to their ridicule, he dared to be angry but not speak. Now he regrets a little bit starting the filming at the auction. None of these guys looked like they had bought anything. Those who paid were probably here to get something for free. Everyone, can you give me some face and go somewhere else? After all, we still have to hold the auction here. As a flexible person, Doflamingo tried to lower his posture. Do you deserve the face I give you? Charlotte Linling suddenly made a move, grabbed Doflamingo's head and lifted him up. Young Master Minga. The 4 highest officials of the Don Quixote family did not hesitate at all, and made a move at the same time, flying towards Charlotte Linling. In the way, the 4 desert generals headed by Katakuri immediately blocked the 4 major officials of Don Quixote. Luo Rosinante turned around sharply, wrapped his right foot with armament haki, and kicked Katakuri with a back kick. Katakuri also used armament haki to harden his fist and punched him. The fists and feet collided violently, producing a violent impact. The 2 did not move at all, and it was hard to tell who was stronger in terms of strength. Although Rosinante could fight Katakuri, Treble and his 3 men were easily crushed. In just 1 round, they were instantly subdued by the other 3 generals, which was really lame. Just when they were about to kill, Kaido stopped them. Lingling, give me some face and let him go. Doflamingo is my friend and my future partner. Don't worry, Lingling didn't want to kill him. Lingling was still counting on him to make me a magical tool that can make unlimited desserts. After saying that, Charlotte Lingling let go of her hand and threw Doflamingo to the ground. Seeing this, the other 3 3-star generals also let go of Treble and the other 3. Katakuri slowly put away his fist and looked at Rosinante meaningfully. I'm curious, a person like you is actually willing to be driven by Doflamingo, it's really interesting. Rosinante ignored him, retracted his foot, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and smoked it by himself. After being put down, Doflamingo gritted his teeth secretly, clenched his fists involuntarily, and his eyes behind the sunglasses were full of resentment. Fortunately I had foresight and established a cooperative relationship with Kaido in advance. With his help, I would have been severely humiliated today. Charlotte Linlin looked at Doflamingo and said condescendingly, remember, don't think that you have equal status with us just because you got the Black Devil's Divine Machine 100 refinements. Ha 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 ha, Linlin is right, Doflamingo, don't take yourself too seriously. In our eyes, you will always be a second-rate guy. Recently, Doflamingo brother Lang Ming is a bit too arrogant. They have long wanted to suppress him and give him a warning. If it weren't for the Shenji Bai Lian in your body, do you think we would come to this broken place? Know your position. Doflamingo really wants to take action now and fight to the death with Heejin Shizi. But reason tells him that he must be patient. Only those who can bend and stretch are truly strong. If he really takes action, he and his family will surely die today. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 227. Teezero appears and gets something for nothing. Facing the arrogant Heejin Shizi, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and swore secretly. You all wait for me until I really master Shenji Bai Lian refining, we must get back all the humiliation today. Bullying. After Doflamingo, Golden Lion looked at Mihawk and urged, make your move, start early, end early, my time is precious. Wait a minute. The Longbread standing next to him laughed and said, how can there be no betting for the duel between the strongest swordsmen of the old and new eras? That's right, old rules, open the market, I bet 200 million Baileys, by Golden Lion. Gulala interesting, then I also bet 200 million Baileys, but I bet on Hawkeye Mihawk. He 800 million Baileys, bet on Golden Lion. Opening the betting market was when everyone was still in the Rocks Pirates, Chu Chi, the game initiated by Yat. Almost every time, he opens the market, and everyone enjoys it. Over time, it becomes a habit. Ha 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 ha, if you give me money, I will accept it reluctantly. I bet 1 billion on myself. Mihawk has no expression on his face and looks indifferent. After several people have finished betting, a strong male voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. I bet 10 billion Baileys on Hawkeye Mihawk. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a pink suit, with the grey-green back hair, and full of jewels coming towards them. The man is Teezero. He took a deep breath, his face unchanged, and walked straight to the front of a group of big guys and confronted them. Who is this young man? He is so brave. I don't know him at all. He should be just an unknown person. 10 billion Baileys, does he have so much money? I think he is looking for death. An unknown person dared to face so many big guys. Everyone was waiting to see Teezero being crushed into a meat paste. Doflamingo's end is a lesson for us. In front of this group of giants with an average height of 4 or 5 meters, the thin, chronically underdeveloped Teezero was like a bamboo stick. Boy, do you really have 10 billion? If you can't take it out, you are deceiving us. I don't need to say more about the outcome. I'll remind you again, it's too late to take it back now. Everyone stared at Teezero with a playful look, with a hint of teasing and a hint of murderous intent. Teezero was stared at so hard that his scalp was tingling, and cold sweat broke out on his back, and he almost fainted. But when Teezero thought that the person standing behind him was the big brother of the Black Devil, he instantly became confident. Let's not talk about whether I have 10 billion Baileys. If I bet right on this 10 billion, who among you can afford to pay? As soon as these words came out, the crowd was shocked by this man again. He dared to say such words to several big men. It seems that he will not be crushed into a meat paste, but will be directly crushed to ashes, leaving nothing behind. If all the net worth is taken into account, only Golden Lion and may be able to collect 10 billion Baileys, but it is impossible to take out 10 billion Baileys directly. Damn kid, are you mocking us? Kaido was a little angry, raised his hand, and slapped Tesoro directly. Seeing that the slap was about to fall on Tesoro, Whitebeard was quick and clamped his wrist in an instant. Gulala, I think what this kid said is right. Kaido, can you be a little manly? Listen to what he wants to say first. Whitebeard looked at Tesoro. Boy, tell me, what do you want to do? What? If you are here to cause trouble, then you have found the wrong person. Hey! Tesoro exhaled lightly and said righteously, since you can't afford to pay, I have a suggestion. I will be the banker, everyone can participate in the betting, how about we play together? After these words came out, Whitebeard and others looked at Tesoro unconsciously again, and their expressions seemed a little surprised. Because Chuki had said these words before, and they were almost exactly the same. But everyone was only slightly surprised and didn't care too much. Just treat it as a coincidence. Doflamingo in the corner suddenly laughed, strode to Tesoro, bent down, and looked down at him. Friend, you have a good plan, and this trick of getting something for nothing is indeed brilliant. But have you ever thought about what will happen if you can't afford to pay so much money in the end? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Tesoro's face froze, but he was not too panicked, because he still had a backup plan prepared by Chuki for him. Doflamingo's words were immediately the boy woke everyone up. It turned out that this guy was planning to get something for nothing, but he almost got into trouble. There are so many people here, and the big guys are betting in billions. If the bet is right, at least tens of billions of Baileys will be earned. But if the bet is wrong, it will also lose tens of billions of Baileys. Everyone doesn't believe that an unknown person can come up with tens of billions of Baileys. He must have run away with the money at the first time. Hidden in the crowd, Chuki folded his arms and smacked his lips. Tisk 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 Doflamingo, this kid, really has some brains. If he is not weak, he might really be able to succeed. Ha 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 boy, I almost fell for your trick. You want to get something for nothing, okay, I'll let you be the banker, but I'll agree if you can come up with 10 billion Baileys. Kaido also said coldly, that's right, if you can't come up with 10 billion Baileys today to prove your financial strength, I'll tear your head off. Everyone looked at Tesoro, with a face full of viciousness and teasing. Tesoro remained calm, patted his collar, and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 228. A treasure worth 10 billion Baileys. Facing the aggressiveness of the big guys, Tesoro was not afraid. After all, he had a big boss behind him, so he must be tough. Tesoro looked around at everyone and said calmly, although I can't take out 10 billion Baileys, I can take out treasures worth the same as 10 billion. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this was said, everyone burst into laughter. Boy, do you know how much 10 billion is? 10 billion is enough to buy 100 devil fruits. Ha ha ha, in my mind, except the Black Devil's 8 wonders and the 3 ancient weapons worth 10 billion Baileys, there is nothing else. Speaking of here, the laughter of the Golden Lion stopped abruptly, and everyone was the same. They all looked at Tesoro with ambiguous eyes, as if they were expecting something. Hee hee. Tesoro's mouth curled up, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He was a small character, but he could be valued by so many big people. That kind of sense of accomplishment could not be bought with any amount of money. Tesoro now understood that money was the key to success. This kind of thing is not omnipotent at all. Only the Black Devil brother is omnipotent. Boy, you don't really have the 8 wonders, do you? Now Tesoro has completely lost the nervousness just now and can face everyone calmly. This is also the reason why Chuki asked him to come out, to train his communication skills, otherwise how can he host the Pirate Expo? He, I did get an 8 wonders by chance, I wonder if it is worth 10 billion. Tizero said lightly. The first reaction of the crowd was shock, and the second reaction was that this guy wanted to get something for nothing again. Stop talking nonsense. If you really have it, take it out and let us see. If not, I will twist your head off right now. Kaido said impatiently. Tizero was a little amused. Do you think I am a fool? Take it out, I still have a chance to survive. To be honest, it is true. When Tizero said that he had the 8 wonders, many people had already grasped their weapons, looking like they could take action at any time. I have put the 8 wonders in a safe place. Although I cannot take them out, I can prove to you that I have indeed found the treasure of the Black Devil. As he spoke, Tizero raised his right hand, and the gem ring on his finger began to glow slightly. Then, countless gold coins gushed out of the ring like spring water and scattered all over the ground. Fuck, the artifact refined by the Black Devil. Storage artifacts. Golden Lion and Kaido have seen them. Golden Lion went to Chuki to ask for it, but was ruthlessly rejected. Not to mention Whitebeard and the others, Chuki gave them a lot of devouring capsules, and now basically every captain of each squad has one. Dad, it's a space ring. Did he really find Mom's treasure? The space ring is more than the devouring capsules. Chuki only gave Whitebeard one of the more advanced magical instruments, and Marco and the others had been envious for a long time. The existence of storage magical instruments is no longer a secret. Doflamingo is also going to auction it at this auction. Minga, his storage magical instrument seems to be much more advanced than ours. Maybe he really... Toribel whispered. I know. Doflamingo had a blank expression on his face, but he had already started to think about it in his heart. Not only him, but others, of course. I'll show you the others. Tizero waved his hand and threw all the gold coins on the ground. He put it all back. Then he touched the necklace on his neck with his hand, and the necklace glowed. Tizero's body began to fade a little bit, and finally disappeared completely. How is it possible? Golden Lion and others were shocked. Tizero's breath disappeared completely, as if he had never appeared. Even with the observation haki, he could not track his breath. After a while, Tizero's figure reappeared. He smiled and bowed to everyone. No wonder this guy dares to be so bold, it turns out he is fearless. Damn, he must have a lot of life-saving artifacts on him, it's really hard to take action. Alas, it's another false joy. Everyone cursed, but Tizero didn't care. How about it, do you believe it now? After a moment of silence, Golden Lion looked at Tizero with a sharp gaze. There is one last question. If you tell me, I will agree to all your requests. Everyone's expression froze, and they all guessing what the Golden Lion wanted to ask. This is what everyone wanted to know. What is the name of the 8 wonders in your hand? Tizero looked calm and said bluntly, its name is Kuling Qianzhong, I believe you should all know it. Kuling Qianzhong. Among everyone, the reaction of was undoubtedly the biggest, that was the ability she dreamed of getting. Kuling Qianzhong has always been a thorn in her heart, because this ability really restrains her. In front of Kuling Qianzhong, her soul fruit ability will become a help to others. Quickly put Kuling Qianzhong, leave it to Lingling. Thinking of the fear of being dominated by the spirit binding general, his emotions gradually lost control, and his eyes became red. Whitebeard frowned, calm down first, this is not the place for you to go crazy. Give it to me. He completely lost control and punched Tizero. No one expected that he would suddenly attack, and Tizero was anxious and was about to activate the third defensive magic weapon. However, at this moment, his fist suddenly stopped, less than 1 meter away from Tizero. Chapter 229? Gamble 12 billion Baileys. At the moment of punching, a familiar strong murderous aura rushed towards her, locking it tightly. It aroused the deepest fear in her heart and instantly awakened her, who was almost crazy. When she came to her senses, she was still punching, and her whole body was wet with cold sweat. The hand that punched was trembling slightly, as if there was an invisible force blocking her fist, making it difficult to get closer. Hey, what happened to Lingling just now? She scratched her head after waking up, with a puzzled and naive look on her face. The incident happened in an instant, and Chu Qi's murderous aura was only aimed at one person, so the golden lions could not feel it. So they just thought it was a twitch, and now it has recovered. Although Whitebeard did not feel Chu Qi's murderous aura, he had roughly guessed what happened just now. Whitebeard raised the corner of his mouth and muttered softly, "Qi is still so boring, it seems that this young man is his new little brother." Whitebeard was not the only one who guessed it. My Hawk, who had been with Chu Qi for so long, certainly understood his teacher's bad taste. Since the teacher is watching, I must not lose this duel. My Hawk made up his mind secretly. I have already told you the names of the 8 strange skills in my hand. Shouldn't you also let me be the banker as agreed? Teazero said, neither servile nor arrogant. Ha 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 ha, I wish for it, but if you lose and don't have money to pay compensation, you must hand over spirit confinement to us. Golden Lion was excited. That's right, if you dare to run, we will chase you to the ends of the earth. Don't worry, Ima, as a businessman, since we are doing business, reputation is definitely the most important thing. If I can't afford to pay, spirit binding will be offered to me with both hands. Before Teazero came out, Chu Qi had given him a guarantee, telling him to be bold and not to worry, so he dared to boast. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion was even more excited, and said loudly, I want to increase the bet by 1 billion Baileys, a total of 2 billion Baileys. 2 billion Baileys is all the financial resources of the Flying Pirates now. But if 2 billion Baileys can be used to exchange for spirit binding, sending a general is equivalent to buying a priceless treasure at a bargain price, which is a great profit. I want to raise 500 million Baileys too. He, so interesting, I'll raise 100 million too. Teazero's mouth curled up and he looked at the crowd around him. You've all seen my financial strength, how about we play together? Okay, I'll bet 20 million Baileys on the Golden Lion. 30 million Baileys, Golden Lion. Bet 5 million Baileys, Hawkeye my Hawk. These pirates come from all over the place, and they are all famous figures. It's no big deal to take out tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. There are too many people involved, and it took more than 2 hours of tossing and turning until dusk, when Teazero finally sorted it out. All the bets. We are all pirates, so we definitely don't bet with Bailey, but with treasures of equal value. The space ring that Chu Qi gave to Teazero was already filled with treasures, but there were still many that could not be put in. Whitebeard lent him a few swallowing capsules to barely fill it up. All the treasures added up were worth nearly 30 billion Baileys, which was enough to buy a member of the world government. Of these, nearly 210 million were bets on the Golden Lion, and only 9 billion were bets on Hawkeye my Hawk. In other words, if Hawkeye my Hawk wins, Teazero can get 12 billion Baileys. On the contrary, if Hawkeye my Hawk loses, he will have to pay 12 billion Baileys. However, Teazero's current assets only add up to 500,000 less than Bailey. These 500,000 Baileys were the money left by Chu Qi for buying him clothes. As for the soul binding and general dispatching, it was completely bullshit. How could Teazero have such a thing? Chu Qi taught him to say so. The purpose was naturally to get something for nothing. Brother my Hawk, as the disciple of the Black Devil, you must give your best, my future depends on you. To be honest, Teazero was panicking now. Because he was too nervous, his palms were sweating crazily. Before coming here, he had never seen 100 million Baileys in his life. And now, the treasure worth 30 billion Baileys was quietly lying in his hands. On the other side, Doflamingo, who was standing in the corner, was very jealous of Teazero and hated him. Of course he wanted to be the banker, but the risk was too great. He didn't have the courage or the guts to use Divine Machine 100 refinements as a bargaining chip. Damn it, this is clearly the auction I held, and this is my territory, but this guy stole all the limelight. After saying that, Doflamingo punched the wall hard to vent his anger. Seeing this, several cotters hurried forward to comfort him. "Young master, don't be angry, he won't be proud for long. Hawkeye has only been famous for a few years, how could he be the opponent of the legendary pirate Golden Lion? That's right, once Hawkeye loses, he will be doomed." It was really infuriating today, not to mention Doflamingo. Several of the cotters were a little indignant. First, they were humiliated by them, and then a nobody stole the limelight. As the host, the Don Quixote family completely became a foil, without any appearance. The most important thing is that all this happened on their own territory. Who can bear to face such a great shame? They just dared to be angry but not to speak. Doflamingo suddenly began to miss the past. They used to be the head of the chicken, but now they may not even be the tail of the phoenix. After several twists and turns, under the setting sun, the duel between the strongest swordsmen of the new and old eras finally officially began. Chapter 230. The strongest swordsmen of the new and old eras. Almost everyone was watching the battle from a distance. Who would want to miss this wonderful duel? The sunset was setting, and the sky was getting darker and darker. The Golden Lion and my hawk, who were hundreds of meters away, could no longer see each other's appearance. The only thing they could see clearly was the famous sword in each other's hand. My hawk raised the supreme sword knight in his hand, slashed it down fiercely, and slashed a green slash more than 10 meters high. "Ha ha 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 ha, well done!" The Golden Lion laughed wildly, crossed his swords, and swung forward a huge golden cross slash. The golden and green sword energy collided with each other, and there were bursts of sonic booms. The ground and surrounding buildings were torn apart by the powerful impact bang. As the deafening explosion sounded, the two sword energies were offset, leaving only a cloud of thick smoke and dust. Two's word-style secret technique, Lion's quick cut. With a swish, the Golden Lion rushed out from the smoke and dust, flashed in front of my hawk, and swung his two swords at him at a very fast speed. My hawk remained calm, raised the black knife knight in his hand, and went forward without hesitation. The two fought fiercely with swords and shadows. Picking, stabbing, chopping, cutting. My hawk's sword was clean and neat, without any unnecessary movements, and each strike was just right, not too fast or too slow, just enough to take every strike of the Golden Lion. It was not ornamental, and there was no skill at all. "It's that damn swordsmanship again, you are the same as your teacher, a disgrace to swordsmen." Seeing the Black Devil's swordsmanship again, Golden Lion was furious. He drew his sword faster, and turned into a golden shadow, attacking my hawk from all directions. It left countless after-images, as if there were 7 or 8 golden lions drawing their swords at the same time. My hawk was a little overwhelmed for a while and fell into a disadvantage, but he remained calm and responded calmly. Since he had seen the fast sword of his teacher Chu Qi, no matter how fast it was only considered average in his eyes, and he would not feel too nervous. "Golden Lion, the real disgrace to swordsmen is you," my hawk said lightly. "You pursue powerful strength all day long, give up kendo, and look for your teacher's 8 wonders all over the world. You are no longer worthy of the title of swordsman." As soon as the voice fell, my hawk swung his sword, and a violent sword storm was set off around him, temporarily blocking the fierce attack of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion was forced to jump away and distance himself from my hawk. The Golden Lion did not rush to attack again. The veins on his head popped out, and he looked furious. "Little ghost, what do you know? Defeating that man is my lifelong pursuit, but human means are ineffective to defeat that man. The power of the 8 wonders can only be resisted by God." The Golden Lion was a little excited, and my hawk's words seemed to touch his heart. Pain point. My hawk's expression changed slightly, and he said in confusion, "Why do you always think about defeating the teacher? What's the point? He doesn't like power, and even less like wealth. He gave you the grand line." Golden Lion's mood eased a lot, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, there are some things that your generation will not understand." At this point, Golden Lion raised his swords again. "That's enough nonsense, and the warm-up exercise is officially over." My hawk didn't speak, but his hands holding the knife tightened. "Lion Chikiri Valley." Golden Lion jumped up high and slashed at my hawk below quickly, cutting out more than a dozen huge golden sword auras. "Zanbo Infinite Mahakala." My hawk looked solemn, using the trick taught by Chu Qi, and tried his best to cut out a huge black chopping wave. After the huge black chopping wave flew out, it instantly split into more than a dozen huge chopping waves, densely packed, covering the sky. Bang bang bang! The sky was like fireworks, with flames soaring into the sky and explosions continuing. Under the illumination of the flames, the two rushed towards each other at the same time, and the three famous swords clashed again, with lightning and thunder, and sparks flying. The sword lights and shadows left behind were dazzling, and even the figures of the two were difficult to capture. "This Hawkeye is too strong." I thought the Golden Lion could solve the battle in minutes, but now it seems that it will be a protracted battle again. "Brothers, I'm starting to panic. I've bet all my fortune on Golden Lion." The strength displayed by Hawkeye my hawk amazed everyone present. Before this, many people did not recognize Hawkeye my hawk's title of the world's greatest swordsman and felt that it was too exaggerated. Although he won many battles and never lost, his opponents were not too powerful, and his most impressive record was just defeating a great swordsman. The reason why he can be called the world's greatest swordsman. All because he is a disciple of the Black Devil and learned the swordsmanship of the Black Devil. After all, these days, as long as a dog has something to do with the Black Devil, it is called a divine beast. Whitebeard pinched his beard and muttered to himself, "Among the young generation of emerging pirates, I am afraid that only that kid named Shanks can match Hawkeye's strength. After all, he is a disciple of the Black Devil, and he is simply a monster. If he really defeats the Golden Lion with swordsmanship, then I, Kaido, am willing to admit that he is the world's greatest swordsman." In the original work of One Piece, Hawkeye my hawk at this time definitely did not have such strength, and it was even more impossible for him to be called the world's greatest swordsman. This swordplay duel lasted all night. The two fought in the dark. Not only the onlookers, but even they themselves could not see each other clearly. They could only draw their swords based on their feelings and instincts. The sky was slightly bright. When the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning, the duel between the strongest swordsmen of the old and new eras finally came to a conclusion. The result was beyond most people's expectations. The strongest swordsman of the old era, the legendary pirate Golden Lion, lost. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FAE. Chapter 231. The Times Change, the Curtain of the Old Era. On the devastated ground, Golden Lion was lying in the middle in the shape of a big character. There was a long and deep wound on his chest, bleeding profusely, and the bones were exposed. Miho, who was also scarred and panting my hawk, standing next to him, holding the black knife in his hand, was already against his neck. "It seems that I am really old." The Golden Lion showed a bitter look. My hawk slowly put away the knife and looked at him calmly. "The teacher said that nothing is eternal except time. The times have changed, Golden Lion, your era is over." "Ha ha ha ha!" The Golden Lion looked relieved and laughed out loud. "You are right, my era has ended, this era belongs to you." Joricole my hawk, I am willing to admit that you are the world's greatest swordsman. My hawk nodded, without saying anything more, turned around and left. As the Golden Lion admitted defeat, Xian, the strongest swordsman of the old era, came to an end. At this moment, the strongest swordsman of the new era was born, Hawkeye Joricole my hawk. Golden Lion lost decisively, and the bankrupt gamblers outside the field have begun to cry and scream, and may even want to commit suicide. There is no doubt that the biggest winner this time is Tesoro. He made 12 billion berries out of nothing and became a billionaire overnight. Whitebeard took the treasure worth 400 million berries from Tesoro with satisfaction. Boy, what's your name? Tesoro shouted, Tesoro, Guild Tesoro. Gulala, seems that it's not only Hawkeye my hawk who became famous today. And you, Guild Old Tesoro. Hee hee. Tesoro smiled proudly and said nothing. Let's go. You have so much money on you. I don't know how many eyes are staring at you. I understand. Also tell him to come quickly if he wants to drink, or I will drink all the good wine. Tesoro was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. It was obvious that Whitebeard already knew his origins, but Tesoro was not too surprised. Chu-Ki was not surprised at all that my hawk could defeat Golden Lion. It was completely natural. Although Golden Lion already had the strength to surpass the great swordsman, he had long stagnated in the way of swordsmanship and was devoted to the pursuit of the 8 wonders. Besides, my hawk was Chu-Ki's personal disciple. If he couldn't even beat Golden Lion, he would have been a fool. Ha 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 ha, brother Black Devil, I'm back. Tesolo's voice sounded, and then he appeared in front of Chu-Ki out of thin air. Boy, you did a good job. Chu-Ki patted Tesoro on the shoulder and smiled. Not everyone can be calm and composed in front of so many big shots. I was right about you. He he he. Tesolo scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, it's mainly because I have my big brother behind me, otherwise I would have been scared to death. Alright. Tesolo took out the space ring and handed it to Chu-Ki without hesitation. Big brother, this is your money, worth about 12 billion Baileys. Chu-Ki was speechless. What are you doing for me? This is your own money. Tesolo shook his head. This is the method that Big Brother taught me. I'm just helping Big Brother, so of course the money is yours. If it was before, with so much money in hand, Tesolo would have run away long ago, and he would wake up laughing in his dreams. But after following Chu-Ki, Tesolo felt that money was something like that. That's all. The value of 12 billion Baileys is not even as good as his praise. Keep it for yourself. Do you think I need money? Chu-Ki said lightly, don't you want the gold fruit? This money can just be used to bid for it. You are now a person of some stature. Stealing is too cheap. He he he. Tesoro smiled awkwardly. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the big brother. As Chu-Ki said, Tesoro was indeed prepared to take the risk to steal Doflamingo's gold fruit. You are right. I am now the younger brother of the Black Devil. Stealing things will not only bring shame to myself, but also damage the face of the big brother. Tesoro stopped being hypocritical and put away the space ring. He has decided that no matter how much money he makes in the future, he can give it to his elder brother as long as he needs it. Tesoro, I'm going to meet an old friend now. You can go to the auction by yourself, just don't forget what I told you to do. I promise to complete the task. Tesoro looked serious. Okay, if you have anything, use Den Mushi to contact me. I'm always on the island. Understood. When he arrived at Whitebeard, Chu-Ki had already removed his disguise and revealed his true face. As usual, everyone gathered around excitedly, treating Chu-Ki as a rare animal. The old crew members greeted, and the new crew members couldn't wait to introduce themselves. After dealing with these sons, Whitebeard had already walked over, and Hawkeye my hawk was beside him. Ki, why can't you come by yourself? Why do you have to run so far to this shitty place? Whitebeard complained. Teacher, long time no see. After seeing Chu-Ki, my hawk's calm and expressionless face finally showed some smile. Chu-Ki casually drew a healing rune and threw it on my hawk. Boy, you fought well and didn't embarrass me. Chu-Ki turned his head to look at Whitebeard again, and said with a smile, Edward, if I didn't ask you to come here, would you be able to appreciate such a wonderful duel? Gulala, that's true. The duel between the strongest swordsmen of the old and new eras is indeed rare to see. Okay, let's go to the bar, drink, and chat. My hawk will come with us. Okay. Chapter 232? The golden gold fruit, update notes. There are indeed too few updates in the past few days, and many readers have given up the pit. I can understand. Thank you for the remaining readers who are willing to support me. Starting tomorrow, I will definitely resume 4 updates a day, and try to update 5 times if I have inspiration. The auction carefully prepared by Doflamingo has begun, and most people present are just here to take a look. It was lively. After all, they just lost a large sum of money, so what's the point of bidding? But even the Golden Lions had to admit that the auction items were indeed very attractive, with various abilities and all kinds of strange things. It was a bit exaggerated to call them artifacts, but they were indeed treasures. Especially the storage artifact's swallowing sack, which was simply a top-notch item for hiding treasures while sailing on the sea. The swallowing sack was auctioned for 3 threes in total, and the first one was auctioned for a high price of 230 million and 200 million berries and was taken. The second one was 180 million berries and was obtained by Shiki the Golden Lion. The third one was 150 million and 1 berry, of course, it was obtained by Kaido the Beast. The 3 swallowing sacks alone brought more than 500 million in revenue to the Don Quixote family. Everyone present couldn't help but think that Divine Machine 100 Refinements is not only a magical skill to enhance strength, but also a magical skill to make money. This Doflamingo may become the richest man in the world in the future. Doflamingo on the high platform opened his arms and laughed loudly. Next is one of the finale items of this auction, the superhuman devil fruit, the gold fruit. As soon as the voice fell, a glass display case slowly rose from the ground, and a golden devil fruit shaped like an apple was quietly placed in the middle of the display case. The specific ability of the gold fruit is to control and manufacture gold. Unfortunately, the gold manufactured is not real gold. The sea water will turn it into gold. Its destruction. Hearing this, many people's hearts were half cold. It turned out to be the ability to make fake money. But it's true, if you can make real gold, only a ghost will auction it and become the richest man in the world in a minute. This devil fruit speculators should like it, but no pirate with a little fame will want it. Because once the fake gold made by the flower is discovered, the consequences are not just as simple as losing your reputation. At the scene, the reaction of the audience, Doflamingo had already anticipated it. He didn't intend to sell the gold fruit, he just wanted to use it to attract more customers. I declare that the starting price of this superhuman gold fruit is 1.5 billion Baileys. Each bid must not be less than 10 million Baileys. Oh! As soon as the auction price was announced, the crowd below sighed. 1.5 billion Baileys is 15 times higher than the market price of the devil fruit. If you can make real gold, 1.5 billion Baileys, but you made fake gold, then 1.5 billion is not worth it. Even if it is a natural devil fruit, it is not worth much. Sure enough, when this price was announced, most people were discouraged. But there are still bidders, such as the king of a big country, or wealthy businessmen, speculators who are not short of money. 510 million Baileys. 1.520 million Baileys. 1.540 million Baileys. 2 billion Baileys. I want this golden fruit. The person who made the bid was the lone shark king from the underground world. He had a hunch and a way to maximize the effect of this devil fruit, so he chose to enter the market in a domineering manner. The high price of 2 billion Baileys directly discouraged everyone. The offer of 1.5 billion Baileys was already too high, so the other bidders only raised the price by 10 million. 2 billion is a sky-high price, and even if they are stupid and rich, they are unwilling to accept it. Are there any other customers willing to bid? The following people were discussing, but no one bid. Just when Doflamingo was about to drop the hammer, a familiar young male voice rang out. I bid 2.5 billion Baileys. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Teazero, dressed in a suit and jewels, holding a black and white cane in his hand, slowly walking towards the auction table. The black and white cane that Teazero held was naturally also a magic weapon, and a high-level magic weapon. Chu Qi was afraid that he would be beaten to death today, so he prepared a life-saving prop for him. Damn it, this guy actually dared to show up. I was going to look for him yesterday, but he ran away so fast. Brothers, block all the 44 exits in the southeast, northwest, and northeast later. Don't let him run away again. Pirates have never been a group of reasonable people. It is true that you won the money, but it does not mean that we cannot take it back. So in the eyes of the pirates, Tesoro, who was carrying 12 billion baileys, was simply a fat sheep that could not be fatter. What's more, he had clues about the 8 great skills: binding spirits and sending generals, which was the main reason for catching him. Hearing Tesoro's bidding, the king of usury frowned and continued to raise the price: 2.6 billion baileys. 2.7 billion baileys. 2.72 billion baileys. Seeing that the king of usury still wanted to argue, Tesoro did not hesitate and shouted directly, 3.5 billion baileys. As soon as this price was announced, the king of usury, the king, finally lost his temper. Although his net worth is more than 3.5 billion bailey, it is still unrealistic for him to take out 3.5 billion baileys liquidity at once. Doflamingo frowned. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Is there anyone else willing to bid? Doflamingo repeated it again. After a long time, seeing that no one was bidding again, Doflamingo announced the result very unhappily. Tesoro won the para-human devil fruit gold fruit at a price of 3.5 billion bailey. At this time, Tesoro had already walked onto the auction platform and bowed deeply in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Chapter 233. 8 Wonders as Prizes. The whole audience was boiling. Doflamingo did not stop Tesoro from going on stage. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. The people in the audience, including the Golden Lion, also looked amused and looked like they were watching a good show. Waste a little time for you. First, let me introduce myself. Tesoro smiled and said generously, my name is Guild Tesoro. I believe you have never heard of this name. This is normal because I am just a nobody. The people below started to cursing. Tesoro completely ignored him. I believe you all know that I have found one of the treasures left by Lord Black Devil. But I am just a businessman, wealth is everything to me, and I am not very interested in cooling Qianzhong, so. At this point, Tesoro smiled mysteriously, hesitating. Everyone present was so excited that they stood up and looked at him expectantly. Golden Lion was extremely excited and roared with great pride, tell me, how much do you want? Take it out for auction. Rich people from all over the world are here. No one can compete with Lingling, Kuling Qianzhong can only belong to Lingling. No, you have misunderstood. I think that the 8 wonders of the Black Devil are priceless treasures, and their value cannot be measured by money. Tesoro changed the subject and continued, I can't sell spirit confinement in any form, and you can't afford it. So I plan to give spirit confinement to you directly. When these words came out, everyone was stunned and looked unconvinced. Even if they were fools, they would not give 8 wonders away easily. What's more, this guy named Tesoro is as shrewd as a fox. Hey boy, are you kidding us? Haha, of course not. As a businessman, integrity is very important. What you say, I will never take it back. Tesoro said slowly, everyone, I am going to hold a pirate expo. The treasure of Lord Black Devil will be the prize, and the final grand prize is Spirit Conquer and General, one of the 8 wonders. As he said, Tesoro spread his hands, and a strange box with black smoke appeared in his palm out of thin air. The box exudes a strange and mysterious atmosphere, and it can't help but be attracted. This is Spirit Conquer and General, one of the 8 wonders. I believe you will like this prize. Tesoro's mouth corners rose. I didn't expect that General, one of the 8 wonders, was really in his hand, and the whole audience was boiling instantly. It was like a heavy bomb thrown into a calm lake. Everyone looked at they were fierce and greedy, rubbing their hands and eager to move forward. But those who can come here are all famous figures, and they are not stupid. Let's not talk about whether they can rob it. Even if they rob it, they can't let you take it alive, and you will definitely be attacked by everyone. So even Kaido and Golden Lion dare not take the first step, and can only wait and see. Everyone, the Pirate Expo will start in 3 months. I will publish the specific time and place in the world news. Tizalo continued in a persuasive tone, if anyone can complete the final test, I promise to deliver spirit confinement to you intact, and it will never be interfered by the outside world. The whole place fell into silence. No bodies, this may be the closest time for you to get the 8 wonders in your life, so make good use of the opportunity. After saying that, Tesoro used the black and white cane in his hand to point at the golden gold fruit inside the glass display case. Bang! The golden gold fruit inside turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, followed by a space-eating capsule. Tesoro turned his head to look at Doflamingo behind him, and said with a smile, there are 3.4 billion Baileys inside, plus this swallowing capsule is worth 100 million Baileys, a total of 3.5 billion. Baileys, please inspect it, Mr. Doflamingo. Damn! Doflamingo gritted his teeth, a little annoyed. Although 3.5 billion Baileys is a huge sum of money, it can help the Don Quixote family to move to a higher level. But the gold fruit was bought by this guy who stole his limelight, which made Doflamingo very unhappy. No matter whom he sold it to, Doflamingo didn't want to sell it to him. As a result, this guy actually acted first and asked later. And took the gold fruit away without giving him a chance to refuse. Looking at Tesoro's smug smile, Doflamingo couldn't bear it anymore. Super Strike Whip! Doflamingo brother swung his hand, and dozens of nearly transparent thin threads spurted out from his palm. Then he twisted these threads together to form a thick thread column like hair, and swung it fiercely at Tesoro. Mr. Doflamingo seems a little angry, so I'll go first. Just when Doflamingo's super whip was about to hit Tesoro, Tesoro tapped himself with his black and white cane. Bang! Another bang was heard, and Tesoro turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, leaving only a skeleton gold coin. Pa! The skeleton gold coin was instantly smashed by Doflamingo's super whip, and turned into gold sand scattered all over the ground. Damn guy, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Tesoro escaped with the help of the magic weapon, leaving Doflamingo alone in the place, helpless and furious. The people present didn't care whether Doflamingo was angry or not, they were still immersed in the big cake drawn by Tesoro. And couldn't extricate themselves. Pirate Expo, right. The soul conquest and general summoning must be mine. Chapter 234? Uncle Buggy can take you. Hey! That's a close call. Fortunately, I have the advanced magic weapon magic wand given by my elder brother, otherwise I would have been beaten to death by Doflamingo. Tesoro, who escaped from the auction, was scared and murmured in a low voice, sure enough. Strength is the guarantee of everything, otherwise no matter how much money you make, it will be a wedding dress for others. After that, Tesoro Luo took out the gold fruit from the space ring and ate it without hesitation. On the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone was having a banquet, drinking fine wine and chatting happily. I say, Key, what's the point of holding that pirate expo and giving away your own 8 wonders as prizes? Chu Key shrugged, it doesn't make any sense. It's mainly because it's too lonely to be invincible for a long time. None of you can fight, it's really boring. Edward, you must come when the time comes. This game won't be fun without you. Gulala, don't worry, I'll go when the time comes, I will definitely beat you to a pulp, and see if you dare to be arrogant again, Zhang. Ha ha ha, I hope so. Marco and the others were a little excited and asked impatiently, Mom, can we go? Chu Qi smiled and said, of course, it's a good opportunity for me to see if you little kids have made any progress. Over a dozen days, the news of the Pirate World Expo spread like wildfire, no matter In the Four Seas or the Grand Line, everyone knew about it. After all, the final grand prize of the World Expo is one of the 8 unique skills created by the Black Devil, binding spirits and sending generals. Countless pirates have been thinking about it day and night, searching for treasures for more than 10 or 20 years. This gimmick is thousands of times bigger than Doflamingo's golden fruit. Even though they knew that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and other Overlord-level pirates would definitely participate, the chance of getting spirit binding and general scent was slim. But as Tesoro said, this might be the closest they have ever been to the 8 great skills, and it was also the only chance to compete fairly with these big guys, and no one wanted to miss it. The location of the Pirates World Expo was set in the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, and the purpose was to allow more people to participate. Tesoro began to recruit troops and horses all over the Grand Line, running around to smoothly hold the Pirates World Expo, and was tired. Working hard. Chu-Ki just became a hands-off boss, not caring about anything at all, drinking and making trouble with Whitebeard every day. East Sea Rogue Town. The clown Buggy looked at his hands and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! 8 wonders, soul binding and generals, a super treasure worth more than 1 Bailey, Uncle Buggy is here. Alas, Captain Buggy, don't dream. The subordinate Machi sighed. It is said that the pirates who go to the Pirate Expo have a minimum bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. If we go, we can only be cannon fodder. That's right, Boss Buggy, it's better not to go, it's too dangerous. Buggy said dissatisfiedly, what are you afraid of? It's just a small scene. With Buggy, Uncle G is here, spirit confinement and general scent is at your fingertips. At your fingertips? What is your strength level? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Several subordinates thought at the same time. The Buggy Pirates have been established for 3 years, and the number of people has not exceeded 20. Not to mention the East China Sea, even Rogue Town has not been released. This is your strength. Hey, what do you mean by your disdainful expressions? Do you look down on Uncle Buggy? Buggy said proudly. Uncle Buggy stabbed the Black Devil 6 times in a row, and stabbed 666 holes in his body. Let me ask, who in the world can do it? Hee, I believe it. We believe whatever Boss Buggy says. Looking at the perfunctory, and Buggy was furious at the mocking look, but he could do nothing about it. Although what he said was true, his subordinates always treated it as a joke and no one was willing to believe it. Just when Buggy was furious, a man's voice sounded behind him. Hey Buggy, long time no see. Yes, such a familiar voice. Bakey turned around suddenly and saw a red-haired man wearing a straw hat, waving at him not far away. Shanks. Bakey ran over quickly, grabbed Shanks by the collar, and cursed, "You bastard, you can actually appear in front of me." Although he was angry, there was still a trace of uncontrollable joy in Buggy's eyes. After all, they are friends who have not seen each other for many years. Buggy is still a little happy to see Shanks again. Ha ha ha, Buggy, don't be too excited. Shanks, why are you here? We are going to the Grand Line and just happened to pass by here, so we stopped by to see you. I didn't expect you to be in Rogue Town. Buggy said unhappily. How come Rogue Town is the base of our Buggy Pirates? Isn't it okay? And we are going to the Grand Line soon. Shanks was a little surprised. You are going too? Are you going to? Buggy loosened Shanks' collar, put his hands on his waist, and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, of course we are going to participate in the Pirates 10,000 miles. Bo will seize the treasure of the Black Devil. He, what a coincidence. In that case, let's form an alliance, the chances will be greater. Bakey rubbed his chin and said seriously, let me think about it. How about this? Since we were once companions, Uncle Buggy can lead you and let you take advantage of it. But remember, I am the boss. Shanks couldn't help laughing. Okay, you are the boss. Chapter 235? Gathered together, the Pirate World Expo opens. For the Pirate World Expo, for Spirit Conquest and General Scent, all forces are actively preparing, and the Navy is no exception. The destruction of the Holy Land of Marijoa is not as simple as breaking bones for the world government. Now that most of the Navy's troops have been withdrawn, the headquarters can only barely control the first half of the paradise, and is completely powerless to the second half of the New World, allowing it to be in chaos. Fortunately, the venue of this Pirate World Expo is in the paradise, and the Navy can participate in Iden. At the conference table, Sengoku looked around at the Navy generals around him and said righteously, 3 of the current 8 unique skills have fallen into the hands of pirates. So our Navy must get the Kuling Qianzhong that appeared this time. Yes. Lieutenant General Tsuru hesitated to speak. According to the current known information, almost all the pirates in the world will participate in this Wanbo conference. If our Navy wants to obtain Kuling Qianzhong, I'm afraid. Zhang Guo nodded and said calmly, although there are many participants, there is only 8 great skills, and they must fight on their own, so our chances of winning are actually very high. Everyone nodded and agreed. Marshal Zhang Guo, do you have anyone selected for the Navy to participate in the Pirate Wanbo conference? To ensure that everything is foolproof, I plan to let Admiral Zifa lead the team, consisting of Akainu, Kizaru, Momosaurus, Shaitan, and Ghost Spider. Together with the Vice Admirals, they formed a special action team and secretly went to the Pirates World Expo, waiting for an opportunity to seize the Kushikanjo. He nodded and said thoughtfully, there should be no problem with the combat power, which is enough to deal with most pirates. The only thing I am worried about now is will the Black Devil appear at that time? Zhang Guo did not speak again, his expression became a little heavy. As everyone was looking forward to it and waiting without eating or drinking, 3 months passed quickly, and the Pirates World Expo was about to begin. Lord Teazero, everything is ready, your World Expo can start at any time. I know go down. Yes. Standing on the top of the castle, Tesoro looked down at the huge world below. Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, he looked like he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. A few months ago, he was just a lowly slave, but now he is the king of a country. Destiny is really amazing. In order to better complete the task assigned by Chu Qi, Tesoro spent 6 billion baileys, plus a magic weapon given by Chu Qi, to buy a country from the world government. It took more than a month, combined with his own gold fruit ability, Tesoro transformed this country into the venue for the Pirate Expo. And renamed this country Gran Tesoro. Not only that, Tesoro made a splash at the Doflamingo auction performance, accumulated a lot of fame. In addition, he is now rich and powerful, so it is not too easy for him to win over a group of subordinates. Today, Tesoro has money, people, and territory. He is already a big man. However, Tesoro does not value these things, and even does not care. What Tesoro values more is Chu Qi's attitude. It is Tesoro's greatest wish that he can be satisfied. Although he has not been Chu Qi's fanboy for a long time, in terms of fanaticism, Tesoro is definitely comparable to the giantess Nana. Of course, this has a lot to do with his experience. In the Twilight Era, a pirate ship slowly sailed from a distance, and then more and more pirate ships came towards Gulantazora. Approaching. Seeing this scene, Tesoro finally breathed a sigh of relief. The task assigned by the eldest brother has finally been completed. 3 days later, more and more pirates came to Gulantazora, with a total number of more than 100,000. Although they knew that the Pirate Expo would not start for several days, they were still willing to come in advance. One was to familiarize themselves with the environment, and the other was to investigate the enemy situation and find out the details of Gildertazora. It was a pity that Tesoro was very smart and had never show up, hide in the dark and control everything. In order to prevent the guests from getting bored, Tesoro specially built the entire Grand Tesoro into an entertainment city. Although there are not many projects, for these pirates who have few entertainment activities, it is simply a paradise. Food, accommodation, and entertainment are all included, of course, they all have to be charged, and they are all high consumption. In just 3 days, Tizero has made a profit of more than 2 billion baileys, which is faster than robbing money. Looking at the mountains of treasures in front of him, Tizero in the castle is in a good mood. I've decided my future development direction is to open an entertainment city. I want to build the world's largest and most luxurious golden entertainment city to impress the big brother Black Devil. Chapter 236. Devil's Descendant, Douglas Barrett. Chu Qi, who changed his appearance and came to Gulan Tizero, was quite impressed by Tizero's achievements. This kid is not bad. Although it is just a temporary place, he still made it look good. Tizero not only arranged everything in terms of food, accommodation, and entertainment, but also handled the security issues of the Pirate Expo very well. He actually connected with Kaido and Nana, and borrowed the power of the 2 pirates to maintain the order of Gulan Tizero. Before, Chu Qi was afraid that Tizero could not handle it, so he specially arranged Hawkeye Mihawk to help him. Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Is it possible? No wonder he can become the world's richest man who controls 20% of the world's baileys in the future. This business mind is really unparalleled. Chu Qi laughed softly. In the theater version, Tizero is not only the richest man in the world, but also has influence all over the world. He can freely manipulate the celestial dragons with the power of money and even use the power of the world government. In terms of setting, the level is almost the same as the 4 emperors. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Qi couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Tizero's setting is so high, but it ended up in the theater version. One Piece fans all know that no matter how awesome your setting is, no matter how strong you are, once you enter the theater, you will only be beaten by King Luffy. Chu Qi, it even feels like Whitebeard has arrived at the theater and the result is the same. Thinking of this, Chu Qi smiled bitterly and said, I'm starting to panic. The power of the world is really too scary. In addition to Tizero's good hosting, the most exciting thing for Chu Qi about this Pirate Expo is that almost all the pirates who can be named in the original work, regardless of their fame, have come to participate. Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, Crocodile, except for the young Empress Hancock, all the future 7 warlords of the sea are here. Edward Newgate, Kaido, Red-Haired Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors have appeared one after another. In addition to this, theatrical version and the extras appeared. Chu Qi was most familiar with Shiki the Golden Lion, the Red Earl, and Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the Devil, whom he met for the first time. Even the former members of the Rocks Pirates and the former members of the Roger Pirates appeared. The Navy headquarters also sent people over, disguised, but still couldn't escape his Deluo Dongguan. Chu Qi had to sigh that this Pirate Expo was another world-famous painting, a famous scene that was enough to be recorded in history. Ha 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 ha, just looking at them makes my blood boil and I'm so excited. In the Grand Line, Chu Qi is like a giant elephant with absolute dominance, and they are a group of tigers and wolves. Chu Qi would not take them seriously if they were in groups of 3 or 2, but when they gathered together, Chu Qi felt unprecedented pressure. And this kind of pressure is exactly what Chu Qi wants. What a meal costs 800,000 baileys, why don't you go and rob them? In the pirate restaurant, Buggy is arguing with the waiter because of the ridiculously high price of the meal. Everyone is a pirate, and Buggy is just a nobody, so the waiter doesn't tolerate him and directly retorts. Red Nose, the prices here are all it's like this, if you can't afford it, you can get out, poor. This is no longer an insult, but a personal attack. Bucky's face turned red with anger, and he used the power of his fruit to split into 2 parts, and his upper body flew towards the waiter with a knife. Damn bastard, taste the power of Uncle Buggy. Shanks was quick and grabbed Buggy's upper body. Hey Buggy, be patient, you will be beaten if you make trouble here. Shanks, let me go, I want to fight him. The waiter picked his nose, with an expression that said, if you have the guts, come and beat me. Outside the restaurant, there are patrolling giant pirates and muscular men from the Beast Pirates. Once someone makes trouble, they will just take action. Boss Buggy, calm down, calm down. Shanks was a little helpless. Just then, a slightly low and deep male voice sounded in their ears. Too rubbish in front, you are blocking the way. Bucky, who was angry, cursed and turned around. It's that blind bastard Baba Barrett again. Seeing Douglas Barrett, Buggy was frightened and hid behind Shanks instantly, trembling, not daring to look directly at him. Shanks frowned slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. Douglas Barrett, together with Shanks and others, are former members of Roger's pirate group, but there is no friendship between them. Friendship. Chapter 237. Red Hair Pirates confront Barrett. Douglas Barrett is a loner, without his own power, and he has not been very prominent in recent years, so not many people know him. But they have been together on the same ship for so many years, and Shanks and Buggy know Barrett's terror very well. Nicknamed Devil's Descendant, he is called Demon's Successor, a super monster who can tie with Pluto Rayleigh at the age of 15. Barrett, I didn't expect to meet you here. He Shanks, it seems that you have improved a lot in these years, and you are now qualified to be my opponent. Feeling Shanks' aura, Barrett was very surprised. Back then in Roger Pirates, the people he looked down on the most were Shanks and Buggy, two useless interns. I didn't expect that after so many years, Shanks' strength has grown to such a level, and his growth rate and potential are really amazing. As for Buggy behind Shanks, Barrett simply ignored him. Shanks stared at Barrett with a sharp gaze, and said with a smile, "Why do you want to fight here?" Barrett smiled coldly, "I have no objection." Shanks and Buggy know Barrett's temper very well, he is very fanatical about fighting, a real war maniac. Roger Pirates, all the crew members in the group, except the trainees, have been challenged by him, and he was not gentle. He treated his own people like this, not to mention the enemies, and his methods were extremely brutal. If it weren't for Roger suppressing him, who knows what he would do. Seeing that the momentum between the two was not right and the tension was getting thicker, Buggy quickly pressed Shanks' shoulders. "Shanks, are you crazy to want to fight him? He is Douglas Barrett, a monster whose strength can rival Mr. Rayleigh." After scolding Shanks, Buggy looked at Barrett with courage and said with a smile, "Mr. Barrett, this guy is joking, how dare he fight with you?" Although Buggy likes to show off and exaggerate, he still knows himself and knows who he can and cannot offend. "Mr. Barrett, excuse me, we will leave first, you can enjoy your meal slowly." Barrett glanced at Buggy with contempt and said, "Why are you still hanging out with trash? This kind of trash can't be called a companion at all." He Shanks smiled meaningfully, with a hint of murderous intent and anger in his voice. Barrett, I don't care what you say, but I won't agree to insult my friends." As he said that, Shanks drew out the griffin sword from his waist. "Douglas Barrett, take back what you just said or let's start a war." As soon as the voice fell, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates rushed in from outside, and together with Shanks, surrounded Barrett. Barrett looked around at everyone, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually became serious. "Very good, you have a group of very good subordinates, I believe we can have fun." Shanks, if you want to die, go by yourself, I won't accompany you." Buggy was so anxious, screaming. Shanks joked, "If you want to escape now, it's probably too late. You know Barrett's character, don't you?" Of course Buggy knew that no matter who the target was, once the war started, Barrett would kill them all. "You a bastard, Shanks, I shouldn't have made an alliance with you." Ha 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 ha. Barrett frowned, took off his leather gloves, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's start." "Shanks, let me see how much weight you have now." As soon as the voice fell, a strong murderous aura came from Barrett. The red-haired pirate, everyone in the group looked solemn instantly, raised their weapons, and prepared for battle. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and Hawkeye my hawk, who was carrying the Supreme Sword Knight, suddenly walked in from outside. Everyone, during the Wanbo conference, All fighting is prohibited here. My hawk walked between Shanks and Barrett and said lightly, "You two, please leave." "Hawkeye, my hawk is a disciple of the Black Devil and the world's #1 swordsman. You actually work for that kid named Teazero, it's incredible." Barrett was very surprised. "He, the famous Hawkeye, my hawk, finally met real person." Shanks stretched out his hand to my hawk as if no one was around, and said openly, "My hawk, how about getting to know each other? My name is Shanks, nickname is Red Hair." My hawk glanced at Shanks, ignored him, and continued to repeat what he had just said. "Please leave immediately, or stop here, otherwise I will expel you too." "Ha ha ha ha!" Barrett laughed wildly, clenched his fists, and said with full fighting spirit, "Then let's try. I have long wanted to compete with you, let me see what the Black Devil's apprentice is capable of." Chapter 238. Red Hair Hawkeye attacks Barrett. Together Barrett has two purposes for participating in the Pirate Expo. In addition to seizing the King of Souls, the second purpose is of course to compete with the top powerhouses in the New World. Hawkeye, my hawk, the recognized world's #1 swordsman and the only disciple of the Black Devil, is naturally on his challenge list. Let's fight to our heart's content. Without giving my hawk a chance to react, Barrett the same shell, with a bang, moved in front of him at high speed. Raising a fist the size of a football, wrapped in armament haki, he smashed it from top to bottom at my hawk. My hawk drew his sword at a very fast speed, and the black sword and black fist collided with each other. The floor under the feet of the two was shattered in an instant, and the powerful impact spread wantonly, and the surrounding houses began to shake and crack. The news of Barrett's trouble was heard by Teazero at the first time. At this moment, he was receiving his guests, Chuki's #1 fangirl, the giant Queen Nana who came all the way from Elbaf. And the new pirate, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, who was also Teazero's great benefactor. Teazero held a banquet in the castle and warmly entertained the two and their pirates. As Chuki's most fanatical admirers, the three of them naturally had a lot to talk about, and were ready to carry out in-depth cooperation and common development. Before the Pirate Expo began, Chuki had already given all the fans a heads-up, fearing that they would make trouble at that time. "Sister Nana, Brother Tiger, who knows this guy named Douglas Barrett, what is his background?" Although Teazero he has a brilliant mind, but he has only been at sea for a short time, so he has little knowledge of the people and things on the Grand Line. Nana frowned and said in a deep voice, "He is a very difficult guy. I fought him once, but there was no winner. He is very strong. If it weren't for the devil summoning given by Brother Nanayi, he would probably have been defeated miserably." Tiger, wearing a coat and crossing his arms, said, "I know him too. He is called the Descendant of Demons. It is said that he was once a fighter in Roger's pirate group." Is he worthy of being the Descendant of Demons?" After saying that, Nana stood up and walked out of the castle. Tiger glanced at Teazero and hurried up. "Teazero, I'll go help you, don't come out, you can the target of public criticism." Teazero nodded, "I understand." After watching Nana and Tiger leave, Teazero was a little worried, so he called his men. "Notify Kaido, the king of beasts, and ask him to go and deal with it personally. The commission will be doubled, and the promised animal-type devil fruit will be increased by 1. Yes. Teazero has his own considerations. There are still so many days before the Pirate Expo officially begins. If these guys make trouble every day and affect the normal holding of the expo, the eldest brother will definitely be unhappy. Simply take this opportunity to show off the fangs, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and let the top strong men on the island restrain a little." The first time Hawkeye my hawk met, and it was also the first time he fought Barrett. The two after a few rounds of short fighting, no matter battle experience, strength, speed, they were almost equal. My hawk's swordsmanship reached the pinnacle, and Barrett's fruit ability was also superb. But overall, my hawk had the upper hand. Barrett could not do anything to my hawk, but my hawk successfully injured him twice. The street where the two fought had been reduced to ruins, and Shanks watched the battle from the side, not in a hurry to attack. Ha 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 ha! Expected of a disciple of the Black Devil, his strength is really amazing. He is just a swordsman, but he has such a strong physique. Barrett licked the wound on the back of his hand, his face excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. My hawk ignored him and raised the knife again. He said coldly, "Come again. In that case let me show you why I am called the Devil's Descendant." Before he finished speaking, a strong ghost spirit burst out from Barrett's body and merged with the armed color domineering that covered his whole body. The next second, Barrett's eyes turned red, his speed and strength were greatly improved instantly, and his aura was like the devil from hell. My hawk looked solemn, holding the black knife in his hand tightly, and was about to attack, but Barrett got ahead and punched him. So strong! My hawk swung his sword with all his strength, ready to fight to the death. Shanks on the side finally moved and flashed in front of my hawk, standing side by side with him. The two swung their swords in unison. Bang! My hawk's black knife knight and Shanks's sword griffin crossed together to fight against Barrett's strongest punch. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download FAE. Chapter 239. Hawkeye and Red Hair's Tacit Understanding. The author asked the goddess out to play. Although Barrett's strength was amazing, he could not withstand the combined attack of my hawk and Shanks. After being knocked out, he slid on the ground for more than 50 meters before stabilizing his body. After defeating Barrett, my hawk glanced at Shanks next to him and said, "I don't need your help." He, I'm not helping you. He was originally my opponent, but you beat him to it." My hawk didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement to join forces with him. The noise of the Treeman fight was so loud that it almost affected half of the island. The spectators, seeing that there was another good show to watch, they rushed over in a hurry. Before Barrett and my hawk started fighting, Chuki had already arrived. Holding an extra-large ice cream in his hand, he sat on the top of the tower, eating and watching the show with relish. The strongest three pirates of the same generation. This duel is quite interesting, but it's a pity that we can't fight to the end. Red-haired Shanks and my hawk at this time were still too young, and they couldn't be Barrett's opponents alone. But their potential was not weaker than Barrett's, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Sooner or later, they would be able to match or even surpass Barrett. After the two joined forces, even Barrett in the devil form felt great pressure, but this aroused Barrett's deepest fighting spirit. "I haven't been so excited for a long time." Barrett pressed his hands on the ground suddenly, and the ability of the fusion fruit was activated. The ground began to shake violently, and gradually rose up, merging with his body. After a while, a 100 meter giant beast rose from the ground, and a large amount of armed color domineering poured out, like a tsunami, quickly covering the body of the giant beast. The nearby spectators suffered collectively, crying for their parents and running for their lives. What kind of monster is this guy? No wonder he dares to call himself descendant of the devil. He really deserves the name. The 100-meter-long giant beast that had taken shape looked down at my hawk and Shanks with red eyes and murderous intent. In front of the giant beast, they were just ants. My hawk turned his head slightly and glanced at Shanks. "Can you keep up with me?" Shanks raised his mouth and said, "I'll try." The two looked at each other and rushed towards the giant beast in unison. Die! Barrett, who had transformed into a giant beast, waved his huge fists, with overwhelming force, destroying everything in his path of power, hammering at the two ants. Cut! The two swung forward at the same time, using all their strength to chop out an extremely huge green sword energy and an extremely huge red slash. The two slashes, one red and one green, flew out together, tearing the air, with unstoppable force. Bang bang! Two deafening roars sounded in succession, and the arms of the 100-meter giant beast were instantly shattered, but the shattered arms immediately began to repair rapidly. My hawk frowned, "Follow me. No, you should catch up with me." While the arms of the giant beast have not recovered yet, my hawk and Hawkeye ran from the toes of the giant beast to the top of its head. Swish swish swish. The two ran and chopped at the same time, just like cutting meat and bones. The body of the giant beast began to be shattered and collapsed bit by bit. The speed of repair was far behind the speed of collapse. After dozens of seconds, my hawk and Shanks arrived at the head of the giant beast at almost the same time, where Barrett's real body was. "Not bad, barely caught up with me." Shanks laughed loudly. "Are you mistaken? It was obviously me who arrived first." "Hee hee, my hawk, it seems that you have no sense of time." "Pa." While the two were arguing, Barrett jumped out of the head of the giant beast. He raised a huge fist made of rocks, wrapped with armed color domineering like black water, and struck a thundering blow at the two. "Deal with him first." Agreed. The scar healed and forgot the pain. The spectators who had just suffered gathered under the broken giant beast again. They all wanted to know how this wonderful battle would end. Bang! A large black shadow fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, creating a deep pit. Then, Shanks and my hawk also jumped down from above, holding sabers, and landed steadily. Barrett was already covered in wounds, while Shanks and my hawk only had some minor injuries. The outcome was clear at a glance. Although he knew that he could not defeat the two together, Barrett still refused to admit defeat and climbed out of the deep pit in a mess. Come again. Chapter 240. Coincidentally, the Hell Alliance was established. The author is going to date the goddess again today, and is determined to lick her to the end, so the update will be random. Barrett wiped the blood off his cheek, and rushed towards my hawk and the others again without slowing down. Although he was seriously injured, his amazing physical strength was not consumed too much. At this moment, the giant Nana wearing scarlet armor fell from the sky and blocked Barrett. "Boy, don't be so arrogant. It turned out to be you. Good timing." Barrett sneered and punched Nana without hesitation. Nana stretched out her hand, bent her 5 fingers, and grabbed his fist. Then, with the advantage of her size, she lifted Barrett high and slammed him to the ground. There was a loud bang, and the ground within a few dozen meters was shattered into slag. As a giant, Nana, who was blessed by Chuki's top magic weapon, could completely defeat the normal Barrett in terms of strength. Barrett spat out a mouthful of blood and spit, struggling to get up from the ground again. "Ha ha ha ha, today's trip is really worthwhile, come again." "Enough." Tiger folded his arms and walked out of the crowd with a group of brothers, looking a little angry. "Barrett, everything should be done in accordance with the rules. It's okay to come to the Wanbo conference, but if you come here to make trouble, then don't even think about leaving today." My hawk, Shanks, Nana, and Tiger stood on the same front, staring at Barrett in a serious state. Facing the 4 people joining forces, Barrett knew that he could not win, but his attitude was always arrogant. "Ha ha ha ha, I can come and go as I please in this broken place. Can any one of you stop me?" Just as Barrett finished speaking, a mace with purple lightning landed firmly on him. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Thunderous Bagua. The one who attacked was Kaido. As the saying goes, he would take money from others to help them get rid of disasters. He never said anything nonsense if he could do it. Barrett was already covered in wounds, and now he took Kaido's full-strength blow head-on. Even if he was physically strong, he couldn't withstand it and fainted immediately. After dealing with Barrett, Kaido picked up the mace and glanced at him coldly. "So what are you crazy about?" After saying that, Kaido turned around and left. They didn't say a word from beginning to end. Seeing that the trouble was solved, my hawk slowly put down his black knife, said something to Nana and Tiger, and turned to leave. Hey, my hawk, how about having a drink and making friends?" Shanks chased after him with a smile. Nana looked at Barrett on the ground. Take him back. Don't worry about him, now that Kaido has taken action, he should be more restrained. After several people left one after another, the whole audience was silent for a moment, and they began to discuss it. This guy named Guild Tizero is too awesome, he can do whatever he wants with a lot of money. You are too naive. If you want to invite these people, it's not a matter of how much money you have. Giant Queen Nana, Kaido, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye my hawk, Fisher Tiger who caused trouble in the Holy Land, it's no wonder that he has the confidence to take out Spirit Conscript as a prize if he can invite these 4 people at the same time. After this farce, no one doubted Tesoro's strength anymore. No one dared to make trouble in Grand Tesoro like Barrett. Guild Tesoro also became famous because of this. I believe that in the near future, his reputation in the Grand Line will completely overshadow Doflamingo, who is in his heyday. This is exactly Tesoro's purpose. He wants to expand his business, and both fame and strength are indispensable. After today, I believe that a large number of people will be willing to cooperate with him. After solving the problem of Barrett, Tiger, and Nana returned to Tesoro's castle. Thank you for your help. Tesoro nodded to Tiger and Nana. Nana waved her hand and said generously, it's a small matter, and we didn't do anything. Tiger smiled and said, since you are recognized by Brother Key, you are naturally our brother, and it is my duty to help you. And you are also a good kid, I admire you very much. If you have any difficulties in the future, just ask me for help. If you are not good in other aspects, we Black Demon Pirates are very good at fighting. The two were sincere and not artificial, which touched Tesoro very much. Brother Tiger, Sister Nana, I have a proposal. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Oh, tell me what proposal you have. In the past, Golden Lion and his men formed an anti-Chu alliance to deal with Big Brother Black Devil. Tizero said righteously, why don't we also form an alliance? If Big Brother Black Devil needs it in the future, we can do our best. We can also develop together and expand our power. This seems to be a good idea. Nana's mouth corners could not help but rise. I am willing to do so. Brother Key has helped us so much and treated us so well. But I have never been able to do anything for him, which makes me feel very guilty. Tiger said with emotion, my power is limited, but if we unite, maybe we can help him, just like this time. Ha, since Brother Tiger and Sister Nana both agree, then it's settled. Tizero thought for a while and said, people say that Brother Key is a devil from hell, so the name of our alliance should be Hell Alliance. What do you think? The name of Hell Alliance is good, it's domineering, I like it. I like this name too, let's call it Hell Alliance Alliance, let's do it. Chapter 241 Kuina is disappointed, Kojiro's decision. The goddess still left resolutely, the author failed to lick the goddess, so I came back to continue typing, I'll lick her next time, woof woof woof. After some discussion, the Hell Alliance was officially established. Tizero, Fisher Tiger, Giant Nana, the 3 of them are the founders of the Hell Alliance. The 3 of them discussed that the members of the alliance who will join in the future must be examined by the 3 of them and approved by unanimous votes before they can join. The character is not important, there is only one requirement, that is, they must be loyal admirers of Chu Ki, the kind who can sacrifice their lives for him. 2 big brothers and sisters, if you need anything in the future, just ask. I can't do it in other places, but as long as it's about money, I will definitely do my best. Nana also said proudly, my black magic pirates lack everything, but they don't lack combat power. If you need a fight, feel free to find me. Ha, although our fishmen are not as combat capable as giants, and we are not as rich and powerful as Tizero. But on the sea, there is no place we can't go and nothing we can't do. A few days later, the Pirate Expo finally started without any surprise. It lasted for 3 days, with 1 level per day. Only by passing the first 2 levels can you get the pass to seize Kuling Qianzhang. The main purpose of doing this is not only to eliminate the trash, but also Chu Qi. I have my own considerations. The Pirates World Expo is in full swing, and all eyes on the Grand Line are paying close attention, wanting to know who will win the Kushi Senkan. But in the remote East China Sea, people live their own lives, peacefully and normally, and don't even know what the Pirates World Expo is. In the Ishin Dojo in Shimatsuki village, a short-haired, heroic girl is practicing swordsmanship with a little boy with green algae hair. Duel. The girl's name is Kuina, the daughter of Ishin Dojo owner Shimatsuki Kojiro, and she has amazing swordsmanship. She is talented and can defeat adults in the dojo at the age of 10. The little boy is naturally the future vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the deputy of the Pirate King Luffy, and the third captain of the 3 pirates. Sword Lu Zoro. The fight between the 2 children was not very exciting, but it was very serious. Kuina was obviously more skilled. After a few encounters, she successfully knocked Zoro down and won. Zoro quickly got up from the floor, stared at Kuina unwillingly, and said with gritted teeth, "Just a little bit, I will definitely defeat you tomorrow." Hee. Kuina wiped the sweat from her forehead. "You will not be my opponent in another 100 years because my goal is to defeat Hawkeye my hawk and become the world's #1 swordsman. If 100 years is not enough, then 1 year. Ha 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 ha, what nonsense are you talking about? People can't live that long. Humph, just wait and see, I will." Zoro threw away the wooden sword in his hand and ran out of the dojo angrily. After Zoro left, Kojiro, with narrowed eyes and a smile on his face, walked slowly to Kuina and handed her the water cup in his hand. "Kuina, your swordsmanship has improved again, congratulations. You are the most talented female swordsman I have ever seen." Hearing her father's praise, Kuina was very happy and asked confidently, "Dad, do you think I have a chance to defeat Hawkeye my hawk and become the world's greatest swordsman?" From ancient times to the present, many people have won the honor of the world's greatest swordsman. But Hawkeye my hawk is the youngest one in history, less than 30 years old this year. Surpassing Hawkeye my hawk, becoming the youngest world being the best swordsman is Kuina's biggest dream. For this reason, she practices swordsmanship desperately every day. And keeps improving. After hearing Kuina's question, the smile on Kojiro's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became complicated. "Ah." Kojiro sighed lightly, and said hesitantly, "Kuina, although you are extremely talented, a female swordsman will never be the best in the world due to physical limitations." When these words came out, Kuina was struck by lightning and froze in place. Kojiro didn't want to. He told Kuina the truth, but he really didn't want to see Kuina working so hard every day and paying so much, but in the end it was all in vain. In this case, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Although you can defeat that little boy named Zoro now, he will surpass you in 2 years. This is the gap between male and female swordsmen. Kojiro hardened his heart and continued, "Kuina, don't you find that every time you defeat him, the time you spend is increasing unconsciously? How can this be?" Kuina's eyes were red and tears began to roll. She couldn't accept this reality. "Father, why can't a female swordsman become the world's #1? Since birth has determined everything, what's the point of hard training after birth?" With a snap, Kuina threw away the bamboo sword in her hand fiercely. After all, Kuina is only 10 years old. The blow of a shattered dream is not ordinary for her. Alas! Kojiro sighed heavily, "Kuina, this is not. There is no way, women's physique is naturally weaker than men's. Unless you are born with special talents, or..." When he said this, Kojiro's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something. He looked at the heartbroken Kuina, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 242? Excited Kuina, the appointment of the magic sword. "Kuina, do you really want to become the world's #1 swordsman? Kojiro asked seriously. Kuina was stunned when she heard this, and then answered seriously, yes, father, only success to be the best in the world, I can realize my life value. Then come with me. After saying that, Kojiro turned and left. Kuina didn't think much and followed him quickly. The two walked into the warehouse where knives were stored and came to the knife rack where the famous sword Wado Ikemonji was placed. Kojiro pushed open the knife rack, and there was a secret compartment underneath. Kojiro reached out and took out a long wooden box from the secret compartment. Father, why? Kuina was a little surprised. It was the first time she knew that there was a knife hidden under Wado Ikemonji. Kojiro slowly opened the wooden box, and inside was a dark purple long sword, which was several inches longer than Wado Ikemonji. The blade exuded a faint purple halo, and the blade had not yet been unsheathed, but that extraordinary momentum had already been revealed. This what kind of knife is this? Kuina was a little speechless, incoherent, dumbfounded. One of the 5 magic swords, its name is Thousand Blades. As he spoke, Kojiro pulled out 1,000 blades, revealing a blade made up of countless fragments. Only attack, no defense, unparalleled in the world. It is the strongest sword that surpasses the supreme great sword. The strongest sword that surpasses the supreme great sword. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the magic sword, Kuina was extremely shocked, staring at the magic sword 1,000 blades in Kojiro's hand with burning eyes. Father, this sword is yours. Kojiro nodded. Zhang, she said seriously, this was given to me by a distinguished guest many years ago. Unlike other swords, the magic sword has amazing power. Currently, there are only 4 in the world. 4. At this point, Kojiro slowly put away the blade. The magic sword is a priceless treasure, and everyone is fighting for it. Every time the magic sword appears, it will cause bloody storms, so I hid it. After listening to Kojiro's story, Kuina's worldview was successful. The East China Sea is the weakest and most peaceful sea area, Shimatsuki village, a small place that lives in peace with the world. Everything about the Grand Line is almost unknown to Kuina, who is 18 years old. Kuina, today I will give you the magic sword 1,000 blades. Kojiro handed the sword to Kuina with a serious look. Kuina, who was in a state of shock, finally came to her senses and was ecstatic when she saw Kojiro handing her the magic sword 1,000 blades. Thank you very much, father. Kuina couldn't wait to stretch out her hands and grab the scabbard of the magic sword 1,000 blades. The magic sword was obtained at the moment. A strange force surged into Kuina's body. Kuina was a little overwhelmed, but she quickly adapted, and the joy on her face became more and more intense. Father, with this sword, do I have the opportunity to become the best in the world? Kojiro smiled bitterly and shook his head. Kuina, it is absolutely impossible to become the best in the world with just a sword. Kuina has never left Shimatsuki village since she was a child. She is a bit like a frog in a well, and has no idea what the strong people in the outside world are like. How about that? Kuina was very discouraged and said in a deep voice, Father, do I really have no chance? Kuina, I gave you the magic sword 1,000 blades for another reason. Speaking of this, Kojiro looked out the window, with a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. In fact, many years ago, the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye my hawk came to our Ishin gym. Kuina was shocked again, but what surprised her even more was, what happened next. To be precise, it was his master who came to our Ishin gym. Shindikang, he was just an ordinary swordsman at that time, following behind his master. My hawk's master? Kuina hurriedly asked, Father, which swordsman is this? Why have I never heard of him? Kojiro smiled meaningfully, he is not a master, not even a swordsman. Kuina, we live in the peaceful East China Sea. The darkness and vastness of the world are something you have never touched. Kojiro paused and said with deep emotion, Hawkeye my hawk's master is called Chu Ki, and people call him the Black Devil. He is a true legend, a true myth, and the magic sword was made by him. Speaking of this, Kojiro looked at the magic sword Thousand Blades in Kuina's hand with a complicated expression. This magic sword Thousand Blades is she gave it to me, it was a long time ago. Under Kuina's expectant gaze, Kojiro told the story of how he met Chuki and the story of the gift of the sword. Suth magic sword Thousand Blades is not only a weapon, but also a token. The Black Devil once said that as long as you take this sword to him, he can do something for the holder of the sword. Kuina suddenly realized and said excitedly, "Father, you mean you want me to?" Chapter 243. This is my new sword, Thousand Blades. Kuina, if you want to become the world's #1 swordsman, your only chance is to become the disciple of the Black Devil. Kojiro rubbed Kuina's head and said earnestly, "Kuina, Dad will give you the power of choice. What kind of path to take and what kind of person to become are all up to you to decide." After a long silence, Kuina's expression became more firm, and a spark ignited in her eyes. She held the handle of the magic knife Thousand Blades and slowly pulled out the blade, imitating Kojiro's appearance. Although the blade was full of cracks and tattered, Kuina, as a genius female swordsman, could clearly sense its unparalleled edge and hidden powerful power. "Father, I want to find the Black Devil and learn the strongest sword, see a wider world, and become the real world's #1." Kojiro smiled bitterly. "Kuina, once you embark on this road, the difficulties and setbacks you will face will be unimaginable. Are you really willing?" "Yes, father, this is what I yearn for in my lifelong pursuit." Well, the magic sword can guide us to find the Black Devil. But the journey is long, I will take you there." Kojiro asked lightly, "Kuina, when do you want to leave?" "The day after tomorrow," Kuina said without thinking. "Father, I know so many things, I don't want to waste a minute now," Kuina said righteously. Kojiro covered his forehead. She shook her head helplessly. "Since Dad said he would respect your decision, he won't interfere. You can go as long as you want." "Thank you very much, Father. By the way, let's go and say goodbye to that little guy named Zoro tomorrow. I'm afraid we won't see each other again for a long time." Kuina nodded, her eyes slightly sad. "I will." The next day, Zoro came to Ishin Dojo early as usual and continued to challenge Kuina. Zoro held several bamboo swords, pulled his throat, and said confidently, "Kuina, I will definitely beat you with 5 swords today. This kind of thing has happened hundreds and thousands of times, and the dojo has long been accustomed to it. You guys, you're so noisy." Kuina also walked out from the back as usual. But today she didn't hold a bamboo sword, but the famous sword she inherited from her father. One of the 21 great swords, the Wado Ikemonji. Not only that, Kuina also carried a black sword bag on her back. "Kuina, what are you doing?" Kuina walked in front of Zoro, handed over the Wado Ikemonji in her hand, and said calmly, "Zoro, how about fighting with a real sword today?" Zoro, who was a little nervous, didn't notice anything wrong and looked excited. "Ha ha ha ha, if I use a real sword, I will definitely not lose to you." After saying that, he took the Wado Ikemonji from Kuina's hand, but immediately realized that something was wrong. "Kuina, I used your sword, what do you use?" Kuina didn't say anything, but silently took off the sword bag behind her and took out the magic sword Thousand Blades from it. "This is my new sword, named Thousand Blades." "Thousand Blades." "Ah, Kuina, why did you suddenly change your sword?" Although he didn't quite understand, Zoro knew that Wado Ikemonji was a very good sword. And for a swordsman, it is a taboo to change the sword at will unless it is necessary. Kuina raised the Thousand Blades horizontally, stared at Zoro, and said meaningfully, "Zoro, I want to say goodbye to my past self and start a new life." Zoro didn't understand what Kuina meant at all, so he simply didn't think about it. "I don't know what you are talking about, but I will definitely win you in today's duel, let's start." Zoro held Wado Ikemonji in his right hand, an unopened real sword in his left hand, and one in his mouth, and faced Kuina in full battle. I said, "You can't beat me, and you won't be able to beat me in the future." As she spoke, Kuina slowly pulled out the magic sword Thousand Blades. As soon as the magic sword came out, the surrounding aura changed subtly, and even Zoro, who was not even a swordsman, noticed it. What a weird sword! The aura and weird shape of the magic sword surprised Zoro. "Zoro, start!" As soon as the voice fell, Kuina rushed towards Zoro, and swung the 1,000 blades in her hand quickly. So fast! Zoro was shocked. Today's Kuina was completely different from yesterday. The momentum and speed were completely different. 3 swords flow. Just when Zoro wanted to fight back, Kuina's sword was already on his neck, and he didn't react at all. Chapter 244. Even if it's the Black Devil, don't think of blocking the way. Usually they can fight for a while, but today, Zoro lost without even drawing his sword after just one encounter. Wow, so awesome! Zoro was full of doubts. "Kuina, why have you become so much stronger?" Kuina slowly put away her sword, her expression calm. "Zoro, I've already said, I've completely said goodbye to my weak self yesterday." Zoro was still confused, but of course he was happy that his friend could become stronger. "It doesn't matter what happens, anyway, I will continue to challenge you in the future until I become the world's #1 swordsman." "I hope so." Kuina smiled knowingly. After smiling, Kuina said righteously, "Zoro, I will leave Shimotsuki village tomorrow and go overseas to learn swordsmanship. I am here to say goodbye to you today." "Ah, why?" Zoro couldn't believe it. Kuina didn't explain too much, but looked at the Wado Ikimonji in Zoro's hand. "This Wado Ikimonji is given to you, I believe you will not bury it." Zoro tightly grasped the Wado Ikimonji in his hand, with a complicated expression. He never said a word. Seeing this, Kuina used her scabbard to hit Zoro's head hard. "Zoro, cheer up, although our paths are different, the destination is the world's first. In this case, let's compete to see who reaches the destination first." Hearing this, Zoro shook his head vigorously, cheered up again, and ignited his fighting spirit. "Kuina, even if you are not here, I will continue to become stronger, and then surpass you and become the real world's #1 swordsman." "Okay, it's a deal." Kuina smiled and stretched out her palm. Zoro did not hesitate and high-fived. "It's a deal." The time came to the 3rd day, the last stage of the Pirate Expo, the battle for spirit conquest. After 2 days of competition, there were less than 10,000 people left out of more than 100,000 Cs. Under the attention of the crowd, Tai, who had not appeared, finally appeared. Still dressed the same, with western shoes, holding black and white cane, top hat on his head. Standing on the high platform, Tizero faced the crowd calmly. "First of all, congratulations to everyone for coming to the final stage." As soon as Tizero opened his mouth, the people below immediately started to curse. "Damn it, stop talking nonsense, and quickly take out spirit confinement. That's it, I've been here for almost 10 days, and I've spent all my money, but I haven't even seen the shadow of spirit confinement. Tizero, if you don't take out spirit confinement today, I guarantee that there will be no place for you in the Grand Line." Tizero wiped his sweat and said with a bit of a smile, "It seems that the opening remarks I prepared are it's no longer necessary, so let's get straight to the point." After saying that, Tizero took off his top hat and threw it out. The top hat fell to the ground and turned into a huge black portal, nearly 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. The black spiral in the portal was like the night sky. After the portal appeared, the whole audience was instantly silent. "Don't you want Kushi Senjo? It's in there, whoever gets it will own it." When he said this, Tizero rubbed the ring on his hand and smiled playfully. "But I want to remind everyone that I have invited a special guest, and he is in there. If you want Kushi Senjo, you must defeat him. This is the last level of the Pirate Expo. Humph, playing tricks. Kaido, the beast, looked disdainful, and walked in with his subordinates 3 disasters without hesitation. Seeing Kaido go in first, Charlotte Linlin was a little anxious, got on her thundercloud Zeus, and flew directly into the portal without caring about Katakuri and the others. The Golden Lion was not to be outdone, and flew over immediately. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and rushed to the portal in a mighty manner. Brothers, wealth and honor are sought in danger, charge. Get out of the way, the soul-binding general must be mine, and anyone who stands in my way will die. Looking at the murderous and almost crazy pirates, Buggy and his men couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and a frown appeared on their foreheads. Cold sweat. Shanks, why don't I help you keep watch outside? You guys go by yourselves. If you find Kunling Qianzhong, I can take 10% less, 46/46. How about that? Ha 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 ha, no problem, Buggy, if you're scared, just stay outside. Shanks said with a smile. That's right, Red-Nose Captain Buggy, with your strength it's really best not to go in. Bakey was so angry that he used his fruit power to split into several pieces in an instant. Damn it, you guys watch carefully, the Kunling Qianzhong must belong to Uncle Buggy even if it's the Black Devil, don't think of blocking my way. Chapter 245. The competition begins, and the special guests appear. Buggy might give in to anyone, but he would never give in to Shanks. Bakey walked into the portal angrily, Shanks and others smiled at each other and followed him slowly. Gulala, let's go in too. Since he wants to play, let's play with him for a while. Whitebeard waved his hand and entered the portal with several squad leaders including Marco. The 5-member 5th Special Operations Team, led by Admiral Zifa and dressed in disguise, also mixed in with the crowd. Only a few people chose to stay, and most of them entered the portal. When the time limit was up, the portal closed. Although everyone entered the portal at different times, they all arrived at the same time. It was a land with no end in sight, no sea water, and the environment was like a desert, surrounded by mountains, like a big jar. In the center of the desert, there was a huge building similar to a pyramid. On the top of the pyramid, a box emitting black gas was suspended. The moment they saw the black box, everyone was excited. No need to guess, it was the 8 wonders conscripting spirits and sending generals that they had been thinking about day and night. It's conscripting spirits and sending generals, brothers, hurry up, go grab it. A large number of people swarmed up and began to climb the pyramid, heading towards the top of the tower, obviously anxious. But those who had a little bit of brains chose to wait and see. None of the big guys moved. It can't be that simple, let these small fry go to explore the way. Be careful, the people arranged by Tizero haven't shown up yet. The process of climbing the pyramid was very smooth, and the imagined danger did not appear. In less than 3/4 of an hour, someone was about to reach the top of the tower. Charlotte Linlin finally couldn't bear it anymore, and flew to the top of the pyramid on the thundercloud Zeus. Kaido frowned slightly, looked at the flame disaster Jin beside him, and gave him a look. Jin immediately understanding, the fruit power was activated, and he turned into a toothless pterosaur, with flames burning around him, and flew towards the top of the tower. Gulala, Marco, you too. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco had already turned into a green phoenix and caught up with Jin in pterosaur form. The scene that followed was breathtaking. Various bird fruit ability users appeared one after another, yellow sparrows, crows, vultures, etc., all scrambled to the top of the tower. Not only the bird fruit ability users, but also fruit ability users with the ability to fly, or strong people with the ability to step on the air, also flew over. Everyone started a speed competition in the air, and the bird fruit ability user undoubtedly had the greatest advantage, because they have the fastest flying speed. Golden Lion's float fruit ability, or Doflamingo's flying skill Sky Road, are obviously slower. Seeing this scene, Zephyr, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. He knew that he could no longer hide now, and then looked at Kizaru beside him. Borsellino, it's your turn. Yada mirror. Kizaru activated the ability of the shining fruit, accumulating a mirror-like light in his hand, and shooting out a beam of light, forming a light track. Then the whole person became elemental, penetrating move at the speed of light through the orbit of light. The speed of light almost surpassed all the ability users in a breath, and everyone only saw a flash of golden light. So fast, who is it? Hey, that guy seems to be Vice Admiral Kizaru, the natural type Pidgeot fruit ability user. Damn it, how did the Navy sneak in? Charlotte Lingling, who was flying in the front and about to reach the top of the tower, was also overtaken by Kizaru. After all, the speed of light is not comparable to other flying speeds. It's very simple. The elemental Kizaru restored his human form next to the black box, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he slowly stretched out his hand. Charlotte Lingling was so angry that she cursed and could only watch Kizaru take the spirit binding and general scent. Kizaru, little friend, sometimes running too fast is not a good thing. Chuki's half-smile suddenly sounded in Kizaru's ears, scaring him. Black Devil! No, wait! Huang Yuan came back to his senses, and the next second, Chuki appeared in front of him. While taking away spirit binding and general dispatching, he wrapped his feet with armament haki, raised his leg high, and kicked Huang Yuan's chin firmly. At the moment when Huang Yuan was suspended in the air, another palm hit his stomach. Puff! Huang Yuan spat out a mouthful of thick blood and flew out in response. Everyone present was stunned, and stood there in a daze. This is the so-called special guest. Chapter 246. The joint attack of 4 Emperor-level masters. Black Devil, how could he show up? Who on earth is Gilder Teezero that he even invited this great god? Exit, where is it, brothers, retreat quickly. If they knew that the Black Devil was that special guest, they would never come in even if they were beaten to death. Chu Qi stood on the top of the pyramid, looking down at everyone, like an emperor. He tossed the black box in his hand and said with a smile, "Since you are here, don't even think about leaving unless you defeat me here." The reactions of the crowd were different, some were terrified, some were confused and some were excited. After all, it is a supreme honor to fight with the creator of 8 wonders, who is known as the creature closest to God. As long as you can defeat me, spirit confinement and general scent will be yours. Everyone, try your best, because this is the only way you can go. After saying that, Chu Qi hung the box containing Kuling Qianzhong on his waist. Brothers, come together. No matter how strong the Black Devil is, he is just one person. If we unite, we may not be a match for him. That's right, let's go all out and break the Black Devil's undefeated myth. The pirates were aggressive and their slogans were louder than each other, but no one was willing to take the first step. They were all instigating others. They were not stupid. The Black Devil was in his prime now. Whoever took the first step would kneel first. Teacher, I am sorry for my disrespect. My hawk directly pulled out the black knife behind him, raised it high, and then fell heavily. The huge slash was like a broken bamboo, flying towards Chu Qi at high speed. Gulala, then I will also take a slash. Whitebeard taking Kusugawa Kiri from jaws, he integrated the power of the tremor fruit into the blade, and then swung it vigorously, slashing out a white slash. The white slash was mixed with the power of the tremor fruit, and the space began to distort wherever it flew over. Ha 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 everyone, it's time to take action. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Since we dare not get close, let's try from a distance first, everyone thought at the same time. So, all kinds of messy attacks were directed at Chu Qi. Lion Chikiri Valley. Spear of Elbaf. Dragon Breath. Faced with the overwhelming slashes and energy shocks, Chu Qi was extremely excited, and had a tension he had never felt before. Ha 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 ha, come on! Chu Qi waved his hand, not daring to hold back, and used all his life-saving methods. Magic tools, runes, domineering bang. The earth-shaking explosion sounded, as if the end of the world was coming. The ground cracked, the huge pyramid had turned to ashes, leaving only a bottomless pit. Dead? Everyone looked at the pit nervously. If someone else suffered such an attack, there is no doubt that he would not even have a slag left. But everyone knows that this person cannot be inferred by common sense. Boom! A black shadow jumped out of the pit and landed lightly in front of everyone. You almost killed me, what a pity. Chu Qi was covered in wounds at this time, his whole body was charred, his arms were gone, and he was no longer in human form. But the next second, the wounded Chu Qi began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his flesh and bones grew rapidly. Don't give him a chance to recover, let's do it together. Kaido rushed over first, and the armed color domineering and purple thunder had already wrapped the mace in his hand. Thunder Bagua. Charlotte Lingling also jumped from the thundercloud, turned her tricorn hat into a giant sword, and slashed at Chu Qi. Emperor Sword Break 5, Blade. Too slow. Chu Qi raised his hands with only muscles slowly, released the armed color domineering, and formed two sides, invisible shields, blocking the attacks of the two people on the left and right. Strike! The three began to wrestle, and the armed color domineering violently collided. Kaido, who had already tried his best, was sweating profusely, and gnashed his teeth and roared, "What are you guys still looking at? Come and help!" Golden Lion was the first to react, waving his two swords, and flew towards Chu Qi from the front. The second one to follow was the Red Count Baylor Clydefield. He held the umbrella sword in his hand, and the red spiral sword energy was wrapped around the sword, and stabbed from behind Chu Qi. Black Devil, I see if you still have a third hand. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Baylor Clydefield, Golden Lion Shiki, 4 Emperor level. Strong men joined forces to attack. I am afraid that only the Black Devil can enjoy this kind of treatment. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. Chapter 247. I am willing to call you 4 emperors. Just when Redfield's sword and the double blades of the Golden Lion were about to fall on Chu Qi, the invisible Kimen Bureau quickly unfolded. Chu Qi raised the corner of his mouth and shouted Luanjin Tahen. The 4 Kaidos who besieged Chu Qi instantly felt that they were out of touch with the surrounding environment, and their speed was slowed down by at least 10 times. The Luanjin Tahen of Feng Kaokuman can only affect a single target and has many restrictions. After some research, Chu Qi successfully combined the Luanjin Tahen of Feng Kaokuman with the time and space control ability of Deluo Dongguan, and developed an advanced version of the Luanjin Tahen. By single body attack. Changed to range damage, which can form a deceleration stance with Chu Qi as the center within a radius of 5 meters. After all 4 people were hit, Chu Qi slowly put down his hands. The 4 people were hitting Chu Qi at a very slow speed, and they looked very funny. 3, 2, 1. At the last second when the effect of the chaotic golden watch ended, Chu Qi jumped high and kicked 4 people at the same time with a 36-degree roundhouse kick. Bang 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 bang. Kaido and the 4 people were like 4 balls, kicked away. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were not badly injured, after all, they both had iron bones. Golden Lion Shiki and Red Earl Liatafield was not so lucky. Both of them were the kind of weak and fragile. After being kicked by Chu Qi, he lost half his life. After defusing the attack of the 4 people, Chu Qi's injuries had completely recovered. He twisted his neck, looked around, and said coldly, "Come on, let's start dancing." Gulala. Qi, if that's the case, then I won't be polite to you. Whitebeard held Kuromachi and rushed towards Chu Qi quickly. Mom, please don't go easy on us. Marco and Jaws smiled at each other, one turned his whole body into bricks and stone, and the other turned into a phoenix. They followed Whitebeard to charge from the left and right. Ha 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 ha, finally, we can fight the Black Devil. Shanks laughed and pulled out the sword from his waist. Then he looked at my hawk not far away with a provocative look. Can you keep up this time? Red hair, why do you always like to say the opposite? My hawk drew out the black knife behind him expressionlessly. Let our Don Quixote family learn from you, near God. Ha 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 ha, the Black Devil who defeated Roger. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Barrett opened fire at full power, transformed into a devil form, and pounced on Chu-Ki like a wild beast that chooses its prey. Just like hundreds of birds flying together just now, now it is hundreds of beasts galloping, with great momentum. Ha 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 ha, that's it, this is the feeling I want. Chu-Ki, with a surge of emotion, waved his arms, and all the ghost generals he had cultivated over the years came out, and only the Thunder Ghost General was attached to his body. Dance. This Onan 10,000, world-shaking war that is enough to shock the ancient and modern times is about to break out in the different space opened up by Chu-Ki with Deluo Dongguan. There is no distinction between day and night, and no one records time. Some people feel that time is very long, as if a year has passed, and some people feel that time is short, only an hour has passed. It is unknown how long it has been, perhaps a day, or perhaps 10 days. This epic war is finally coming to an end. Stepping on the head of the Golden Lion, Chu-Ki pinched Barrett, who was still half-breathed, and sneered in a weak and low voice, although you are called the descendant of a demon, you are not a real demon after all. After that, he slammed Barrett to the ground and he fainted completely. After getting rid of Barrett, there were only 5 people standing at the scene, and the fallen ones had piled up into several small hills. These 5 people are Chu-Ki, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Red-haired Shanks, and Kaido. All 5 of them are already pieces of with wounds all over his body and dying. He was still standing because of his amazing willpower. Chu-Ki stuck the rakery in his hand on the ground to stabilize his shaky body. The 4 Whitebeards were in much better condition than him, but they were also covered with wounds and struggling. It's over, Black Devil, your legend ends today. Kaido forced a smile. Although victory was in sight, no one was happy, because this was not a victory at all. Almost all the strong men in the world gathered here, nearly 10,000 people, but only 444 were left in the end. It was like Black Devil was fighting the entire world alone. Ha ha ha. Chu-Ki suddenly laughed out loud, and the 4 of them were shocked and got ready again. Whitebeard, 100 Beasts, Red Hair, you are very good, you can fight to the end. I, Black Devil, would like to call you 4 Emperors. Chapter 248. The 8th Trick, Panwei Chiguki. Although he was in a desperate situation, Chu-Ki was still full of evil taste. There was no title of 4 Emperors in the Grand Line at present, so Chu-Ki simply nominated himself, and he was fully qualified. The title of Sea Emperor is good. I am honored to be recognized by Lord Black Devil. Shanks laughed heartily. Gulala. Whitebeard smiled and said nothing. Charlotte Linling and Kaido also chose to acquiesce. Just as Shanks said, it was a great honor to be recognized by the Black Devil and named 4 Emperors. It would only benefit them and not harm them in the future development of their power and domination of the new world. Ki, do you want to fight again? Whitebeard looked calm. As long as Chu-Ki said he would not fight, he would immediately turn the knife and aim at Kaido and the other 2. Kaido and Charlotte Linling knew this, so they were teaming up on the surface, but they were actually on guard against Whitebeard. After all, these 2 guys wear the same pants for decades. Edward, have you forgotten what I said? Today's battle will not end until death. Chu-Ki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, dragged his body with difficulty, and raised rakery again. Okay. Whitebeard stopped talking nonsense. He believed in Chu-Ki and respected Chu-Ki's wishes. The 5 of them tightened their weapons again. Seeing that a new round of battle was about to begin, a flying knife flew out from nowhere. Crack! With a crisp sound, the flying knife hit Chu-Ki's head squarely, and the entire blade was inserted into it. Chu-Ki didn't have time to say a word, and fell to the ground. The four people were stunned by the sudden change, and their minds went blank. Who is it? The four people turned around at the same time, and saw the dusty buggy appeared in front of everyone, holding a few throwing knives in his hands, with a look of confusion and at a loss. I seem to have killed the Black Devil. Who would have thought that the one who gave the Black Devil the final blow was actually an ant that was so small that it couldn't be any smaller? Even Buggy himself didn't expect that. He threw his hand and wanted to pretend to prove that he was also a man who had fought with the Black Devil. Unexpectedly, poo-poo, all of them hit the vital point directly. Chu-Ki fell to the ground and his consciousness gradually faded. The light around him was disappearing bit by bit, and the world seemed to lose its color. Is this the feeling of death? I finally saw the end of everything. Before he died, Chu-Ki raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had already seen through life and death, and everything. Deluo Dongguan plus 0%. Proficiency increased to 100%. Deluo Dongguan is perfect. The 8th skill is Pan-6 Storehouse Immortal Thief is perfect. Proficiency 100%. Zhuangchuan Hand is perfect. Proficiency 100%. Tongtian is complete. Proficiency 100%. Juling Qianzhong is complete. Proficiency 100%. Feng Kaokuman is complete. Proficiency 100%. Shenji Balian is complete. Proficiency 100%. Deluo Dongguan is complete. Proficiency 100%. Pan Weijuo. Proficiency 1%. Tips: all 8 strange skills have been unlocked. Please explore more discoveries by yourself. After hearing the system prompt, Chu-Ki finally died peacefully. At the moment Chu-Ki died, the entire alien space began to collapse, disintegrate, and turned into nothingness. In front of everyone it was dark, and they all lost consciousness after an unknown amount of time. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to find themselves back in the square in front of the portal. What was even more amazing was that all the injuries on their bodies disappeared, and even the dead were resurrected. The people who stayed outside were also surprised, because this group of people had entered the portal for less than 10 minutes, and they all came back. What happened? Didn't I already? Brother, why did you come back so quickly? Did you get Kuling Qianzhong? What happened inside? Who has Kuling Qianzhong now? Except Whitebeard and Mihawk, everyone present was confused, as if they had just had a dream. Shanks stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, if I guessed correctly, everything that happened inside was real, but the time was reset. I guess this is also the ability of the 8 great techniques. It can actually reset time. It's incredible. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Red Hair Shanks, you guessed well. Black Devil. Following the direction of the voice, everyone looked over. At some point, the Black Devil appeared on the platform, standing with Teezero, with a half-smile on his face. Chapter 249? The Legendary Life of God Buggy. Chu-Ki is not an idiot, he has not lived enough. It is impossible for him to really die in order to break through the perfection of Deluo Dongguan. It took him more than a month to prepare for this alien space. The flow rate of time in the alien space is different from that in the outside world. 1 day is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world, and 10 days is 10 minutes. When Chu-Ki dies, the alien space will collapse, everything will be reset, and everyone will return to reality, without losing a single hair. This is also the reason why Mihawk dared to go all out and fight with Chu-Ki. Anyway, everything will start over again. Black Devil, are you kidding us? Golden Lion cursed Chu-Ki directly. I can see it, the so-called Pirates Expo is just a game of yours. Chu-Ki crossed his arms and smiled undeniably. Golden Lion, you should be glad that all this is fake, otherwise you would have been a corpse. Chu-Ki looked around at everyone and said lightly, the Pirates Expo is indeed my game, but the final grand prize is real. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Chu-Ki spread his palms, and the black box containing spirit confinement appeared out of thin air. Everyone immediately widened their eyes and stared at the box in Chu-Ki's hand. Little Buggy, congratulations, it is now yours. Chu Qi threw the box in his hand, and it landed right in front of Buggy. Looking at the spirit constraint that was within reach, Buggy was stunned again, and his brain froze on the spot. Happiness came too suddenly, and Buggy couldn't believe it was real, thinking he was still dreaming. Boss Buggy, you really won the 8 unique skills worth 10 billion. Long live Boss Buggy, please let me follow you for the rest of my life. Hey, this is a dream. Before Buggy recovered from the extreme shock, Yudu had already looked at him with malicious eyes. The expression was full of greed and murderous intent. Time is accurate, prepare to kill. Shanks frowned, held the hilt of the knife, and stood in front of Buggy. A strong momentum burst out from Chu Qi, and the people who were ready to kill and rob shuddered at the same time. Everyone, I can't control what happens after leaving here, but as long as you are under my nose, whoever dares to do it will stay here forever. As soon as these words came out, the pirates were honest in an instant, and no one dared to hit Buggy anymore, at least no one dared now. A few days later, the Pirate Expo ended, and all the pirate groups returned to their homes. But the huge impact brought by this conference has not dissipated at all, and the biggest impact is the birth of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. The emergence of the 4 Emperors opened a new chapter in the Grand Line. The strength of the 4 people, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Red-haired Shanks, Kaido of Beasts, and Charlotte Linlin, has been highly recognized by the Black Devil, who recognized their identity as the Emperor of the Sea. In the hearts of all pirates, the recognition of the Black Devil is more authoritative than the announcement of the world government. No one dares, and no one will question its authenticity. In addition to the 4 Emperors of the Sea, another big man also appeared in everyone's vision, and his reputation is even comparable to the 4 Emperors. He is the King of Clowns, also known as the legendary of Jianliangdeahua Big Pirate, Buggy. Before the Pirates Expo, no one knew the existence of this legendary big pirate. After Buggy successfully won the soul-bounding and sent general, everyone started to investigate him. When Buggy's past was revealed bit by bit, the whole world was shocked. 15 years ago, he was a member of Roger's Pirates and the brother of Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 Emperors. 12 years ago, he followed the Pirate King Roger and participated in the famous Etoile naval battle. In the second year, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates met and launched a century-long war. Bakey and his brother Shanks boarded the Whitebeard Pirates' ship and faced Whitebeard Edward Newgate without fear, and threatened to kill him. Then they attacked the Black Devil by surprise, and Buggy stabbed him 6 times, all of which hit him. The Black Devil swung his sword to fight back, and after 6 slashes, he was unscathed. Then, the Roger Pirates disbanded, and Buggy was tired of the endless fighting. So he chose to retire and became an unknown little pirate. After the Pirate Expo began, Buggy came out and successfully won the soul-keeping general from among millions of people. The above content is all from the new book Bakey excerpt from Legend of the Gods. It is a pity that after the Pirates World Expo, Buggy chose to retire again and not care about worldly affairs. Chapter 250. The End of the Art? Panwai Chui? It was late, and everyone had fallen asleep peacefully. The Pirates World Expo made this island lively for a long time. Now that all the major pirate groups have left, it seems a bit empty for a while. Chu Qi sat on the roof feeling bored, and couldn't help but recall the scene when Whitebeard left. Holala, you are now the weather vane of this world, and almost everyone's actions are under your control. Chu Qi grinned and said lightly without caring. Laughed twice. Don't you think you didn't get the Kuling Qianzhong? Come to me and try to use the back door? Whitebeard laughed up to the sky, jumped back to the deck, stared at Chu Qi, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. At that time, I thought you really disappeared from this world. Ha ha ha, then your life will be very boring in the future. Chu Qi didn't care. He was pursuing this feeling in the beginning, so he could understand the threshold of Pan. Looking at his panel, the proficiency of Pan was only 1%, Chu Qi suddenly felt a little clueless. When he tried to mobilize the Pan, he found that his body did not change at all, and he did not even feel a trace of it. This is really interesting. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Chu Qi had gone through various attempts and efforts, but he still could not sense the existence of the pan. Chu Qi stared at his body in a daze, and muttered to himself, I have already unlocked the last skill, why do I have to make it so profound? When Chu Qi tried to mobilize the pan in his body, it would always disappear for no reason while walking along the meridians in his body. It will be the same every time. So Chu Qi stopped trying. He knew that since he failed so many times, it meant that the method was wrong. Chu Qi sat on the ground and meditated. His consciousness gradually penetrated into his body and he could even see every vein. All the major acupuncture points in his body were empty. Taoism emphasizes that 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The Panwan Chu Tuo is the end of all arts. The starting point is the end point, and the end point and the starting point are constantly circulating. In an instant, Chu Qi suddenly realized that he was no longer blindly mobilizing the power in his body. Instead, he gathered the power in his body in the meridians and let it flow randomly. A magical phenomenon occurred in Chu Qi's body. The golden blood finally gathered in the acupuncture points on the soles of the feet, and kept washing upwards trying to jump into the next destination. Ha ha ha, so that's it. In the middle of the night, Chu Qi's wild laughter pulled many people back to reality from their dreams. When everyone noticed that it was the Black Devil Chu Qi, they all retreated into the quilt honestly and dared not say a word. Swoosh, a figure quickly approached Chu Qi, but there was no murderous aura around him. Come to me so late, I don't like men. Chu Qi said calmly. My hawk landed lightly beside Chu Qi and looked at him tentatively. This man could never let people see through his mind, but if not, he would not be the Black Devil. I just heard the master's loud laughter and came to see curiously. My hawk's tone was full of respect, and even his body was slightly bent and he did not dare to stand side by side with Chu Qi. Chu Qi was still happy. Since he had already understood the operating rules of the Panwei Chu Ao, it was just a matter of time before he reached the state of great perfection. Give the order, I will be in seclusion for a while, don't bother me about anything. Disciple understands. Chu Qi's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and came to this secret room built specifically for him, which was isolated from all external information and had a super strong defense barrier, where he could concentrate on practicing. The secret room was illuminated by candles everywhere, and with the night pearl on the top, the whole secret room was extremely quiet and peaceful. Once again, the surrounding twisting was condensed into the body. This time, Chu Qi could clearly feel that the meridians in his body were constantly being washed, but because the qi in his body was too scarce, he could not achieve the desired effect at all. This proficiency of only 1% is like a small river about to burst its banks, and there is a risk of breaking at any time, not to mention the turbulent infusion into the next acupuncture point. With a muffled sound of whoosh, a clear footprint appeared on the wall out of thin air. The whole secret room was shaking wildly. If the wall was not built of the world's hardest blue steel stone, I am afraid that this secret room it will shatter directly. Chu Qi looked at his feet in surprise. He just made a tentative move. The twist condensed in the soles of his feet was released in an instant, accompanied by golden flashes. Oh my god, this is much more powerful than the domineering outward. The energy consumed in the body was refilled in an instant, and it will never run out. Chu Qi closed his eyes again and savored it carefully. He believed that the disc twisting and turning would never be so simple, and the outside world was slowly unfolding according to the original trajectory. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel.